dance all night while the streets are empty. It's been some time, now you know what's on my mind. I just wanna hold you tight while the streets are empty, while the streets are empty. You light up my life, I'm wishing you to read my mind. Maybe we could dance all night while the streets are empty.
Hello and welcome everyone to round 8 from the mighty Suzuka and the finale of the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Championship, live and exclusive here on Total Sim Sport. Wow. The Honda-owned racecourse at Suzuka has emerged as one of the most demanding and rewarding motor circuits in the world of racing, packing a mix of almost every type of corner into a remarkably small space. Drivers rate it highly, mainly because it is one of the few circuits these days which still has the challenges to throw at them. It's also gained world recognition because of its unusual figure-of-8 layout, which has spawned countless Scalextrics imitations. I'm Tim Cox in the Total Sim Sport Broadcast Centre, and in 13 hours' time we will find out who has been victorious. Later in the broadcast, we'll be joined in the commentary booth by Total Sim Sport stalwarts of iRacing GT driver Paul Busby, ISRC GT Pro driver Seb Bosher-Williams, the informative Ian Winchester, the entertaining James Parfitt, and of course the mighty Chris Rowlands. Right now, I'm joined by F3 and LMP2 iRacer Josh Wilson. Now, last time out at Watkins Glen, we saw 3 of the championships tied up, with Sapphire Simsport winning LMP1 in the Audi R18. In LMP2, Vector by RSR were crowned LMP2 champions. And finally, in GTE Pro, Orion Racing secured top place in the championship in the Porsche 911 RSR. Josh, the epic Suzuka, it has so much to give, but what's your favourite parts of the track?
Hello, Tim. Thanks for having me. Suzuka is my favourite part of Suzuka, actually. It's just an absolutely brilliant track and one of my absolute top favourites. Top 2 favourite tracks of all time. If I have to pick out a favourite section, it's pretty hard, but the 130R full speed around there, coming up into the Casio triangle, going for an inside overtake, I'd probably say that entire section would be my favorite of Suzuka.
Yeah, there's so many great iconic corners just packed into this circuit. It just, it just makes this, the hairs stand up on the back of your neck. It's just so evocative and intoxicating, this track. Now, we've got an action-packed show for you as always. We're not far away from LMP1 and LMP2 taking to the track for their 25 minutes of open qualifying, and then it'll be turn of the GTE Pro and Am categories to head out for their qualifying session. Then it's on to the race, where I'm sure it's going to be 12 hours of thrills, drama and excitement. Every hour we'll be having a debate ranging from topics such as, can LMP3s work in IMSA and in iRacing, to electric cars being the future of motorsport. So well worth sticking around and joining in the debates. We'll be chatting along with yourselves in chat and speaking to various drivers throughout the course of the broadcast. Now, Suzuka, it's like you say, Josh, it's got a bit of everything, really, hasn't it? It's got long straights, it's got fast curves, slow curves. I mean, the two Degners are there, a couple of my favourite corners where you can really hook it up and just throw the car into them. And just obviously, when we do get live racing, let's talk about the formation zones and where the drivers will be coming together. So we'll have a couple of areas. So what the drivers will be coming together is in the exit out of the Casio triangle, they'll just be forming their grids there, getting all nice and close together in their respective categories as they come around. Obviously, the usual endurance format where there'll be a bit of a gap between each of the respective categories, so LMP1, LMP2, and the GTEs. And then the start zone. So when they'll head off racing will be about 300 metres before the start-finish line, which that's just at the end of the pit lane. Now, Josh, I understand you've been out for a bit of a drive in the LMP2 around Suzuka. How did you find it? Where's going to be the more challenging places for the guys to pass potentially, or where we're going to see most of the action on track?
Well, Suzuka has a great turn one for overtaking, especially like throwing it down on the inside there and braving it out and taking the track position there. That's one of my favorite. But also the 130R into the Casio triangle is your big one. You get all the slip from the back straight coming down there, and it just gives you so much momentum. Brake a little bit later and taking the inside. But at the same time, I found it quite easy to defend there, because if I knew a car was in my slip there, I could just easily take the right-hand side right after we'd come through the 130R and just hold the car there and force the following car to take the racing line, and then I'll move my car back over as much as I can to minimize the angle for the chicane, and it kind of worked fine, and I didn't really have any trouble with it. But then you do kind of open yourself up to being slipped down for turn one. After doing that, but the same thing there. After the last curve, I will just hug the pit wall until the following car is forced again to go on the driving line, and then I'd move over as much as I can to open up turn one. And I managed to hold a car behind me for a long time, who was a quicker car, by just using those two techniques.
There you go. If any of the drivers are listening, Josh Wilson giving away his top techniques there for keeping people behind you and defending your position. So in the chat, Brian Holmes, great to have you on board in the chat. Love to hear from everyone at home who you're cheering on, who you're keeping one eye on as well, who you think is going to come out victorious in each of the categories. Always good to know. Not too far away now from qualifying. We've got about 6 minutes left of practice. So we've got some nice new graphics to help make life a little bit easier for you at home. So you can see top cars in each of the categories. So you see at the moment during practice, Sapphire taking the way in LMP1. With LMP2, it's the antagonistic racing team Orange leading the way in practice right now, but don't discredit some of the names behind them. We've seen great racing from, well, pretty much all of them. We've got 524, obviously Vector by RSR, the champions already. They're in third right now, and don't discredit Fuga in fifth. Seen some great efforts from them all season, and unfortunately don't have the LMP1 team with us, but got their LMP2 team, and they'll definitely be one to watch and undoubtedly in amongst the action. Let's heading back down to the GTEs. Well, Aquilia Racing Aqua, they are leading the way right now in practice. And they're Porsche 911 with it, 151.2. And then into GTE Amp. Well, it's JD Sim Racing leading the way there in practice. Nearly a second quicker, well, just over a second quicker, in fact, than Quillia Racing Cyan. But also, I think just heading back up again into GT Pro, Maniti not far behind, only 600ths of a second separating the time between themselves and Quillia Racing Aqua right now. And bit of an interesting one. We have got a Ford within the field. It's the Happy Penguin Racing team. Be interesting to see how that gets on. Also, we've got, of course, Boosted there back in their Corvette as well. So we've got all the manufacturers here in GTE. Let's take a little look at what happened here. I believe there's been a bit of an incident for antagonistic racing team Orange. It'll be interesting to see what's happened to them in LMP2. Into the Casio Triangle. Bumping across the curbs, and they just caught it onto the grass. Oh, well, a bit more. It took them off and straight into the barrier there, Josh. Coming around the last curve.
Yeah, they want to get all those kind of gremlins out of their system before the race starts.
That they do indeed. Of course, practice is always a good time to get all those mistakes out. Especially with such a long race ahead of everyone. As I said, 12 hours today for the season finale. What's been an absolutely epic championship. Now, worth mentioning, there is still bits of the championship up for grabs. So it's not all done over a lot of the second places, to be fair, especially in GT. So it's going to be really interesting to see how those pan out today.
Great overview we have of the Degners 1 and 2 there. Watching this beam and go through there. Such a great section of track. It's one of the few places in this sim where I actually feel like a race driver throwing a GT3 or LMP2 around the Degners 1 and 2. It's just sublime.
It is. It's when you can hook it up. Which for myself is not very often. Hence why I'm in the commentary booth more often than I am actually out on the racetrack racing. And we could just get it into that. There's like a little. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like a little divot, isn't there, on the inside, especially of Degner 2, where you can really just hook the car into and just it pulls it round nicely.
Yeah, it's when you hook it up and the entire sequence is just perfect. It's just that you're just smiling, and it is. There's a fine line there of that inside curve of the second Degners 2. Once you hit that and you're through that, you know you're going to make it onto the exit curve, and it's just going to be good. It's brilliant in the GT3. It's even better in the LMP1. 2 that I've driven. I'm sure it's even great in the LMP1. I've not driven that car yet, but it's just brilliant.
Yeah, the LMP ones are mighty behemoths of sports car racing. Of course, we've got both manufacturers here, Audi and Porsche. Sapphire in the Audi, Scania in the Porsche. Slight differences between the two in terms of how they harvest their hybrid system. So the Audi can only do it under braking, whereas the Porsche is able to do it also under acceleration. This allows for different tactics between the two of them. Of course, be interesting to see how Léo Marchand gets on for Sapphire against Scania's Porsche. Let's just see GTE driver Mike Dam, the Canadian there, on track, and there's Fuga LMP2. You can really see the speed difference between the prototypes and the GTs, Josh. I mean, I'm going to say probably it's going to be about 3 or 4 laps before LMP1s catch the GTs, and then somewhere in around about lap 7, the LMP2s will be catching the GTs. I mean, traffic management, Josh, how large a part is that going to play in the story of the race today?
I mean, that's what an endurance an endurance race is really for the LMP2s. It's about handling the slower cars really, and being able to do it as quick as possible. It is wildly different to when you do the the LMP2 only fixed races in the officials, they're wildly different, and it's so much fun. Like that's what I think is the most fun part of it, where you're dodging in and out GT cars, trying to guess, right, should I go for it here or should I wait until after the corner? Is he going to see me? This is what's fun. That's what's fun about the endurance with the prototype cars, and it is also then the danger part is dangerous for the LMP2s and it's dangerous for the GT cars, but I won't have it any other way.
Exactly. I know I quite enjoy it when I do drive the LMP2. Purely because it gives me a chance to actually overtake some cars, albeit they're much slower GT cars. We've got you can see just heading out right now into qualifying are the prototypes. The LMP1 of Sapphire leading the way for the field. I'll just bring you up to date. It's currently 3 here, local time in Japan, with a track temperature of 25 degrees. So that will be getting cooler as we move on throughout the race. And let's talk about tyre management, Josh, because that's going to play a large part of it. We've seen it this season with people, triple, quad stinting the tyres. Track temperature, what difference does it make, just even across one stint, to the grip levels out on track?
The thing is, I usually felt like, so I did the GT3 10-hour Suzuka, and I didn't really have that much issue with the traction because it's a long endurance race, which means you're fuel saving as well. So where you would push it usually in turn one if you want to go like really fast, or at the chicane Castro triangle at the end of the track, you're fuel saving there, so you kind of can get away with pushing these tires a little bit too much to try and double or triple stint them before you need to swap them out, and it gives you an advantage, big advantage, time advantage as well over your rivals if they are taking tires each time. But the LMP2s, they're attacking the GT cars in, they're faster, so they need to overtake at different points. They might need to drive later and brake harder. Do you know what I mean? They've got a much different type of race, so it's a bit harder on them, on their tires, because as you said, they're going through a lot of traffic, so it's harder for them to save those tires. If they can manage it at the same time, then it's a big advantage.
So I'd imagine from what you're saying there, obviously from where they're moving around a lot more, especially into the first part of the track, especially the snake out of the first corner, which you were just seeing. As Graf's turn for Fuga LMP2 head around right now, where these guys are going to be moving around all over the track, trying to get past potentially GT cars, especially from like I say, as we progress throughout the race. And that surely isn't that going to increase tyre temperature and therefore affect also the grip levels as well available to the drivers? And maybe there's going to be a bit of management in that aspect as well.
Oh, absolutely. Especially for the snake there, like you said. And if you've got traffic through there, you're just going to exuberate the heats of your tires. So it's definitely one to look out for. But as your fuel comes down, they usually felt like they come back to you. And you also got the old tricks of changing your brake bias and adjusting your braking a little bit on a few corners for a few laps to bring the temps down. The drivers are, they're all very good drivers. They'll feel when it starts slipping a little bit, and they'll start making adjustments in the car to help the temperatures.
So we've just seen Sapphire setting the benchmark in LMP1 with a 1:38.6. LMP2 hashtag first car to set a time at 1:45.3. So some 7 seconds difference around Suzuka between the top times. There's Vector just popping in a time 45.6, a little bit slow by their standards, and Fuga as well at 1:47 to go third, but just being displaced briefly there by antagonistic Racing Team Orange. But Interesting to see how these guys get on, especially these guys right now in the Porsche 919 of Sacania, just about to come across the line. Only managing a 1:43.8 on their opening lap, but still plenty of time to go faster and faster. And as the track starts to rubber in, those times will start to come down. Just looking down the field, the only LMP2s yet to set a time. Well, there we go. I was just about to see FTR Esports being one of them. Alex Holloway currently on board for them. He's just seeing a time of 1:47. Oh, wow. What a save there from Daniel Bizzo in for Sacania. Wow. That was almost at 90 degrees there, Josh, at one point. That was an amazing save from the Porsche driver.
That was absolutely fantastic. I don't know how he kept that on. Honestly, especially with iRacing physics. I mean, he was sideways.
That was truly spectacular. I know that the LMP1s are able to sort of help themselves out a little bit. Let's just see how hashtag. There you go. They've got an improvement in time. 1:45.0. Not quite breaking into 1:44s. The Stage 1 Junior just set a time there. Last team to set one. They've gone sixth with a 1:47.1. See what vector have they improved? There, they've improved their time, but not good enough to take first place. 1:45.3. Fugo coming across the line. And there's an improvement in time from them. But you look at how close it is. They've almost got two groups developing right now in LMP2. You've got the top four on 1:45s. 8 times to the second covering those, and then a bit of a gap back to to 5, 6, and 7th places, who are all in the low 1:47s, just under 2 tenths, covering the difference between 5th and 7th right now as 5.24. Go a little bit quicker there with a 1:45.5. Now, I know that the LMP1s, to help try and save themselves, they do put in a lot of hybrid deployment from those sort of situations, and effectively turns the car into a front-wheel drive car where obviously if you're losing the rear end, if you plant the accelerator, it pulls the front end back around again. And wow, Sacania showing exactly how you do it there to save your car and prevent it from heading into the wall and finding that perennial one-way ticket to the barrier. Just see Stage 1 Junior coming through your favourite section there, Josh. 130 on the run down to the Casio Triangle. I mean, the curbs here, Josh, how much of those do you want to take? Because they look, they're quite high, aren't they? And they can unsettle the car.
Yeah, there's a fine line on how much you want to take. Just that they love to unsettle you, those curbs. But the GT3s can... or the GT, can murder them a little bit more than some of the other lower cars can. But in these classes, these cars, they can take quite a bit.
So, Seb and Ben Gaming, morning to yourself as well. Great to have you on board in the chat and ISRC TV. Good to hear from yourself as well. So that's Seb Bosher-Williams of Backmarker Racing. It'll be interesting to see how they get on during qualifying. Of course, got round about, just looking at it, another 15 minutes-ish left of qualifying here for the prototypes. Interesting to see. Can one of the LMP2s break it into the 1:44 mark? Incredibly close already from hashtag, setting that time to put themselves on pole. 1:45 dead. Sweet ride on board with Stage 1 Junior. David Van Slambrook coming around the notorious smooth and a tricky corner that, Josh, if you get offline slightly, you can just lose it so easily and lose all your momentum heading around there.
Yeah, there's on the curb on once you come through the first apex of the spoon, you got that long curb on the right. There's a weird part where if you put like one wheel over, it kind of like just goes over the lip of the curb, and it can like spin you, and it's really annoying because you think you're safe, and then all of a sudden you're just gone. And it's the same here with 130R. There's like a little part of that curb where if you dip it over, the lip will spin you right into the wall.
Let's see, Fuga coming around to complete their lap time. Currently bottom at the pile at the moment in LMP2 on a 1:46.9. Not anymore. Improving by 4/10 of a second there. The 1:46.5 to move them up into 6th place, displacing FTR Esports there. Although Alex Holloway for FTR just coming around to complete his lap, so I'm sure he's actually, no, I was going to say sure to improve, but actually looking at it, he's not had any green sectors. We just see an improvement there from antagonistic Racing Team Orange to get themselves a little bit closer to hashtag. But just look at how close it is between themselves and Vector in that fight for 2nd place. Only 1/1600th of a second separating them. I mean, that's hard. You can't even comprehend how much that is, Josh, in terms of distance. I mean, that's what probably, the nose of the car from the front wheels to the the front of the car.
Yeah, it's so unfair. It's ridiculous. Like trying to analyze like what you could have done better. It's like, well, yeah, take one less blink. You know what I mean? It's yeah,
I don't think it's even that, is it? Really, it's a frighteningly, it's a fraction of a millimeter sooner on the power. Yeah. It's frightening. But let's see how Stage 1 Junior get on. We saw David Van Slambrook is improving. He set some green sectors as they come across the line. There we go, an improvement in their time, a 1:46.3. Couple of attempts between themselves and Fuga behind them. Hashtag currently leading the way and only improving in Sector 2 so far for Quiros. Currently taking them through qualifying. Let's see how he closes out the lap.
See if we get that 1:44 that we wanted. Ooh.
They're looking a little bit loose there and just trying to take the path of least amount of distance and wow, it goes literally edging closer and closer. They were 1:45.056. That is agonising close. That's like teetering on the edge of a knife of getting into those 1:44s there.
Yeah, it's very, very close. But they look like they got a few couple of attempts on the rest of the guys, so they're looking comfortable at the moment.
I think they can change so quickly as we see 524 coming out to complete their best flying lap. Some fresh tyres. Cars at their best point of performance. Everything turned up to the max. Fresh rubber, low fuel loads. As you see the Vector via RSR. Solara LMP2 just last pass there. Qualifying is probably one of the most enjoying parts in terms of drivability, Josh, where, as I say, you've got fresh rubber, the cars are ridiculously light because, you're running absolute minimum fuel. But I suppose equally as well, you sort of give with one hand, but you take with the other, whereby, it's stressful because you're trying to get every last little bit of performance out of the car to get yourself as high up the grid as possible.
Yeah, so it also comes with the added mental pressure as well, knowing I can't mess this corner up. Right, next corner, I can't mess this one up. Like, it takes a certain mentality to absolutely nail every corner during a quali, and you instantly know as well when you've done a good quali. You don't even need to go across that line. You know if you've done it wrong. The worst thing ever in quali is if you mess up turn 1, turn 2, and you're already on the back foot. Then you start right, I need to push it now. I need to find time where I've never found time before in the next corners. And it can really hurt you sometimes when you over push it like that. Just stay calm and get it done.
So just two cars coming across the line. So Sapphire coming out to complete their flying lap. Be interesting to see how they get on. See some amazing. Oh, well, there you go. That's not going to be an improvement with that off track there, Josh. So that's that time going to be deleted regardless of how well they do. But with Sicania coming around to complete their lap, what can Pisso do for them? Just bumping across the curves out of the Casio triangle. Those white alloys makes it look like the car is running white wall
Tell you what,
tyres.
I'd love to see the onboard as the LMP1 goes through the snake.
Oh, definitely. Here we go. And as if by magic, producer Sean, there's ourselves. Let's listen in.
I mean, the speed that thing goes through there is just not right. Look at it.
I know it's a bit of a cliche, Josh, about the car being on rails, but
that is nuts. It makes me want to drive the LMP1. I might have to give it a sneaky try during when the game is down for maintenance.
It is an amazing sight to see, and
as well, I mean, I just recently, I think it was yesterday as well, I watched the Porsche 919 tribute car go around the Nürburgring in the record time. And it's just like, you know, there's a 919 LMP1 in iRacing. I think everyone needs to give it a try, I think, once.
Yeah, it is, definitely. And it's a fantastic piece of engineering. Hats off to the guys at Porsche for coming up with this. It'll be interesting to see as he just comes into the Casio triangle now. What can Scania do?
Well.
And it just accelerates frighteningly quick. It brakes frighteningly quick. Closing out the lap here. And it's an improvement. There we go. A 1:35.17. Quite good enough for pole.
Actually, 2 purple sectors as well, so...
yeah, there wasn't there? Sector 1 and Sector 3. So a cracking time for Scania there, but not quite good enough to take it to Sapphire. See, Fuga coming round now. Through, that's a great camera angle there. Swooping through 130R. Well, they come hard onto the brakes. Trying not to lose the back end there. It's squirreling under deceleration. What could Gravson do to just close out the lap here? That inside line. Set the shortest possible path, and there we go. It's good enough for an improvement. Just in time, but in position at 146.563. 3 thousandths of a second quicker than FTR. Yes, you heard that right. 3 thousandths of a second. 0.003 of a second is amazingly close at that time, that is, between themselves and FTR. It looks like Gravson's going to go again and have another crack at the lap time. Can they do? Let's just check in with FTR as they're coming round to complete. What can Alex Holloway do? He's only got 2 sets of corners left to go. There's one of them through 130R. As it comes through into the Casio triangle now. Bouncing across the curbs. On exit. Through the last corner. What can they do? Is it good enough? No, it's not. Wow, it's half a second slower than their best. And with time coming to an end here in the prototype qualifying. Doesn't look like they're going to improve, which is going to help Gravson for Fuga. Closing his lap out. He's had a couple of green sectors. Let's see, as he bounces across the curves there. Is it going to be an improvement? I think he was some half second slower in Sector 4, so it's going to be interesting. Well, there you go. It is an improvement of 146.4. Despite losing a lot of time in Sector 4.
Yeah, that Sector 4 would have given him P5 there, I think, by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, a comfortable P5, wouldn't it? But I tell you what, we're in for some really intriguing battles in LMP2. Those top 4, all incredibly similar times, only 4 cents covering them. And then 5th to 7th, again, 4 attempts is all that covers them. It's going to be a fascinating set of duels being played out here at Suzuka. Just see Hashtag, they're currently on pole for now. They are on their outlap. No, I think they're going to just about have enough time to squeeze in this one, so it's going to be all or nothing to secure pole for them. Already got themselves FTR, who you just see at the moment on screen, coming around to complete their lap. And there you go. That's good enough to get themselves up into 6th for 146.2. We have got Fuga out on track. They're just coming out of Spoon now, up the back stretch. But I'm not seeing I'm not seeing any green sectors here, Josh. It's not looking good for Fuga right now.
It was better sector 4 this time, though. See if that saves them.
Not long to find out at all. Coming round to complete the lap. As they come across the line.
There we go.
There we are. There you go. It was
4.
enough to improve.
Yep.
7 hundredths of a second there. Apologies. And all separating them and FTR, but it was enough. Hashtag of enough time just to complete this lap. It doesn't really matter. It's all about for honor and ego, really, this one, of what time they can actually set down to put the fear into their competitors here, Josh, because they've already got pole with no one else on track.
Yeah, well, they've also broken into the 44, which I missed there, with the 44.97, so like brilliant time that is.
Rounding 130R.
If you can beat it and really scare everyone off.
Well, he said a green in sector 5. There is a chance potentially. See what Kairos can do. Let's find out as he's come across the line. Wow, talk about consistency. Another 144.9. But it is 2 100ths slower. But not that it really mattered because they already had pole. But even so, wow, that was... you can't get much more consistent than that one, Josh, really, can you?
And those 2 green sectors there as well in that lap, which is the scary thing.
It is. They are definitely the one to watch in LMP2 as we just see the GTs have their perennial ISRC car park formation at the end of the pit lane. Waiting for the pit lane this way for them. And good to see we've got a Ford in the field. It's the Happy Penguin Racing team. And it's going to be really interesting to see how those guys get on in GTE AM. I know producer Sean is incredibly happy. He loves, idolises, obsesses over the Ford GTE. And I know that's definitely one he's going to watch out for. Likewise, don't discredit Boosted in the Corvette in GTE Pro. We saw great things from last time out in Watkins Glen. When we spoke to, I think, it was Brian Gregory himself. He's going to take part in qualifying today. We asked him, what made them choose that car? Wow, they said they just like the shape of it, the look of it, and that's what made them choose it. Nothing to do with the BOP. But yeah. I tell you what, Josh, it really works with their livery there. It looks absolutely spectacular, that car.
Yeah, it does. You got to give them that. It absolutely does look fire.
We saw great things from another Corvette team earlier in the season. The racing team Mint, who, despite being AM'd, were in and amongst the pros, fighting it out with them. It was a real great spectacle to see. Hello, Endless. Great to have you on board. Roberto De Filipis as well. Morning to you as well.
The front of the Corvette, like the Americans have just decided, right, we need air in here. We're not going to cover it. Just like massive air intake there.
Yeah,
it looks like some nasty teeth on the car. It's like,
I'll tell you, yeah, those angular LED daylight, running strips. It just looks, it makes it all look all the more menacing, doesn't it? And just like
looks like a little demon. The whole front.
It does. Now, of course, this car we won't see in IMSA in GTE form. Obviously, GT Le Mans, as it is called in IMSA, that is being disbanded from the end of this season. And, well, they finished their season, so that is over and done for now. The Corvette, they have been allowed by IMSA to drop it into GTD, GT Daytona, as it's called, which is basically GT3, just the Americans decide to give it an alternate name. Otherwise they do with GT Le Mans being GTE.
No wonder why new fans get confused.
Exactly, synergies do help, and alignment, on both sides of the pond between IMSA and the World Endurance Championship. And wow, that's not exactly going to help and be the best start to qualifying. A trip through the gravel trap and a rub against the barrier there, Josh.
Yeah, well, now we've seen that as well. So it's now it's a proper endurance racing car on this track.
See, Eiserman for back market racing yellow in the BMW. BMW, one of the more easier GTEs to drive compared to the Porsche, although the Porsche is stronger. Although, yourself, Josh, you are a bit of a Porsche fanboy when it comes to GTs, aren't you?
Yeah, I started out probably like everyone did, with a fixed Ferrari. So Ferrari ended up being your GT3 car, and I stuck with that until the Porsche GT3 come out. And I'm still relatively new to racing and sim racing, so when everybody was freaking out that there's a Porsche GT3 coming out, I was like, okay, I guess I'll buy it and see what the hype is all about. And my God, is it a fun car to drive? And it's converted me to a proper Porsche little fanboy. Also, the Michael Fassbender road to Le Mans, he's in a Porsche as well. That's also helped me become a big Porsche fanboy.
I'll tell you what, that's actually this car, isn't it? That we see on screen right now for Orion Race Team. Mike Dam currently on board the Canadian for them, coming out to start. No, sorry, they're already out on a lap behind here. They're out on their first flying lap, so we've got some times coming in. Aquilia Racing Aqua for Porsche leading the way. Orion just getting up into second. Centurion, they are third right now. Well, they were until we see Maniti there for BMW put it up into second place. As you mentioned, Centurion, the top Ferrari right now. Of course, Busby, you can see on your screens in the Corvette. After that little trip through the gravel trap, I haven't set a time yet, so they're just coming out onto the first flying lap. Be interesting to see how they get on. The Ford, they are currently third in GT-AM. Happy Penguin Racing Team. JD Sim Racing leading the way in GTE-AM right now with a 155.6 for Ferrari. There we go. You can see all the manufacturers up on your screen right now, and the timing tab in the top left corner of your screen. Josh, let's talk qualifying and tactics. I mean, you want to be behind someone to utilise that slipstream during the start-finish straight and the back stretch. So we could just see the Ford heading down now, but surely that's going to play a little bit trickier part in terms of your qualifying when you come into the curves and with aero wash and just tripping up over the car in front of yourself in general.
Yeah, I've done a few open qualifiers, not in a GT class, but in the F3, and a couple of the races we tried to line up the team cars and try and slip on each other and gain all that kind of advantage. The more we tried to facilitate a slip advantage, the more we kind of just kept messing up simple stuff. And I found anyway, it was just get out there and drive and not try and look for those extra little advantages, look for the slip, where am I going to catch him. I just found that I just did better times when I just went out, made a little gap between the cars, and just focus on my quali lap and not try and gather anything. But there are much better drivers than me who can probably handle it. But I found it just make sure your track is clear and just get it nice and think about your corners, get them nice, get them nailed, and get the car in.
Better without the distractions and more times just coming in. Aquilia Aqua still leading the way in GTE Pro for Porsche right now. Maniti still second for BMW. Orion third in Pro with Centurion for Ferrari. The top Ferrari, they are fourth. Boosted managed to put the time of 1:55.8 in the Corvette in GTE Pro. GTE Am, that's still remaining as is, with JD Sim Racing for Ferrari heading the way. Qualia Racing Cyan second. Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle for Ferrari a third. And Happy Penguin Racing 1:56.1 for Ford. Rounding out your field in GTE Am. 15 minutes left of qualifying here, so still plenty of time for drivers to improve. Sure they will do, as the GTs have a slight advantage, a little bit more rubber on the track compared to what the prototypes have here, Josh. You know, where the track just rubber in, obviously, as the session progresses.
Absolutely. I got a question, Tim. Sorry.
Go for it.
Ford there, is the Ford logo at the front, is that part of the livery or that's part of the car that you can't change? Is it the badge? That's what I'm trying to ask. On the front nose
let's have a little look while they're just coming through to. Well, they've got Costa Coffee on the front there. That's a bit of an alternative one.
Okay, so I might be seeing something different than you guys, and that's probably why I'm asking.
So it compared to against the default livery, which that does have it. That takes so the default iRacing Ford livery is from the Ford GTE used in both IMSA and WEC when it was running back in the heyday of GT cars in endurance, and yeah, that is changeable because as we can see from the back market guys, so from Happy Penguin that they are. But there we go, it's faster lap for them. They've got themselves up to back market got themselves at the third there. Who else have we got going on? Just looking at he's completing laps. They're all roughly about halfway through right now, and I tell you what, Maniti look like they're on a bit of a fly with improvements in sector 2. Oh no, they weren't. No, that's carrying over from the previous lap. That's why. Just got a bit ahead of myself of where they were. Thought they had improved in sector 2, but of course they're on their out lap anyway, so that wouldn't have counted anyway. Ferrari, of course, known you see right now for Centurion, just being incredibly quick in a straight line. A really monster this part of the circuit along the back stretch. Just dicing around, and let's see what they can do. Can they improve? Currently fourth in class, a second to make up if they want to get close to Orion ahead of them in the Porsche. Let's find out as they cross the line what can they do, and it's no improvement for them. It's 2 tenths slower, so they're going to stay where they are. They're yet to set times in GT. We've got 3 teams. We've got Backmarker Yellow, .exe, and Verve Racing Team. Now, Verve Racing Team, just to keep you up to date, in the Porsche and GTE, they've got a qualifying ban, so we won't see any time set from them. That's because they duplicated their team in free practice 5, so it's like administrative error there that costs them dearly. Let's just check in and see how Qualia Racing Cyan can do, and it's no improvement from them either. A lot slower there. Some 6 tenths of a second slower to be precise, and I'm headed straight to the pits for a new set of tyres to go again. This is a new driver we haven't seen so far this series. Marika Iwata for Qualia Racing Cyan. Be interested to see how they get on today. Currently leading the way in GTE Pro. 1:54.1, and tell you what, Josh, someone else is knocking on the door of getting down into the next second. So close to a 1:53 for them, and you have to think with that sort of time, they're going to be a real, it's going to be a strong time to try and match for all the guys behind them.
Absolutely. I mean, a new driver as well, looking very strong. Great lap so far with the 54.18, like you said. Close by. Tim Matsky there is very close, but then after that, there seems to be a big gap to the P3. See if he keeps going and improving there, pushing that spoon there. Very, Very close. Rinsing the speed out of it. Ooh, I wonder if that would be an off track there.
It looked like all the wheels were across the white line, which does normally seem to trigger an off track. Now, you will, for the viewers at home, just see, you can tell if a driver has come off track. So the numbers of their positions. So Iwata, who we're currently looking at right now for Equilia Racing Aqua, he would have a red marker against his number 1 to the left-hand side of his name. And they've headed to the pits, so no, that's clearly not quick enough for them, and going to head to the pits. So Gregory, that's another driver who has had an off track from Boosted. I think they were on an out lap anyway, so it's not going to make too much difference. Let's see if you take it on your out lap. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever, of course, because it's all taken from your flying lap. These guys tend to go for just the one.
Yeah, it's the way these tyres work, isn't it? They're absolutely they're lethal in the first laps, and then that's it.
Using the grip and some more. Now just looking in now. Uchekochi for JD. Oh, there's a lot of just up ahead. Could be, I'm not too sure what caused that one, but let's see if we can find out for you. But let's see how the JD Sim Racing driver gets on. Now, this would be for 5th overall. This will keep them first in class. Can they improve? Find out as they just cross the line now. Wait for a time to see if they've improved, but looks like that time was invalid there. They must have had an off track. Now let's take a little look at what happened to the Ford. This is into the second Degners, and round they go.
Classic.
I think the smoke permeating up through the bridge there, and that's what it was.
I think he took a little bit too much of that first Degners curb, and I think it really unsettled him, and he probably had trouble getting the car settled for the next Degners too, and it just ultimately ruined him.
So let's take a
next.
Wow, and that big twitch that has completely and utterly destroyed that lap for Kochi for JD Sim Racing there. Now the times that you can see up on your screen right now, that is how they will actually grid up. So spot the times within the 2 different categories, GTE Pro and GTE Am.
Look at that. Manatee Racing has taken P1 at the moment.
Oh, they have, yeah. That's well spotted there, Josh. But look at just how it's fine margins, isn't it? I mean, look, that's what.
So close.
Again.
Oh, that's a reset. Go again.
Well, definitely with that bump against the barrier, that is definitely a reset and go again. But as Iwata comes around for Equilia Racing Aqua, can they improve? Well, that was an outlap, so definitely not. But this isn't an outlap for Backmarker Racing Yellow in the BMW. Wow, you could just see the weight transfer there as they just launched, as Jones launched it into 130R. It's fascinating to watch, isn't it, Josh? You see, the weight, you can see the full-on weight of the car just rolling as Stephen Jones turned it into the car, the corner there. Let's see how it gets on. Is it going to be an improvement? Yes, it is, but time-wise, but not enough to move them up the grid at 155.1. Still 6 tenths covering them and the position in front of them. Let's take a little look at Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. We've got Kushtis currently on board for them in the Ferrari. Just take us through this last part of the lap here.
They want to push this now. Take the curb, not too much. They don't hit the lip. Brake nice. Get it through there nice and smoothly. Don't unsettle it too much. If not, you lose a ridiculous amount of time. hug at the inside now. Oh, no, you can go into the
There you
bits.
go. I think
Thanks
that
for that.
just showing the best rate lines there to take if you're on your in lap and how to come into the pits. Clearly, let's take a look. Hal 27 Motorsport for BMW. It's an improvement in time, 156.5. But Happy Penguin still 4 tenths ahead of them in the Ford, who are just coming around to complete a lap themselves. What can they do? And it's 3 tenths slower, so no improvement from them. But it's a change up front. Aquilia Racing, Aqua just posting a new time of 154.135 to 100th of a second quicker than Maniti in the BMW. But I tell you what, just run on bottles with them now. For their pole lap, run us through it.
Look at that. Nice and smooth. Geared it, turned in, down the throttle, full throttle. Get your car to the right here. I hate this next corner. Perfect. Throttle, brake. Perfect through there. Much better than what I can do through there. That was brilliant. Nice little trail brake here. And on the throttle again. And yeah, that's very well done, because that car would have really put me off, because you're trying to get the perfect line there, and he's nailed that despite that. I should tell you what, I wonder if there's more time there. That was brilliantly controlled, but I think you can get even more time through there.
It seemed a bit wide from the apex into Degner 2 there, a little bit.
Yeah, but he looked like he didn't back off from it, so it looked like he carried a lot of speed through there anyway, so I don't think it harmed him too much. This next one's a big one. If you want a good time, you got to get a good spoon. All the way to the end. Wow, that is the limit. That's brilliant. Let's go drag race all the way down here. You should be flat out from 130 area, I think, especially with that lap time. Oh, slight little lift.
Ooh, a micro lift there, wasn't there?
Very clean. Unhug here on the inside for the less distance travelled. And a great lap.
That is your pole time for the Japanese driver, his home race. Arika Iroata for Aquilia Racing Aqua in the Porsche 911 RSR. We on another outlap. Go again.
Don't know if Manatee Racing have enough time to answer that lap.
Right, yeah, there's a good point, now, Josh. They are still in the pits. They've got, if they get on an outlap now, they will be able to finish off their lap. So he's getting a bit of a wiggle on to the guys down at Maniti Racing. Oh, and that wasn't not going to be an improvement for Orion there. They're going to have to squeeze out one more lap as you see JD running incredibly wide. Well, they must have had an exit in a bit of a poor exit out of Degner 2 there. Let's take a little look at how that one unfolded, and I'm going to get a lot of curb on the entry to Degner 1 there, Josh. Just unsettled the car and sent them flying round.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier. If you really unsettle yourself through that first Degner's one, it really messes with your next one. You almost have to like back out to get through there safely. But it's qualifying, so there's no point in them trying to back out. They might as well just go for it, and if they get through it.
Coming through spoon right now. Oh, that's not going to be an improvement for Aquilia Aqua. I think he's saving the tires to go one more time again. We've got Brumfield for Centurion coming round, and looking like they're heading out onto another flying lap. JD tucked up right behind him. You see in the Ferrari just behind, trying to utilize some of that straight line speed and see if they can pick up a couple of extra attempts off their fellow Ferrari in front of them. Centurion. Not got many cars left out on track right now. Only 3. We've got Centurion, who we're looking at right now with JD just behind, and 27 Motorsport in the BMW. They're going around to close out their lap. What can they do? And they're heading to the pit, so they're abandoning their time.
Yeah, they got off track. That's why.
Having to abandon their time. Not long left on the clock here, qualifying the final round of the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Championship. See, round 8 here at Suzuka, ahead of the 12 hours. Austin Campbell, good to have you in the chat there. Hello to yourself. And short boosted being saying they're on target, as always. Let's be never quite, wants to never give away their strategy. Never know what that quite means, but let's see how JD get on the last car out on track.
He needs a spectacular last sector, and he could just sneak it past Martins for the
Happy Penguin course. He's fastest in the 5th sector. Only got this lap at 1:55.6. An identical time actually to the car in front of him, only 100 thousandths of a second separating as they come across the line, and it's a step slower, so they can stay where they are.
Yeah, his I can't remember which sector it was. At sector 2, he was a 10th down already in sector 2, so he had a big fight to come back there. If he would have nailed that, then it would have been really, really close.
And we'll just wait for that session to come to an end. And then we can bring you up with your official grid here. Round 8 ahead of the 12 hours of Suzuka. Now, well, worth mentioning the Inside iRacing podcast, which myself and producer Sean have appeared on before. It's absolutely fabulous content that those guys put together. And we'll drop you a link. We'll drop you a link into... Well, actually, it's already in there. It's in the description down below, and linked to the Spotify. Their latest guest is Josh Williams of Williams Esports, no less. Sorry, Josh Thompson even. Sorry, getting all the Williams all integrated there. Josh Thompson of Williams Esports. That's going to be well worth a listen to. And of course, like I've already mentioned, the episode with, it was truly myself, Tim Cox, and producer Sean Cranleigh-Swash, and we talk about what it's like being on this side of the race, what it's like to put together a broadcast, and well, what we deem our quality content. Obviously, I'm sure you viewers at home be the judge of that. And it's all fascinating. Well, we're checking those guys out. It's always entertaining. Yeah, so bring you up your grid very, very shortly. Let's just move across now to the next session as it's headed across. Well, advance forward into early morning, and the beauty of sim racing kicks in. Going to start in the dark, just to make it a bit more challenging for ourselves. It's fast forward to 5:30 local time. Nice cool track of 22 degrees Celsius. Ambient air temperature is 21. And then we'll bring you up with your grid very shortly as the cars start to take to the grid and line up behind the Porsche 911 safety car. And here we go. This is your official grid here in the final round. So for LMP1 on the front row, it's Sapphire Simsport with Sicania alongside. LMP2, starting in the second row of the grid. See someone already on the lights there flashing in the background. It's Hashtag with 524 joining them for company. Then in the second round in LMP2, it's Antagonistic Racing Team Orange with Vector by R for company. The third row of LMP2 sees Stage 1 Racing Junior with Booga Simsport LMP2 alongside Vera Merkulov. Definitely a quick driver and one to work out for. And then we've got Alex Holloway running out the grid in LMP2. Then let's move down to GTE, well, of course, as we mentioned, Aquilia Racing Aqua leading the way. Erika Arata, the Japanese driver, an absolutely stunning lap from him in the Porsche 911 RSR. Then we've got Maniti with Orion for company on the second row. Then we've got Aquilia Racing Cyan, one of the GTE AMs alongside, with backmarker Racing Yellow and then Boosted. Then we've got backmarker Razzle for Ferrari, followed by Happy Penguin in the lone Ford in the field, and then JD Sim Racing rounding out that sort of section and lowest of the GT AMs. And then just to round out your grid, we've got Centurion Racing Team and 27 Motorsport with their racing team Black.exe having to start from the pits due to penalties here ahead of the last round. And of how spicy potentially things could get, that might not be necessarily a bad thing for them. So we just head through the Casio triangles now.
I wonder if people have been. I hope people have been training, doing some practice in the dark, and not gonna hopefully not get caught out by this start in the dark now.
Well, I think we're about to find out, Josh, as the LMP ones come to the start line, and on the boost goes Sapphire Simsport and leaves for dead Sakanya. Head off into this, and you can just see the LMP2s coming around the last curve there. Sapphire at the hands of Léo Marchand, their new livery for this race, as leads away as LMP2 is away. And Quiros for hashtag getting out and away. Antagonistic Racing Team Orange just trying to cut through there. Not quite making it through with 524 holding on to that second place for now. As they come through the snake. And everyone just following each other through right now. Happy to be on board. But let's head down to GTE as they get underway. As we see Iwata, he's on the right-hand side screen. The Aquilia Porsche gets well away there. So you see the Corvette for Boosted just moves out to the left-hand side. Trying to get the jump on everyone up the inside. And they're going to pick up a place. Interestingly, Mediti in the BMW holding on to second, Orion holding on to third, but it's Boosted who've made the big gains. They all fan through. You can see JD just getting up the inside of Centurion in the background. The two Ferraris side by side through the snake. Not the best of options here. Because look, the .exe car that started from the back, and wow, they're going to look to try and head right round the outside. That's a long way to try and run it round. Marius Brewer on board for them. And Brumfield for Centurion. This is the last thing that he wants. They're losing so much time to JD, who are ahead of them. But Centurion just holding on for now. Cutting across the front of the .exe Porsche. See Happy Penguin there. Great start from them. Taking money on board in the Porsche. So leading the way. Just after already completing a lap here at Suzuka. It's the Audi for Marchand with you see Pizzo, well, just in the darkness there. You just about make them out. The two LMP1s getting away, and it is frightening the speed at which these cars can take that snake, Josh. You know, I mean, look, already a 1.6 second gap opened up between themselves and Sakanya.
Yeah, it's the prototype's got away nice and safe here. You know, they know their fight is not here early. It's about how they handle the traffic. Where for the GTEs, you know, it's track position is more important for them in the beginning of the race, because once if the prototypes start cutting through with them, it's going to be harder for them to attack each other. So it's they know it's vital here to get really good track position early in the race.
Enlightened, good to have you on board in chat, but right now, that's a move for first place. Maniti in the BMW just heading up the inside of Aquilia Racing Aqua to head out on to the start of the second lap. That has got them into first place and starting to pull away from the Japanese driver Iwata for Aquilia Racing Aqua in the Porsche, just behind already. 6 tenths of a gap has the BMW been able to open up the hands of Tim Matska. Insider iRacing Podcast, great to have you on board as well in the chat. As always, great to have so many of you commenting now. I mean, real credit. I mean, terms of iRating between these two drivers, Josh, Matsko, you can see on the screen right now, the BMW is a 9K driver. That is incredibly high. But I think a big shout has got to go to Iwata and that Porsche behind them, who's only a 3.8K driver. But GP only, I mean, that's way above what I could ever dream of. But he's really keeping up onto the tail of the BMW right now.
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, usually when you get to those numbers, you know, there's very few people in the world who have those numbers. Those guys are usually uber aliens and a second quicker than everyone else. But Akira really, especially in qualifying as well, there's nothing in between them. So big difference, big gap, but on track, not as much as that arbitrary iRating. So it's good to see.
It's all happening down in GTE, and you see the two Ferraris having a bit of a connection there. And somehow JD, with Mocek on board, just about managing to coming through unscathed, and now trying to mark an attack onto Danny Thompson for Aquilia Racing Cyan as they come across the start-finish line. And I think the Porsche might have a slowdown there. We've got now pit lane. We've got Sapphire Simsport in for LMP1. They've come in, and I believe they are going to be retiring the car. Take a look. They're just heading in. It's the Frenchman for Sapphire Simsport. Yeah, that is going to be the race over for them. So clearly problems early on for them, which is going to make life a lot easier for the Porsche 919 of Pizzo of Sicania. Opening up that gap, but heading down into LMP2. Vector not being able to make the start that they probably would have hoped for. Still in 4th place. See strong things from them as they had come across the start-finish line. So with 3 laps complete, let's just run you through your order here at Suzuka. We've got Pizzo currently leading the way for Sicania in the Porsche 919. With the Audi of Sapphire Simsport in the pits already in LMP1. LMP2, that's being led by Hashtag at the moment with 524 International in 2nd place, although closely followed is antagonistic racing team Orange and Vector by RSR. We can see the antagonistic and Vector cars battling out at the moment. While they do, that is allowing Van Slambrook of Stage 1 Junior to close up on them 7th place. Running out your field in LMP2 is FDR Esports. Heading down to GTE, while your top 3's in there. In Pro right now, it is Maniti, followed by Aquilia Racing Aqua, and then Orion, so BMW, Porsche, and then in AM, we have got the Ford, which has made an absolutely blinding start of Happy Penguin, followed by JD Sim Racing, and then backmarker Razzle Dazzle. So that's Ford from Ferrari there. Right now, it's just the Mocek for JD Sim Racing saying the fastest lap within GTE and a relatively clean start here at the start here, Josh.
Yeah, as I said earlier, you know, it's for the prototype, it's more about, you know, staying clean here and start catching the GTEs. That's where the real fight starts. And for the GTEs, they want to get that, you know, track position before that fighting, that traffic starts coming through. But even with that, you know, they've kept it pretty clean. There's been a few door-to bangs, especially with the Ferrari manufacturers. There's no manufacturer orders there, team orders there, but no big deaths, no big collisions. So that's good.
It's a great way to get away here with 12 hours left of racing. Well, not quite. We've got some 11 hours and 50 minutes approximately left. Racing, the drivers know that they need to be careful in these early opening stages, not to lose too much time. No fast repairs or anything like that to come out and save the drivers. So we now just watch the Vector car just closing up right now and trying to find a way to close up right onto the tail of antagonistic, but in the process, Fuga are right behind them there, Josh, and giving them a bit of hassle as we just see Sicania, something's happened to them. This is down into the hell. That was a bit clumsy there. And that was the 27 Motorsport BMW. Just a
We're
bit
not
of
willing
assistance.
to give up there and lose any time to traffic. Taking the LMP1 with them.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, we mentioned this during qualifying, where it is tricky for the prototypes, isn't it? That, you know, you've got battling GT cars, but at the same time, you're in your own race and you're trying to clear them as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's basically what the endurance racing is, isn't it? It's not about hot lapping and racing wheel to wheel as much as a sprint. It's how you deal with that traffic, and then you don't know the other drivers. You don't know what they're willing to give and take and stuff like that. So that's where the danger and the fun comes from.
Let's see.
It looks like Pitto's actually pitted as well, probably taking the repair and then go back out again.
Yeah, they could obviously with well, it's looking like the Sapphire Sinsport LMP1 has retired, so that does mean they've got a bit of time in the bank and don't have to rush things too much. It's just in the cover of darkness you can see this battle for last place on the podium. And actually, while this is all going on, 5 laps completed, we have an LMP2 leading the way here. It is hashtag LMP2 winning overall right now. Still an incredibly long way to go, but I think all of us, especially as Brits, we love an underdog, and we love it when something crazy like that happens. It's a really special moment to see when you have a lower category car leading the way overall. It did happen once within World Endurance Championship, very briefly, and it was a real fan favourite moment. That was at Le Mans, I want to say, in 2017. Wow. The prototypes LMP1s were having a few issues that day. It was absolutely spectacular. But right now, it's going to Scania going to have their work cut out. So they've come out of the pits since those repairs, and speed difference, I'm sure.
And they'll be 45 seconds down, I think, by the looks of things.
I think 45 seconds with the power difference between the two different prototype categories isn't a massive amount, really, is it? To be fair, George.
Yeah.
So we just come back to the battle in LMP2. Antagonistic, leading this way. They're third in class and obviously overall, followed by Vector, who we're on board with right now.
The fun thing now with the LMP1 having to come through is it actually is fighting for position with LMP2. So the LMP2s have no obligation to help them facilitate an overtake. They can drive how they want to. It'll be up to the LMP1 to pass safely and cleanly.
Oh, Josh, this is getting a bit tight here, and it could play a bit of a help to Vector. As that's one of the Ferraris that are just coming past in GTE. I think that is... Just looking at it, that's the backmarker Razzle Dazzle. But something has happened, apparently, to Mike Danforth, Orion Racing in the Porsche in GTE Pro. This is into Spoon, I think, Josh?
Oh, I did it. Oh. One tyre over the lip. That's all you need.
I'm just looking. There was also another car off in the background as well. Another one of the GTs. I think it might have been a BMW. Oh, no, was it backmarker? Just by this replay that we're getting in now. It could well be the backmarker Razzle. Ooh.
Wow. What happened there?
Not sure. That was a bit of a bizarre one, that, really, to be fair. This is the backmarker Yellow. Oh, wow, that's a big tank slapper there.
Yeah.
Car really, really twitched with a large amount of... Well, it just had a massive amount of snap oversteer, which, sent the car careering to the outside of the track. A bit of a strange one for his Spoon there, where the car's already so heavily loaded up. Let's just see. This is going to be a pass for P3 overall, with Vector heading past Antagonist. Fuga
actually now though. Down. Oh wow! Look at the traffic.
It's so tricky. You see the Porsche 911 on the lights there, just trying to clear the way, and Oh, moving around. Oh, this is... Oh, wow. Vector having to run out onto the grass there.
How did he save that?
Well, if that was gravel there, Josh, I think that is game over
Oh,
for Vector
100%.
and into the wall.
Lucky. That's some good racing, that is. Getting
It was.
spicy, I love it.
It is. I mean, it is so tricky when you've got, you know, GTs moving around for the, you know, in terms of the prototypes. You see, it's just a slalom course as they now try and pick through. That's the JD Ferrari just ahead of Antagonistic. We're on board with Vector right now. It's all into the Casio triangle, hard onto the brakes. Happy Penguin Ford just coming through. And somehow they just managed to follow through with one another and keep on to the back of each other. But while this is going on, Fuga have dropped right off the back. They've caught unlucky with the traffic. And they are nearly 2 seconds behind these two after battling out with them. We go down into turn 1 and Vector take the place back. And that moves them up into third in class and third overall right now. The LMP1 of the Sicania. That is 8th overall right now. Still not up onto the back of the LMP2s.
Yeah, I don't see any fuel saving yet. These guys are treating this as a sprint, and I love it.
You know, it's weird, isn't it? Because although it's you know, a really long endurance race, you know, fuel saving, tactics playing a part. Equally, on the flip side of that as well, they treat it like it's a sprint race and go hard at it for so long. It's so great to see, and we've 8 laps completed here at Suzuka right now. Your top threes, Mapizo leading the way in LMP1, but not overall because LMP2 are leading the way with hashtag in first, 524 a second, Vector are third. Then in GTE Pro right now, as you see the FTR LMP2 coming through there past. That was past the Centurion Ferrari. So in GTE Pro is Maniti from Aquilia, from Boosted. That's BMW, Porsche, Corvette. So great to have 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 right now in GTE Pro. GTE Am is the Ford of Happy Penguin. JD Sim Racing for Ferrari and Porsches. Aquilia Racing Cyan. Your top 3 in GTE Am. And again, 3 different manufacturers in top 3 in GTE Am. You just see that is, well, this could change though, because we've got back marker Razzle Dazzle right all over the back of Aquilia Racing Cyan, just ahead of them. Oh no, sorry, that's not Aquilia, is it? That's one of the BMWs. That's the 27 Motorsport from GTE Pro. Oh, that's our leader from GTE Am. That's the Ford of the Happy Penguin. Have they lost it all by themselves here? Oh. Big twitch there. And once you start losing it into that part of the circuit, Josh, I mean, is there any chance of saving it?
I mean, very little. It is horrendous if you get that turn 1 wrong and you feel it as well and you know it as well, and there's very little you can do about it. It's sometimes you can save it, but it's you need a bit of luck on your side. But outside of that, how amazing does that Ford look at nighttime? Why does no one else have some fancy LEDs inside their car? Looks awesome.
It's just, you know, when you see the Ford, it makes you sort of feel, well, why are the other manufacturers not as creative with their lighting solutions? With how that car looks at night, and absolutely spectacular. And see it coming round Spoon now. Got a few battles starting to happen up and down the fields. So .exe have managed to get past JD Sim Racing. That's not for a pass in class, but a pass for overall in GTE. As you see .exe start for the hands of Marius Brewer start to come through the field after starting right at the back, and they've already got themselves up into 5th in class. It's a spectacular performance from the Porsche team so far.
Very good. 2 cars in the slip as well. I wonder if they're happy just to sit there for now for a while, or if they want to make a pass soon. I imagine the Am behind them. Thomas Mocek there, I think he's probably happy to sit behind the .exe car and get dragged along.
I mean, if you're in their position here, Josh, what would you do in terms of how you would play it out if you were sat in that car right now? Would you sit behind them and just try and get dragged along and maybe fuel save, or would you look to mount an attack and get back past them?
Well, it depends on what they're happy to go for. Do they want to just get the best result in the GTEs overall, or are they just 100% focused on the AM, which I imagine is the case because the AMs are still up for contention for a winner. And I imagine he would be asking his teammate to report the lap times of P2 in the AMs, and if they are going quicker while sitting comfortably behind that slip, they won't make a move. They'll sit in that slip, take the extra speed, and take the fuel save in while doing quicker laps. But if P2 are catching them doing faster laps, then at some point they'll probably want to make a move and get past to up their own speed.
Right now on the screen you're seeing the battle for third in GTE overall right now. And also GTE Pro, you've got the Corvette of Boosted, and it is just in front of the Ryan Race Team Porsche. They come down into the Casio Triangle. That Porsche, the hands of Mike Dam, is looking incredibly racy. We've seen so many strong performances from the Canadian this season. Don't discredit Boosted. Of course, drop from LMP2 down into GTE. Wow, we've seen some really strong performances from them since they joined GTE. Talking of another strong performances, this isn't over position in class, but it's overall in GTE. So you've got the JD Sim Racing from GTE AM, the front with the green lights on the edge of that Ferrari. And the red light's just behind them.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tim, now we've just had a lap. So the P1 Mocek in the AMS did a 57.3, and P2, the Ford of Jacob Money, did a 50.8. So P1 is going quicker at the moment while sitting comfortably behind that .exe. So I see absolutely no reason why to change their position and push. Very happy there, and they're going quick.
Oh yeah, we've seen strong performances from .exe this season, and you can see the way that they've come from the back of the field already to bring themselves up to 5th in class and overall. It's going to be interesting to see. And Calvin Dent, great to have you on board in chat. Saying hashtag have pulled a really nice gap in LMP2. Well, they have. I mean, look, it's growing by the minute. Currently up to 7.8. Well, I was going to say 7.8. It's up to 7.9 now over 524 International.
Like P2 and the AMS is going for an overtake.
Oh, this is incredibly close between these two, isn't it? Between the Ryan and Boosted. The fight for third place and that last place on the podium in GTE Pro right now. It's the end of the Casio Triangle. I tell you what, it's going to be really interesting to see. Tacania, you spoke about this earlier, Josh, didn't you? Where the LMP1, due to its incident, having to take to the pit lanes, has now got to clear the LMP2 field. But these are for positions overall and not lapping and not. Well, I think they're just about getting themselves. That's past 524, but not as easy as what it is lapping.
I mean, if I was the LMP2, I'd just won't help facilitate it at all. Obviously, down the straights you can just stay straight and let them go, but I would now not try and lose any time whatsoever to let any of the cars catch up on me. I'd leave the LMP1 to just have to use their straight line speed to overtake me.
Let's just see back marker. That is the 27 Motorsport BMW ahead of them. Right now, they're just clambering all over the gearbox of that BMW right now, aren't they, Josh? It's you see them moving left, moving right, just trying to get their lights into the mirrors of the 27 Motorsport BMW, just do anything to distract them.
Yeah. Trying to really put him off here. This is... he's getting closer and closer. He just wants to edge it follow him through nicely and use a slip on a nice bit of straight. Might even be able to get it done here. If not, he'll set it up perfectly for the back straight and 130R, which is probably the most preferable one, because if he does it here, you'll open yourself up for that slip overtake.
Now,
Get nice and close, push it. Oh, you got squirrely there. Get a better exit. Oh, he's got it here.
Oh, I see. It seemed like he had to let off a little bit here, Joshua, but maybe not. As like you say, here he comes on the run up to 130R. You see the Ferrari pulling alongside, and they're going to have that inside line on the 27 Motorsport BMW just backing out there, allowing the back marker Razzle Dazzle Ferrari to come through. And that's
perfect. That's what you need. If you want to get an overtake done through that back straight at 130R, you have to have a great exit from Spoon. It is everything for that back straight, and they did. They got the exit, and the car in front had a little bit of a hairy rear moment there.
So we're going to have a chat now with... I'm just trying to find where we can move him across to... such as the plethora. Bear with me one moment. We're going to have a chat to Léo Marchand for Sapphire Simsport. There we go. He's into the commentary booth with us. Léo, welcome along. Obviously,
hi guys.
Retiring the car so early on.
Yeah, because in the team I was sadly the only one available for the last round, and because it's a finale, I really wanted to put the car one last time on track, but I still didn't want to disturb the other classes race because I wouldn't be able to go into the end. So I did the usual, so quali and restart, but to not interfere with other class races, I decided to retire the car once I catch traffic, just to have one last time on the track with at ISRC.
So we've seen you embroiled in so many great battles across the season, and we just see there Ryan and .exe banging doors into the Casio triangle, coming side by side out of it. I think Ryan is just going to hold on to that one as .exe have really closed up onto the back of them. We've seen you locked into so many great battles this season in LMP1. What's been your favourite?
The Silverstone one with Patrick from Fuga. It's a saddening with that crash, but that battle, like, he was putting so much pressure on me for those 6 laps, and battling, overtaking him, battling here and there, corners after corners, having to defend every corner because with my braking style I brake very early to regen boost, unlike him who brake quite late. So it was a lot of fun. Sad ending still, but very lot of fun.
I know Josh, who's in the commentary booth with us for these first couple of hours. Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, you were at a family party, weren't you? And you sat away in the corner because you were just so engrossed in that battle that we had at Silverstone in those opening laps between Sapphire and Fuga.
Yeah, that's true. I remember it was a family gathering that we do once a year with all extended family and stuff and cousins, all this kind of stuff. And I thought, I know Tim and them are broadcasting. I know there's a race on and it's at Silverstone. And I'll watch the start. And my God, I was in the chat saying, how is this an endurance race? These boys are sprinting like there's money on the line. It was amazing to watch.
For anyone at home who hasn't seen it, it is well worth going back and watching it. It's quite possibly some of the... not forget about just sim racing in general, just motorsports as a whole. It was some of the most amazing racing that you will ever see in motorsport. It was, I'll tell you what, it was a pleasure watching it and being able to commentate on it. As see back markers trying to make their way past 27 Motorsport there, and we're glad you enjoyed it. Of course, like Spa as well. That was another scene of a great battle between yourselves at Sapphire and at Fuga as well.
Yeah, once again, but sadly I wasn't able to race this time because of work. But I tried to follow the race, and I was very nervous because I know Fuga has insane driver with a very good pace. But I was fully confident if in my driver space. So I was expecting a very close race, and it was. And I watched the replay of the race after work, and it was very, very close. Some touchy moment. But yes, they did an amazing job this season. It's sad they didn't show up for the last few rounds because it could have been very good battles, but it is what it is.
It is indeed, and I think it just leaves us to say congratulations on the championship victory. What can we see in the future from Sapphire SimSport?
For Sapphire SimSport, I don't know, because for the whole story it was the end of season 1, ISRC, it was Le Mans 24, and Sapphire SimSport needed a driver, and it was me. And they trusted me for leading the team for this second season. But I'm driving with other team, so if we see me with the Sapphire car, it will be for fun, enjoying with friends, but in LMP1 it will be with other teams.
Brilliant, and thank you very much for popping along for a chat. That is Léo Marchand from Sapphire SimSport LMP1.
And before I leave, just want to thank you for the broadcast, because it's insane, like, quality is insane, commentary too. Thanking Isaac and Martin and Ed and RT for winning this league. RSFC is a very nice league, and I'm proud of being part of that team. And again, thanking Martin and Isaac for trusting me for Le Mans last season. That's led us to this championship.
Definitely, I completely and utterly second your thanks there and your opinion into the league. It's been absolutely spectacular and a great way to close it out in fashion here at Suzuka. Thanks very much for popping along for a chat, Loic.
Thanks for having me, guys, and good luck for the commentary.
Thank you very much.
See you.
Léo Marchand from Sapphire SimSport Alpha in the Audi R18, and half an hour complete. Let's just run you through your order. So Sicania, they are leading the way in LMP1 and back now overall after an accident saw them drop down the field, and we saw briefly an LMP2 leading the way. Sapphire SimSport, they're going to be second and retiring the car early on, as we just spoke to. Their driver Léo Marchand, unfortunately not enough drivers to get them through this thing. Through the event. At least I brought the car out for one final finale in the championship. Into LMP2, well, that's been hotting up. Hashtag have been galloping away out front. At the hands of Quiris, the Iberian. They are some 12 seconds out in front of the lead right now. Vector by RSR, they are second. The antagonist at Racing Team Orange and Fuga not too far behind. So you see the sun starting to come up. In the land of the rising sun. We've got 524 International, Stage 1 Junior, and then FTR Esports Red rounding out your field here in LMP2. Just starting to space out a little. Now let's head down to GTE Pro. The top three in there right now are Maniti, who have pulled out some nearly 4 seconds over Aquilia Racing Aqua for Porsche. Then we've got .exe after starting in the back. A brilliant performance from there, carving the way through the field. However, the Porsche team have got the Corvette of Boosted just behind them, and Orion Race Team even closer behind. You can see you practically throw a blanket over those three as they fight it out for the last place on the podium here in Suzuka. And I've had a little bit of a message from the guys that over at Boosted, and I think it was Toby Ward. Yeah, he sent it across, and he says Boosted are on track. So as always, nice and informative. Thank you very much to those guys. Then into GTE Am. It's JD Sim Racing leading the way for Ferrari right now over the Happy Penguin Racing Team. That's for driving a Ford. Did have the lead for a while. However, due to an incident, it came tumbling down through the order. And then Aquilia Racing Cyan rounding out your podium. 3 different manufacturers on each of the steps in GTE Am, with backmarker Razzle rounding out your field in GTE Am. Only 2 retirements so far. We've had the Sapphire SimSport Alpha in LMP1. Unfortunately, the Verve Racing Team Black Porsche wasn't able to make the grid. So 2 retirements, not too bad into 12 hours after what's been some competitive opening racing here in this first half an hour.
Yeah, and these GT boys have been really pushing it as well. So good job on them to keep it on the track.
I tell you, it's fascinating, this battle that's being played out right now for that last place on the podium in GTE Pro. It's crazy how close they are after half an hour's racing. Hardly anything to separate them at all.
No, it's very close here, and now it's like 1/10, I think, going through here. Look how close they are. They're bumper to bumper. The car ahead into the chicane. There we go.
See the FTR LMP2 just coming through there. It's a battle up ahead of the Quillier Cyan, but
Oh, actually gone past, it looks.
they have, yeah. So they've got themselves up to the third, and they're really starting to pull and get some fresh air between themselves and Orion right now, which, I mean, I think surely that's going to be setup induced of trying to pull away through the straights and have a higher top speed, Josh.
Yeah, I was from what I was understanding that the Porsche is one of the quickest cars this season, and it's got a good top end speed, and it can run more downforce than the others while still being one of the quickest cars in the straight. So I imagine if someone can tweak a little bit with the setups and get it like still very strong while lowering that wing, you know what I mean? You got a feisty car in your hand there that can really attack on the straights.
We had a message from Calvin Dent in the chat. He's going to pop along a little bit later for a chat with us over the Inside iRacing podcast and about his company Sim 3D. He was saying, I imagine later on they're going to really struggle with the tyres around here, pushing at that pace. And I know ABS on the GT3s increases tyre degradation. Obviously, the GTEs don't have ABS, so you don't get that quite as much. But even so, surely there's only so long that these guys can keep this sort of pace up with, battling so hard and pushing each other along.
Yeah, because I mean, if you fuel save here perfectly, you can like almost push it to the hour mark perfectly. So if there's a few cars that are doing that and avoiding all the fighting, in the long run of the 12 hours, that might bring them back into the fold and give them the advantage. So I'll be surprised if these guys are fighting for more than a couple of hours. And if they are, then all props to them for making it nice and exciting. But somebody who's fuel saving or going on a different tactic from the beginning, they might be able to come back towards the end and sneak it.
Now, just to keep you up to date, so in the next hour, which isn't too far away, we will be talking about and having a bit of a debate between myself and Josh over, can LMP3 work in IMSA and therefore in iRacing? It's a bit of an interesting subject. I know you've got your strong opinions on this one, Josh, and obviously LMP3 being announced for another season in IMSA. And it's all one to stay tuned for. We'll love to hear your opinions later on in the next hour about that one. And, well, we're staying tuned in for as we just see antagonist Racing Team Orange just keeping hold of that third place for now in LMP2 as they look to hunt down Vector. Well, they're going to get past them because Vector are into the pits. The first of the teams to pit here, obviously excluding Sakanya, who pitted early due to that damage, and obviously Sapphire, where they returned the car, and 524, they are in as well. The first of our hitters. So this new driver for Vector, Marius Valiuskas, the American. Yet to see him, so it's going to be really interesting to see how he gets on. We've also got FTR, they are in the pits as well. And interesting where a bit of fuel savings being able to go on here, Josh, and those top teams in LMP2 just able to take it another, well, for now another lap, potentially more into their stints.
Yep. Look at the, you're right, look at the daylight now, we can see in the background coming up. It's going to play a role in this race.
it's that sort of inky blueness looking into the skies, isn't it? It's almost a bit eerie, a bit mysterious, as you can definitely see. We're starting to be able to see a little bit more of the cars, that aren't being lit up. I tell you what, it looks a lot more lighter from the onboard shot compared to what it does from the outside cameras.
Yeah, you see, so you got a lot more visibility now. That's going to help the drivers start pushing there.
But what does this interesting one though, Josh, is obviously as the sun's coming up, it's going to get warmer. Therefore, track temperature is going to increase naturally. But also, now the drivers can see more, they're going to be pushing harder potentially. So it's going to be a little bit of a double whammy in terms of that tyre management and potentially overcooking those tyres where they're locked into a hard battle.
Yeah, definitely. As you say, as the day progresses and it gets warmer, those tyres will change radically. So one to look out for, especially if the driver's doing an early stint here and then they're coming back in a few hours to do a midday stint, just to take a little bit extra care when they get back into that car, because it won't feel as it did in their first stint.
So a beautiful image there as Vector came across the hill with the orange skies ahead of them. Everyone else in LMP2 has pitted in front of them. Hashtag got back out into the lead. Of course, they have that strong lead early on, but what can Vector do? Can they move up through the pit lane? As you can see, everyone on, except for Stage 1 Junior, is on the exit. What can Vector do? And they've hauled themselves out. Valiokas, what a spectacular outlap. Made it count, has got the car up into second place ahead. Antagonistic. And Fuga, great stuff from them. Absolutely spectacular. So they just get almost stuck between a couple of the GTEs there, and this is where it gets tricky, isn't it? You can lose and gain just so much. As you see the Aquilia Porsche there just on the lights. Congratulations on them getting past, I'm sure. Now we've got JD. Mocek currently on board for them in the Ferrari, leading in GCE quite comfortably. 7 seconds is the gap between themselves and Happy Penguin Racing in the Ford, who is second in class right now and on track. Jacob Money currently piloting the Ford that is behind them.
They're in a perfect position here. They've got a 7-second gap to P2, and they're sitting behind a pro driver here in their slip. They get the speed. They can fuel save perfectly. Just perfect positioning in this race for them.
I tell you what, interesting, because that's probably one of the parts you do it is fuel saving, and is it occurring and such like, and just listening in. Another great place to listen in as well will be at the end of the start-finish straight is, are they pulling in the clutch to fuel save? You can see the power of that Ferrari just pulling away. Let's have a little listen as it comes into the corner.
To be fair, he's not fuel saving that much. He could do more.
Oh, yeah, they could do a lot more. I mean, we saw it back at Daytona, where the drivers were all, pulling the clutch into turn one and just rolling from pretty much the start-finish line all the way down to the apex of turn one. Clearly not happening here today. It's Suzuka. Drivers really going hard at it. Definitely in the case of JD Sim Racing. Now we'll be hearing from Martin Pearson, series organizer, shortly. Be great to catch up with him and hear his thoughts. Well, I'll say in a bit. Here he is already. Jumping straight into the comment booth. Welcome along, Martin, and a relatively clean start here at Suzuka.
Yeah, g'day guys. It's been quite nice. We've had a couple of very, very minor incidents. We've had 3 incident reports so far, but 2 warnings for very slight contact in GTE, and then a bit of netcode between an LMP2 and a GTE car. And some cracking racing I've seen on stream as well. So no, going all good at the moment.
Definitely, it's a great way to see the sun starting to come up now, and bringing some absolutely brilliant shots of the cars racing around here at Suzuka. Now, obviously, I know you spoke about where there was some money potentially left over from the running of the league, that any sort of leftover funds you were going to donate to charities. Now, I understand that the drivers have been voting for what their favourite charities were and who they like to see the money go towards, and I believe you've got some news around that.
Yes, absolutely we do. So we broke down the charity nominations in an attempt to we grouped them so in an attempt to represent our clientele, if you like, our competitors. So we had a United Kingdom group, we had a European group, and then like a US rest of the world sort of group as well. And so from the United Kingdom group, we had Race Against Dementia, got most votes in that group, so they're driven to raise money to fund breakthrough and innovative dementia research. In the European group, we had a Dutch charity. It's actually the Dutch Cancer Society, so they got most votes in there. And then for the rest of the world, it was the Team Seas who were looking to clean up the seas and clean up air pollution and all the plastic pollution you see around the world as well. So we'll split whatever money we have left over at the end of the organisation equally between those three organisations. And yeah, hope to make a little bit of good, a little bit of difference has come out of the voluntary work that we've done and all of the people that have come along and enjoyed our organisation and races.
Definitely is. Just sort as we were chatting about that, Fuga just getting past antagonistic race Team Orange for third place in LMP2 right now. And I mean, maybe one for a little bit later in the show is we'll talk about standout moments from the championship from your point of view. One to think about. See, I know we've got a lot of debates and discussion points throughout the show. Are there any particular ones that have appealed to yourself and you'll be looking forward to us having?
I had a scan through them, and I think about half of them I was like, ooh, I wouldn't mind jumping in on these. So your first one, LMP3 in IMSA, I have an opinion on that. I'm quite opinionated, as you might be guessing right now. Should you win at all costs? Oh, that's such a good one as well. Do you need top-level sim equipment to be competitive? That's a good one, because I kind of sit on that. I'm okay, but I don't have the best equipment or anywhere near it in some regards. Third-party software is obviously SDK gaming. Let's be honest, no need for anything else. Debate's over. Rain-only series? Oh, wow, I'd love to be able to spend the time and effort on that to get good at Rain. iRacing pricing model, that sounds horrendously political, and I won't get involved in that. In-sim communication, that's another interesting one, depending on how you define communication, because a lot of leagues don't allow communication like text and voice within a race like ours. But obviously flashing of headlights is a form of communication as well. Anyway, electric motorsport, I wouldn't say turned on by it or turned off. I'm kind of, I do have an opinion. Sim racing and esports, I'll leave others to that. And then I think, unfortunately, there's an inevitable answer to the final topic if you have about GTEs and LP1s. But hey, we'll get to that point.
Definitely, and it gives you an idea of some of the debates we've got coming up throughout the show and our discussion points that we'll be talking about. As you mentioned, I've got the in next 10 to 20 minutes. We'll start off the next one about can LMP3s work in IMSA and into this in iRacing. And well, Martin, we'll leave you to carry on with your stewarding decisions, and great to hear from you as always, and thank you for bringing us up to date with the charities and some absolutely brilliant charities that the money's going to be going towards there.
Yeah, absolutely. We look forward to be able to finish off this season today, and hopefully do a little good as well.
Definitely, that's Martin Pearson, series organizer. Yeah, sure, we'll be hearing more from throughout the show.
Cheers, guys. Enjoy.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, Josh, just while we've been chatting, it's amazing how light it's got out there.
Yeah, it's really lit up real quick here. A lot easier for us as well to see, and also for the drivers, they'll be welcoming the sun.
It's always challenging, especially for races that start in the pitch black for us as commentators, because trying to pick out which livery, which car it is, because you quite often can't see the liveries. It's a bit of a stab in the dark at times, and a few errors come in. A little bit easier with the GTs, of course, with different cars, different headlights, and you can often tell, and of course there's LED strips as well around the windows being in different configurations will aid us. And this was just the two JD Sim Racing and Centurion. And I mean, you said about it earlier, Josh, for JD, they seem to be happy to sit behind Centurion, and that gap is increasing even more so over Happy Penguin in the Ford, who is second place in GTEM and also on the road. I mean, equally, it's a bit surprising when we were listening earlier about, with such a gap and also being able to follow in that slipstream, the lack of fuel saving that's going on, to maybe just try and extend out the stop as much as possible.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're already they were 7.5 seconds, now they're about 9 seconds ahead. You know, they probably, the fuel saving isn't as critical for them at this point, because they know they have the track pace. So as long as they're driving quicker, even without like the major fuel saving, you know what I mean, they're still going to be in a powerful position, and you know
So if you're a JD, actually, we'll pick up that point in a minute. Let's take a look at what's happened to our leader in LMP2. This hashtag, and wow, that's into the barrier.
That is big for the LMP2 race.
That is, and it makes you wonder: have they bent the steering at all?
Yeah, is that a meatball?
It's so tricky, isn't it? Because sometimes, the car can look fine from the exterior, but it's what's going on in the internal workings.
Yeah.
We're looking back now. We just need to get to a straight part. It's a bit hard to tell, but I think...
Looks alright.
Yeah, I think they might have got away with that one. Rui Quiros, the Iberian, currently on board for them. I think he's got away with one there. Look, this is FTR, another LMP2s. They're currently running 7th in class, and oh, I thought they saved that one and got it collected again, but just got it back on the grass, and unlike hashtag, managed to keep it out of the barrier. As we head back to JD versus...
I think the hashtag racing, I was looking at the top speed there. I think they've lost some straight line speed. I was trying to compare the two with Vector.
It does look that way, doesn't it? Even if you actually look at the rest of the field,
I think you hit about 260 there, top speed. Hashtag. We'll see Vector when they get up there.
I mean, even so, if you compare them to the rest of the field,
yeah,
their top speed is lowest out of everyone.
Yeah, I think they've lost a bit of top speed.
Do you think is that going to be floor damage that would be causing that?
I think it would just be car damage. I mean, he bushed that car into the wall. I mean, I really don't know how he didn't get a meatball for that, and bench steering and the whole lot. Like I've had a love tap and had more damage previously. So
yeah, it's the... Oh, wow, Josh. Yeah. Hashtag are in the pits, aren't they? So I think this is going to be your big answer. They're in from the lead. This is well before they're due to stop again. And there you go. Vector have taken the lead.
Yeah.
And Fuga up in second.
I mean, they're not lucky, but they're lucky in a way that's happened so early. So they can get in, get it repaired, and use this next 11 hours to try and catch up again, barring any other incidents.
So it's going to be a really interesting one to see, Josh, just how much time they lose. Because, I mean, so the average stop for LMP2 is around about 33 seconds stationary. Now, well, we'll see to the extent of the damage. They've dropped all the way to 6th in class. They've headed out again. So clearly not too bad on the damage front. And I think, like you say, they've fallen, fallen right down the order. They are now some 20 seconds off the lead. So that's what it's cost them. But the interesting point is, this is front. Obviously, they would have taken fuel, possibly tyres. Right? They've got to have repaired. I mean, the fuel. I mean, they're only actually not even that. I'm doing the maths here. On the 7 laps into their stint, so they wouldn't have needed. It would have been a splash and dash in terms of fuel, but yeah, it can't have been too much damage, surely. That needed repairing, or maybe just taking the essential repairs and not the optionals to keep themselves into contention.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe they feel like they can manage it.
Interesting.
Just see the Ford there. This Scania coming past them. I mean, do you think maybe they're looking to, if there's any optional repairs on the car, they're just going to spread that out across numerous pit stops just to try and equalise it out a little bit?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, if they feel the car's still very competitive, they could still be, like you said, just eking it out. Might be worth it for them instead, taking the big repair in one go and try and catch up. But it'll be very interesting to see what their lap times are now. Now they're back out again.
It is. It's a real fascinating twist to the tale here in Suzuka, and also it's going to be interesting to see how this plans out throughout the rest of the race as well. I think just because now they are on a completely and utterly different strategy to everyone else around them.
Yeah, it's really threw them off that pack strategy-wise. So it's going to be one to keep an eye on, because it could catch some of the other teams out if they don't take into consideration that they're out of sync with the rest. His last time there, now he's in a 44. No, sorry, he's 41.7. Really, is that right?
That's going to be. Because they're coming out the pits, they haven't completed they're halfway around their full hot lap, as it were. Full race pace lap. Just look back from Happy Penguin Racing Ford, and that is back marker yellow in the BMW behind them from GTE Pro. Obviously, the Ford in GTE that for a change in position overall in GTE, but not in class. As just see whether there's so many, a couple of little battles happening out. Obviously, just going back to what we were saying about JD and how they're tucked up behind Centurion, Josh. At what point do you start fuel saving? Do you start saving it potentially into more the middle of the day, when the track's going to be at the hottest part, temperature-wise, because then you can ease into the corners and maybe not load up the tyres so much so you don't, age with the tyre wear?
I think they'll be waiting to see how it all looks after the first round of pits, or the next round of pits. And just seeing if the Jacob Money team in the Ford, if they extended much longer than them, if they gained time on them, or anything like this. I think they'll be waiting to gain that information before they decide if they need to fuel save or not. They're in such a controlling position that they can just wait and see and gather the data before they need to make a choice.
Yeah. Now, just while these guys are looking relatively calm, welcome along into the commentary booth. It's Ian Winchester. Welcome along to yourself, sir, as Josh is going to be departing soon, and he's joined us at an intriguing stage of the race here, Ian.
Good afternoon, Tim. Good afternoon, Josh. Have you had a good time today so far?
Been
yeah,
great racing, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, we've seen some
Superb.
absolutely brilliant battles out on track, and yeah, if you twist the tail, we've got actually our leader in GTE Pro and second place, Maniti and Aquila. Oh, you see the Ford just running a bit deep there, and
Nudge.
they're into the pits.
I see producer Sean has been his favourite car has been kind of the focus for the last few laps. Is there any kind of production bias here, do you think, or is this purely for the battle that's going on right now?
I think there's a bit of both, really. As the next closest battle on track is between the Centurion Ferrari and GT Pro and JD Sim Racing. There you go. It's conveniently flitted over there.
It's almost if producer Sean is listening to us.
It is, yes. But obviously, before being producer Sean's favourite car, maybe a potentially a bit more of a chance of a pass going on there. We've got .exe, they are into the pits as well. Boosted have carried on. Who else have we got in? JD, they've come into the pits, so that answers that one. Likewise, a back marker yellow from BMW. But Josh, I think it's this time after qualifying and an emotional hour one, it's time to let you go.
Yep, absolutely. And as my last thing, I see there with the hashtag race, and they did an absolutely fine lap. So looks like the damage is all repaired, so they can now go on an attack. And yeah, thanks for these first 2 hours, and good luck with the rest of the racing, and enjoy.
Thank you
Very much, Josh.
That's Josh Wilson there, and great to have him on board as always here at Total Sim Sports. But so we now reach the top of the hour. I don't know quite where. An hour of racing has gone. Still 11 hours of racing remaining. Ian, do you want to take us through the standings?
Sure. Yes, we've got. It looks like we've only got one LMP1 on the track at the moment, and then in the next class down, we've got Marius Valikolas in Vector by RSR in the lead. Ruslan Baryakolov for Fuga in second. Dennis Scholing in third. Erwin Lucas in fourth. Then next, we've got Stage 1 Racing Junior and Rui Kerio in hashtag racing, and then followed in by Alex Holloway. In the GTA Pro class, we've got Benjamin Gregory in first position, Stephen Bromfield in second, Tim Matska in third, Akira Iwata in fourth, Mike Dam in fifth, Marius Breuer in sixth, and in seventh, Stefan Jones, he's in the pit at the moment by the looks of it, and eighth, Nelson Ignacio, and ninth, Nicholas Reeves for Verb Racing Team Black. And in the GTE AM, we've got Jacob Money. It looks to be a privateer. There's no team there. Would that be correct, Tim? And then in the next in the GTE AM class, we've got Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle. Thomas Mocek, Danny Thompson is following on at the back. And right now we've got a new play-by-play commentator, our very own Seb Bosher-Williams. Welcome to the trackside, Seb.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Yes, it's been an interesting start to the race, and I'm looking forward to doing some commentary for the rest of for a few hours. It's going to be great. I heard you talking about Stefan Jones is in the pit stop. They have got a speeding penalty, so they have had another setback in their race. So that's why they have dropped down the order once again. And yeah, lots of incidents on track today, but it's been very interesting. I'm looking forward to watching more of the racing as we see Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle actually take the lead in GTE AM. Everything to play for in GTE AM today. Of course, the championship is on the line, so we'll be keeping an eye out on that for the rest of the race. So as we settle in and we have a look at the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle Ferrari, I thought it was quite interesting, Ian, that some of the cars managed to get an extra few laps. Definitely the GTEs, they I think it was Orion and Centurion, they managed to get an extra lap, so 32 laps on the stint, which is very impressive. So that will be a huge improvement for their race. and able to be able to push a little bit more in certain stints. Ian, do you think that fuel saving plays a big part in endurance races?
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to ask, was that purely down to fuel saving, just basically sipping a little bit more, not jumping out the corners quite so hard? But clearly, with some of the cars, you've got to take fuel and change tyres in a stint. If you're doing an extra lap, that is clearly going to bring you up in the order. And from what you're saying, that has definitely happened. But you're a driver yourself, though, Seb. Do you think that at what point does fuel saving become a false economy, so to speak?
It's a really interesting question, and I think it's a really interesting calculation that a lot of teams have to make, and I think once you're trying to save more than about 2 laps of fuel per stint, unless you're very good at it, and there's a real art to fuel saving, and unless you're very good at fuel saving, you end up struggling with you just lose too much time, and then it's all a little bit of an issue. And another thing to take into consideration in endurance racing is the damage. And I know that my team, Backmarker Racing Yellow, they picked up some front end damage earlier on in the race, which is actually meaning that they're using a little bit less fuel than we were anticipating. So you've got to think about that on the fly, and I think many teams will have their own custom spreadsheets that they've developed to help them overcome all of these challenges, and it's just another reason why endurance racing is so fun.
Yeah, I guess so. Because when you're saying front end damage, your first thought is damage bad, but in that case, I suppose it would also reduce your front end tyre wear, as well as reducing your fuel usage. So you can actually use it to your advantage if you're a canny, as you were saying. So that's actually a really interesting point. It's really nice to have a driver's perspective on that.
Yes,
because it's I've only really done short sprint races myself. It's not endurance racing is something I've wanted to get into, but it's just finding the time and well, more or less practice as well, because you don't want to let your teammates down either. So you don't want to just jump into the car and then spin off, crash, and ruin everyone else's efforts. So you need a lot of practice, and you need a lot of time to actually do the race. Obviously, you need to sign out, in this case, 12 hours. So it is something I'm definitely interested in doing at some point. I think PSS were talking about entering an endurance team at some point as well. So if I can find some time, I might actually try and train up for that.
Yeah, I would wholeheartedly recommend endurance racing. It's one of my favourite things. It's the only thing I do in the sim racing world these days. Gone are the days when I used to do sprint races. It's all about, for me, endurance and working as a team, and I find it so rewarding. And having a team like Backmarker Racing, which I run and manage, it's just been amazing, and I'm sure a lot of people here at ISRC and watching can echo the sentiment of when you find a team that really gelled, they're just like friends, and you just can't wait to do more races with them. And yeah, these races are a big time commitment, though. I mean, it's not, you say you got to book 12 hours off on the weekend, but I know that for this race, a lot of people have done at least 4 hours of practice over the week, so it's a huge time commitment. So very it's something that's not taken lightly, especially when you get into the 24-hour races, as we have a little bit of a look at a battle that's currently out on track at the moment, Ryan, and I think that's Centurion there, so we will be keeping an eye on them as we develop through the race.
So, but I mean, you say the 4 hours preparation, practice and training on the actual track, but for someone who's not actually got into endurance racing at all, there are lots of other things to consider, like practicing. Yeah. So the Seb, back to you for the battle that's currently going on around.
Sure, so Mike Dam is currently in the number 144 car, being chased down by Marius Brewer of the .exe esports #red team as they come through the final corner here at Suzuka to start another lap, a wonderful lap around this track. Very technical in the GTE cars, of course, no ABS or they do have traction control, so no ABS, which means T1's very difficult. You don't want to touch that outside curb at all. It's so slippery on the outside there, very easy to loop it. Of course, both of these cars are Porsches, which are a little bit of the favoured cars at the moment in terms of the BOP or balance of performance. If you are like me, you're very into that sort of stuff, and the BOP very much favours the Porsche at the moment, which is why there are mostly Porsches out on track. Saying that a BMW was in the lead of the race. I think I'm having a little bit of an issue with my timing sense. People are jumping around all over the place. But what I'm not having an issue with is watching this incredible battle as they come through Degna 2 under the bridge. The track's finally starting to get brighter. I saw in the ISRC chat that some people were a bit surprised that it was dark, and I have to say that embarrassingly I was also one of them. I thought it was going to be a race that was in the light all the time, and that's actually an interesting question. You know, do you think that I'm going to work out how to phrase this? Do you think that not knowing like the conditions, do you think that would impact certain drivers? Do you think that's a real detriment to their race preparation if they don't know that it's a dark start?
Yeah, I guess so. But because the track's going to be colder, there's going to be a whole lot of different factors, isn't there? So these, especially in the first couple of laps, well, you're waiting for the tyres to warm up, and then you might be taking it a little bit too easy into some really tight corners, but then the track will be colder, so you could actually go in with less braking. But yeah, I think preparation is everything, and the more prepared you are, the better you will do. But if I can just turn our little conversation through to the debate that we were talking about in this first hour. LMP3, what is your view of it in IMSA? Can it work?
Can it work? So it's a really interesting question. Can LMP3s work in IMSA in iRacing? Of course, this year they were introduced into the real-life IMSA event, and we know that iRacing has a very close affiliation with the IMSA Racing Series, as of course the GTEs are being removed from IMSA at the end of this season to match the real world's motorsport counterpart. I think, personally for me, I'm not as a GTE driver, and I think I need to preface anything that I say with I mainly race GTEs these days. I'm okay with just LMP2s because they tend to dive me often enough. No disrespect to LMP2 drivers, most of you are awesome, but there are. I used to drive the LMP1, and sometimes you really have to make those moves that you really wince at, and I think that the LMP2 is even worse of that because you have such a less of a pace delta between the slower cars. And LMP3s are very similar to quick GTE pace, so I can see it. I can see it adding a lot of incidents to the IMSA Sprint Series, and diluting the prototype category as well. But there's always an argument to be made that if a motorsport series is closely aligned with a sim racing simulation or a simulator as IMSA is, then it should be as realistic as possible. So I can see the argument for and against, but as a GTE driver, I think I wouldn't necessarily enjoy LMP3s. Well, what do you think, Ian?
Well, I'm the kind of opposite side of the fence because I mainly drive P2s when I'm driving that kind of vehicle. But again, not in endurance, in sprint races. So I think the longest sprint races officials are around 40 minutes, I think, in IMSA. And I do try and be kind to the GTE races because I was made aware that there is this constant, how should we say, put it nicely, constant bickering between GTE and P2 drivers, and one is constantly saying it's the other's fault, and the others is like, oh, it's accursed LMP2 drivers and so on and so forth. And I think it just requires you to take a step back, have a bit of compassion and empathy for the other driver, and try and make a safe pass, because everyone wants a safe race, right? But I appreciate it's difficult sometimes, and if your blood is up and you're really getting pressed by second position and you really need to get past these GTE bank markers, you can see why some drivers potentially make a risky pass. But I think it's also unfair because it can just ruin other people's races. But I know some professional racers who are in both iRacing and race on track. They're not too happy with P3 coming into IMSA, because they feel it's almost like they've given it a pejorative moniker. They're like a gentleman driver. But I mean, that's a little bit unfair, because if you look at the other side of the fence again, gentleman drivers are the lifeblood. They're the feeder for the rest of the classes. So if they can't start somewhere that's fairly reasonable, I say cheap, P3 is not going to be cheap, is it? But the whole idea is they're designed to be as standard as possible, so you don't spend money researching and developing on bits of the car. But so it's a cheap entry to the racing, but how else are you going to find the skills of drivers so that they can feed through into the faster classes?
Sorry, I was having a look at the. It's a very interesting point, but I was reading the comments in the YouTube channel at the moment, and they were discussing the LMP3, and I think Martin Pearson, of course, the ISRC league organizer, makes a very good point that if GTEs are removed from IMSA in real life and then in turn iRacing, it would make it easier for the LMP3s. So maybe they are a good replacement. As I do like
what you were saying. From what you were saying, though, sorry to interrupt you. From what you were saying is that they are going to be pretty much a replacement for GTEs. If they're about the same kind of pace as them, then it's like for like almost.
Then I'm sure the GT3 drivers will be extra happy. I think it's and going back to real life motorsport, the LMP3s, I think, for me, do serve a very important place in the real world IMSA. Is as you were mentioning, is the way for gentleman drivers to get into the sport and to fund the motorsport that we like to watch. And I think that the LMP3s are a very good way of doing that. Maybe there's some tweaks that might need to be happening in the real world BOP to make it a little bit easier. But of course, as GTE will be removed from IMSA, then I think that issue will go away. So I think it'll be very interesting to see what happens in IMSA next year with the as we say goodbye to the GTE cars, which I'm very sad to see go, because they are some of my favourite cars to watch as we continue to watch the number 144 Orion car at the moment. Always there's a little bit of a pass down into Degner 2. Always a little bit risky there. We're talking about prototypes making little bits of risky moves, and I think that might have just been another one to add to the tally of this race. So
Sticking as well. Sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
The just on a more visceral level as well. It depends what kind of engine noise you're into, because the P3s, they've got a 5.3 naturally aspirated, which develops all its power down low, whereas the P2s develop most of their power at 8.5K in their 4.2 Gibson. So you're going to have this screaming P2 and this roaring P3. So I think that's going to make it kind of more fun if you're actually there.
Oh, as we just cut back, and that was Orion trying to go around the outside of the boosted Corvette team. Almost Schumacher and Alonso-esque at the moment. And that's going to allow .exe to dive at the inside and take the position away from Orion. Orion has now lost a position And they are down to 5th place overall. .exe up to 4th, capitalising on that opportunistic move. .exe defends to the inside at the moment, but he still has the upper hand over Centurion and Orion even as they head into turn 1 again. And .exe even have made up 1 position. Boosted will have to be watching behind from the 2 very fast Porsches, and that was some great racing, Ian. And we're an hour and 20 minutes into this race, but the racing does not seem to be letting up at all at the moment.
Yeah, and there's a beautifully clean pass as well. It's always good to see. But it looks like this there might be a bit of drafting going on as soon as we get onto a nice bit of straight. So I don't think it's fully done for yet. Would you agree?
Oh, I completely agree. And if there's anybody there I would be anticipating to make a move, it would be the Orion 144 car. Mike Dam is incredibly quick. I raced against him at... I say raced against him. He overtook me very quickly at Daytona in the, I think, 2 rounds previous to this. As we see a move there. So that's the .exe car getting a really nice run out of the hairpin as they come along the straight towards Spoon Corner. And unfortunately, .exe will just have to pull in. No, they won't, as they dictate and as they contradict what I'm saying there, as the boosted Corvette is very deep under braking, defending with all his might at the moment. He's going to have a very poor run out of Spoon, and this is the perfect opportunity for the .exe Porsche to get past as we head up the straight now towards 130R. We saw Mike Dan trying to go around the outside of the Corvette. This time it's .exe's chance to get him, and he's got him. Will this be a double overtake or a double loss of positions for .exe? Not at boosted even. So .exe takes P3 overall. The Corvette of boosted are down to P4, and Orion will have to stay behind them and try and get them on the next lap in P5 at the moment. That was some great racing, Ian, as we see the number 144 car slipstreaming the boosted car. Of course, boosted moved to the GTE field. They were an LMP entry until last race at Watkins Glen. So new to the format, but certainly not slow whatsoever, and certainly holding their own when it comes to defending.
Marius is certainly looking to be extending a lead. He's already nearly 2/3 of a second ahead after that little short bit of a track. So it looks like he's going to really try and consolidate. And Mike Dam is really pushing.
He is indeed, and I would again expect nothing left of him as as we look at the LMP2 class, and there are some pit stops happening at the moment. We will keep abreast of all of those pit stops. So I think the P4, 5, and 6 are currently in the pits, and it looks like Alex Moore has jumped a few drivers. So interesting. So that's the Fuga Simsport LMP2 team. There, we'll have a look when everything settles down in a lap or two. Everybody makes their pit stops in LMP2. Of course, LMP2s shorter stints, less fuel, and a little bit more fuel usage per lap. So they're about 45 minutes for GTEs. Ideally, just over an hour, as we see a move down the inside. Not quite. And of course, the other difference between endurance event and sprint racing is, Orion might really want to get past boosted, as I'm sure all racers do, but he's got a very nice run here. But the point that I'm trying to make is that you don't... Oh, as they go 3 wide along the back straight by the old pit straight there. Incredible bravery from the LMP2 and incredible bravery from Mike Dam to go around the outside of 130R and take P4 again. Boosted now down to 5th. Orion up to 4th, and .exe with a little bit of a gap in P3 at the moment. But .exe's got a little bit of LMP2 traffic, but I don't think that'll affect him too much. So we'll be watching in the upcoming laps even to see if Orion can chase down .exe once again. But that was some great racing in. But what I was just about to say is the difference in, as I was proved wrong with my point, but my point is that with endurance racing, you don't necessarily have to make the move right there and then. There's a strategy of just staying behind and saving some fuel. And Mike Dam had technically 11 hours and 40 minutes to make that move.
Yeah, I suppose in the draft as well, you're saving fuel as well, I imagine. So that will actually, if you can just follow someone for a couple of laps, put them onto.
As we see a dive there from the only LMP1 team still on the field at the moment. Of course, Sapphire Stinsport Alpha, as you can see in the timing stands, unfortunately couldn't participate in the full race due to a lack of drivers, but they wanted to at least put in a few laps to celebrate their championship win. as we ride on board with the LMP1s. As a former LMP1 driver, I always love seeing this. Make sure that the Porsche stays to the right-hand side of the track, which he does very nicely. Into Spoon at the moment. Such a quick corner. There's an LMP2 behind him, but that won't bother Sacagna, the number 5 car. Such speed that these cars have. It's always great to watch. I was always a little bit of a fan of the Audi LMP1, but the Porsche is still pretty darn cool. As we have a look at another battle out on track. This is Battmarker Racing Yellow up against 27 Motorsport. This is for P7 in GTE Pro. And has a little bit of I should probably point out that a bit of bias here from my side here, that the Battmarker Racing yellow car, the one behind, is my team, which I'm going to be racing in a little bit later in this race. So I'm a little bit more invested in this battle than normal. So I might let you take this one if there's any action, as I don't want to be impartial to the viewers. But both BMWs racing here. As I was saying, the BMW is a little bit slower on the old BOP at the moment. So, but quite a few here today, and actually BMW are leading the way at the moment. Stefan takes a much wider line into the hairpin there. It's one of those corners that doesn't necessarily have the optimal racing line. Many different drivers will take it in many different ways, and they'll all be roughly the same pace. There's Nelson. Oh, I'm going to pronounce your name wrong. Nelson is on board the number 11827 Motorsports car. Unusual to see them down the back of the grid. Actually, they've been always super quick. The 27 Pro Team. 27 Motorsports Pro Team. Is there going to be a move on the back straight down the inside of 130R? Stefan has a think about it, but pulls out. Maybe a little bit concerned about that LMP2 behind him, just trying to play it along. Will he have a dive into the chicane at the moment? No, he's just going to let the number 72 LMP2 pass, and they will stay the same position at the moment as we come through the final corner to start another lap, and one of many, as we are about halfway through the GTE stint at the moment. So tyres will be a little worn at this point. Fuel is still reasonably high, so it's the worst point in the GTE stint. I can't attest to the LMP2 stint, but the GTE tyres always struggle after the first few laps, and until the fuel burns down, it's pretty difficult to drive. Ian, I know that you drive LMP2. Does the LMP2 suffer from the same drop-off, or is it quite consistent over its stint?
Well, I mean, in a sprint race, you don't really have to change tyres, but if you overdrive it, you definitely notice. And if you're slightly too early on the throttle out of corners, and that you can feel the traction potentially kick in, and if you don't spin it, and the
we see Stefan trying to have a little bit of a cheeky move out of Degner 2 at the moment. It's 27 Motorsports locks up, goes very deep into the chicane. This will, the hairpin even. This will be a great chance for Stefan Jones. Will he use the LMP1 slipstream? No, he won't at the moment. A move into Spoon is very dangerous. Of course, we saw that infamous accident between Sebastian Vettel and Max Verstappen here, and I think 2018 was Seb Vettel diving down the inside of Max and causing both to spin. Very good exit from Stefan Jones here. He's almost bumper to bumper as they head up the straight now. They're side by side as we head up the field. Stefan's got a nose in between, but the 27 Motorsports car just looks that little bit quicker in a straight line at the moment, so he'll have the high ground into 130R. They both will follow suit through 130R. Will there be a move into the chicane? Not this lap. It looks like the Battmarker Racing yellow car has some front end damage there. That was caused by a little bit of a spin into Spoon on the opening stint, so that might be affecting their top speed a little bit, and that 27 Motorsports car looks very clean from what I can see at the moment. Stefan's looking for the move. He's going to pull out towards the inside. Can he go down the inside of turn 1? It will be a great move if he can, and he can indeed. But 27 Motorsports will have a better exit if they can challenge on the exit, but not this time. So Battmarker Racing up to P7 overall, and 27 Motorsports down the field.
That was beautifully patient driving there from Stefan. I have to commend him on the previous lap when he had a bit of a look on the back straight, probably to try and unsettle Nelson, maybe just like put him under real pressure. But then you're right, he was conscious of the P2 behind him, and then pulled wide to allow the P2 to take the racing line through the 130R and into the final chicane. So, and then just basically lost a bit of time. So, but it's, well, we got 10.5 hours left, and he was fully aware that live to fight another day and there'll be time again. So, and surely enough, a lap later, he took the position. So, to be commended for patience.
I think that's a really key point in endurance racing is patience. And if you're a little bit impatient or maybe just a little bit hot-headed after an incident, you can start making some maybe questionable moves. Not in the sense of dangerous to the other drivers, but dangerous to your race. And that's a really interesting dynamic that multi-class endurance races have, is that you've really got to protect your own race as much as other drivers. As we see the Happy Penguin Racing team going past, I think, the number 245 car, and I think they're a lap down, are they? I think they might be, or that was quite odd, them lifting there. Do you have any information on that, Ian?
No, it looked like there was a potential dive from the Porsche in front, so maybe they just backed off a little bit just to stay safe. Exactly what you're saying about patience, right? So he's lost a bit of time there, but what's that? It's going to be like 3/10, something like that. What's 3/10 in when you're faced with another 10.5 hours? So yeah, I suspect it was just self-preservation.
We have a look at a replay here. So the Happy Penguin Racing team has a little bit of damage on its front side there. It's quite a substantial amount of damage for the only 4GT in this race at the moment. Anyway, we go back live and we see the Porsche of Danny Thompson, the Aquila Racing Cyan team, the number 245 Porsche being lapped by the 92 car. Who's in that 92? The leader at the moment. As we have a look at a replay again, this is the Fugger LMP2 car having a little bit of a spin at Spoon, just touched that middle exit curve we've been calling it, because it's not quite, it's sort of a two-part of that corner, and it's super dangerous to get on the exit there as we head.
Super treacherous. It's almost like it's got moss on that. It's just like, forget it. As soon as, if you put the power down when your back wheels are on that, then it's all over.
Oh, and there's a mistake from Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle, Ed in that car at the moment, which has allowed Stephen Brumfield in the Centurion Racing team Ferrari to get past him. So he is up now into the 6th place in GTE, in 6th place in Pro as well. Ed lost 1 position there, so he's down to to P7 overall in GTE, but crucially leading their class in AMS. We have a look at the .exe Motorsports Red, Marius Brewer on board that car. We were of course watching this battle earlier on in the race, so, and it does look like Orion has managed to catch up quite handily to .exe. Orion, of course, a very quick team in this league. .exe no slouches either, so it will be a good battle to the end. And what we will be looking out for in about 28 minutes time when the next pit stops happen is, are they on the same field strategy? Has Orion saved more? Has .exe saved more maybe? And that will all pay dividends into the end of the race if you can. So it's all about fuel saving here, at least in the BMW, and I can only attest to the BMW, which is a little bit heavier on fuel than some of the other cars, but we have to do a little bit of fuel saving here to make the hour, which means that you don't have to splash and dash at the end. So I will be looking at that as much as I can during the race to see if anybody might have to make a splash and dash at the end. That could be disastrous for your race result. It's about 30 seconds lost in the pit lane alone.
Just to chip in, chaps, with your debate you were having earlier about LMP3. Now, some interesting information I picked up from, there's a gentleman called Daniel Morad, who many people who hang around on Twitch around iRacing may well be familiar with his channel Moradness. Now, he's a real-life racing driver in the IMSA series who drives the Mercedes AMG GT and in GTD, and he was saying about the LMP3 that he loves and he hates it with equal measures, in the sense that where the bottom end of LMP3 the drivers aren't quick enough to keep up with the front end. So therefore, quite often, the GT cars catch up with them, even as far down as GTD, which is the second tier. Well, what was the second tier is now the lone tier in GT cars in IMSA. And they end up tripping over them. But on the flip side, I think, and you mentioned this, Ian, is that with sports car racing, the lifeblood of it is the gentleman driver. And, of course, LMP3 brings the cheapest way to get into prototype driving within sports cars. So we sat there with, yes, they are frustrating, but equally, we need them in here, and it is a worthy category. Now, having said that, in terms of gentleman drivers, there are some incredibly strong gentleman drivers who are as quick as, if not quicker, than some of the upper middle sort of tier professional drivers. I mean, Ben Keating is one driver that springs to mind who owns a string of car dealerships. I think it's like 11 or 13 car dealerships in Texas, and has raced for, I think, the last 12 seasons. And it within IMSA, and obviously regularly attends Le Mans as well. And has moved from GT. He used to race the Ford. I think he's raced a lovely little stat for you here, which I know you gents will enjoy, and also the viewers at home. I think out of the 11 years that he's been racing in sports cars at the top level, he's raced in 10 different cars. So pretty much a different car every season. Has now moved up into LMP2, funnily enough. Along with, there's the Team Jumbo car as well that runs in LMP2. Again, has a gentleman driver on board who owns a chain of Dutch supermarkets by the name of Jumbo, funnily enough. And it's a bit of an interesting one because the straight line speed, there is no difference between the LMP3s and the GTs. But on the flip side of things, the LMP3s are a lot quicker in the corners due to the increased aero. And I'm not sure, and especially when you translate that down maybe into iRacing, just how that could quite play out. Is there enough of a speed difference between the two categories?
Well, I think just looking also from what Doonan was saying about allowing the P3s in, he didn't say it's just going to go forward forever. He gave them like a 2-year contract. So there's still debate as to whether next year will be the final year as to whether they're in IMSA. And I think 2 years is a decent amount of time to allow a decision to be made. So it's not a snap decision, let them in, keep them in. It was kind of a canny decision. I think we know Doonan is pretty switched on from what he's doing in the 2023 season, which we're not going to go into right now. I think a 2-year gap will allow everyone to get used to it, see how it works, and then they can either extend the contract or not. And ultimately, it will be Doonan and the rest of the IMSA administration to make that decision. But that doesn't stop us having a good old chat about it.
Not indeed. As I'm just sorry, as I was drawn to this battle between Ed in the number 224 Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle Ferrari and Stephen Brumfield in Centurion Racing Team. We saw Ed lock up at the chicane a few laps ago, and Ed's right back on Stephen's tail. So we'll keep abreast of that situation for everybody who is watching at the moment. But the LMP3 debate is very interesting, and I like the idea of giving a new category. Oh, there's a little bit of a spin there from Ed. He had to jump on the brakes to stop the car rotating there, so that's given Stephen a little bit of a breathing room. I like the idea of a 2-year trial period for something. I think it's really smart. It's a little bit longer than 1 year. So as Ian mentioned, you can't make a snap decision, but it gives a definite endpoint to people that really dislike it. I think it's a really smart move from IMSA there, and I'd like to see more series, especially maybe Formula One or some of the single-seater categories maybe taking on that ideology.
Doonan does seem to have been making some great decisions in the last since he's taken over, in fact, because it's only fairly recently, I think. But with allowing don't want to go too much into it, as I said earlier, but LMDH, I'm sure everyone's fairly aware of it. It looks like there's a bit of action going on track right now, so I'll pass back to you.
It's indeed, as we have a look at the so that mistake from Ed has allowed JD Sim Racing, the number 223 car, to close right back up again. So this is the battle for the lead in GTE Am. So very interesting to see what's going to happen here in this race as we come through turn 1. Very tricky turn 1 through the S's now. Both Ferraris, which is again very interesting. It's been quite a Porsche-dominated league for some of the races. So it's nice to see a little bit more variety out there at the moment. And this is actually one of our closest battles on the field at the moment. Come through the S's in the amazing Dunlop curve towards Degner 1, which feeds very nicely into Degner 2 under the bridge. And we'll just have a little bit of a watch here as they don't take that much curb. They're taking a little bit more curb than JD Sim Racing, which is again a very interesting. And when you get into the very differences between the GTE cars, the BMW can take a lot more curb there than the Ferraris can. Ferrari's a little bit unstable on the curb, but you have to say that Thomas looking much quicker in the Ferrari behind Ed at the moment. Ed will start to have to defend. Will he feel the need to defend into Spoon corner at the moment? The best way, I think, for him to defend at the moment is to actually get into the slipstream of Stephen Brumfield up ahead. That will give him a nice little bit of a tow down the back straight, which is quite crucial here. Is that it's a high downforce track, which you wouldn't necessarily think about Suzuka of being a high downforce track with its long pit straight and back straight, but it's a very high downforce track, so the slipstream is even extra crucial in these types of races with the high downforce. As we have a look, and you have to say that 2-3-3 car looking super quick at the moment. He might even be able to have a little bit of a move. But that's Stephen Brumfield that's spinning off in the background there. He's had a little bit of an incident coming out of the final corner there. So easy to get on the grass and lose it in spin. So unfortunately for him, he's dropped down behind this battle now. But even more for Ed, who has lost his opportunity for a slipstream there. So he'll have to do it all on his own with defending as we come through turn 1. Again, Ed looking very unstable on the exit curve of turn 1 there, through the S's now, and not really an overtaking spot here. As you see, Thomas actually going into second gear through there. Ferrari is geared differently to some of the other cars, but surprised to see the drivers in such a low gear through there. We'll try and keep my eye on that as again, Thomas is so much quicker coming out through the Dunlop curve now into Degner. Very risky move to go into Degner, and he just backs off, but the gap is ever closer, down to 0.3 of a second at the moment as they come through Degner 2. Who gets a better exit coming out into the hairpin, one of the better overtaking spots on this track. Will Thomas make a little bit of a dive? No, he won't. But he will go to the outside of the track, which gives him the inside. So a better run out of the corner. He's compromised the entry to get a better exit as they come out towards Spoon curve at the moment. Again, will we see a move into Spoon? Very risky. Not this time. I'm sure somebody will take a move around Spoon at some point, but not at the moment as we come round the second part of Spoon onto the back straight, and Thomas looks ever closer. He wants this lead in Am. He wants to take the lead in Am. He's not contented just sitting behind and saving fuel. He wants the glory of P1. We're not going to see a move into 130R at the moment, but through the chicane now, we've seen Ed struggle a little bit into this corner at the moment, but on this occasion, he has managed to survive with no lockups, no spins or anything, so it's still a line astern. Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle in first. JD Sim Racing will have to settle for second for another lap, and they've now got the number 77 LMP1, the leader in LMP1, to worry about. So we'll I think that the number 77 car will get past one of the Ferraris into turn 1. Oh, it's going to make a very risky move down the inside. Ed will not be pleased about that. Well, will we see a little bit of a light flashing? And oh, that's a question. Is there's not going to be an overtake through this section unless there's any mistake. Ian, do you get annoyed when GTE drivers flash you as an LMP2 driver?
No, not really, because I was saying to the guys last night, I turned my rear view mirror off because I found it really distracting. So I just have these side mirrors. So I'm only really looking at those when I can see on my relative And it's basically to remove distractions because I'm still fairly novice at the game, and I felt that I was often mirror watching far too much, which actually caused me to make mistakes.
Sorry to cut. Yeah, it's Ed having to defend into the hairpin there. So really defensive manoeuvres from Ed currently. He wants that lead just as much as JD Sim Racing do. But I have to say that I'm a little bit guilty of flashing cars when they might annoy me a little bit. It's just not the best of habits to be in. But I feel like sometimes I need to vent my frustration so I don't think about it for too long. But I always feel a little bit bad for the LMP2 when I do it, especially if like a GTE has annoyed you and you're flashing them and an LMP2 comes past and you go, oh no, I didn't mean to. Yeah, you were fine. So you almost need like different flashes available to say thank you and why did you do that. So maybe that's a new iRacing feature that we can put to the developers. Different flashes, please. Maybe different colours. Maybe green for good, red for bad, or something. Might be. Maybe I should be a feature developer because that would be wholly useless. As anyway, we have another look into turn one. It's always good to make your co-commentator laugh.
Just looking at, here we go. There's a replay here coming up of Stephen Brumfield, who took too much curb there, and was sadly chucked off the track, and managed to wait long enough for the pair in front of him to go past. Just to like a final part of the debate as we finish this hour. I'm sure some others might have something else to say, but a comment in the chat says in full IMSA that when you've got the DPI and the pros are paid to go fast and take risks, it's not the sort of place that they feel a gentleman LMP driver to be, because obviously there's a little bit of action going on here. I'll just let you take over.
Thank you very much. As we see JD Sim Racing once again closing in on the Baumarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car through the hairpin, but JD has got a much better exit coming out of the hairpin now. Will they be able to make a move into Spoon? Will Ed defend? Will he feel that he needs to? Will the JD Sim Racing car move to the inside? No, they prefer the outside, and they get ever so close to touching there as Ed cuts across the JD Sim Racing car. So we watch now the exit of Spoon. They're the closest they've been, just over a tenth of a second separating them as we ride on board with the JD Sim Racing car. Thomas in control of that Ferrari as we head up the back straight towards 130R. Will he move to the inside? Yes, he will, but he pulls out. Oh, and you could just see the racers flashing before their eyes there. But Ed get on the curve and goes very wide. He'll be compromised into the braking zone at the moment. But JD Sim Racing again can't capitalise on that little bit of a mistake there from Ed. So they will come through the chicane once again with Ed leading. But that JD Sim Racing car looks very quick, and I'm sure he'll be fancying the move down the inside. He's got no traffic behind him, no faster cars to contend with, so he can make a move down the inside. Will he feel the need to defend? Ed does defend, and JD once again will have to settle for second. This has been some great racing, Ian.
Absolutely, and you could see the pressure applied there. It was just a forced error as he came out of went slightly wide in the 130R. He was just gently saying to the driver, I'm here. What are you going to do about it? And forced error there from the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car.
And that's really good driving from JD. Yeah, just forcing that error. And Razzle Dazzle was so lucky to not spin on that curb. It's such a difficult curb at the moment as they're now side by side as they come into Degner 1. The LMP2 will have to back out of this one and let these two have at it and just get past them. Even here is a little bit scary as they head to this little bit of a kink just before the hairpin, which is always very scary if you're overtaking or in a faster car, but they all managed to survive it. And again, Ed looks on the back foot coming out of the hairpin here as they head down towards Spoon again, and we saw Thomas wanting the outside here, and he's going to want the outside again. Will he feel like a move is necessary? No, he just backs out again. So Ed maintains his position. He survived another attack from JD, but JD looks so much quicker at the moment, and he's got a really nice exit now as they come onto the back straight once again, heading towards 130R where we saw Ed make that forced error last lap. And JD wants that inside line. Will he try to force another error? He lifts off a little bit, so he doesn't want to make the move there, but he wants to see if he can replicate that error from Ed. But Ed manages to hang on to the car and not go across those dangerous curves. So we again, Ed manages to defend for another lap, but how many more laps can Ed take this, and how many more laps is it sensible for Ed to defend? And that's a question I want to ask you, Ian. If you were in Ed's shoes, would you be maybe letting JD go past at this point? As we watch them come round turn 1 once again, Ed having to stamp on the brakes there a little bit, as they're now side by side on the run out, the short run out towards the S's. And again, Ed manages to hang fire, but JD is looking every which way, and there's a little bit of a flash of the lights there to say maybe just to distract Ed a little bit through this very complex section of the S's towards the Dunlop curve. Now the LMP1 driver, the only remaining LMP1 team, is trying to come past. It's going to go around the inside of Dunlop, even towards the Degner corners again. We've seen that Thomas can be ever so quick on the exit of Dunlop towards the Degner ones, but not on this lap. And so it's actually...
I was just saying it was a matter of when, not if, and it's going to be in the next lap or two, I predict. That's absolutely when it's going to happen. He's going around the outside now. Oh dear, a little bit wide, his own error.
His own error, and that's we've now got the Maniti car. So this is the race leader in GTE Pro and overall. So he will want to be lapping these two cars who are racing for their own victories. Maniti has a little bit of a look down the inside. That would be very opportunistic if he can do it. And of course he's lapping the JD Sim Racing car, but he wasn't. That was a very risky move from Maniti there, and JD clearly not happy about that, flashing their lights and getting ever so close to the back of that BMW. BMW's a little bit slow in the straight line here, so the Ferrari flashing his lights in discontent, saying, you've cost me a chance here, and of course, as a driver, you always think that that would be the lap that you could get past, as Maniti shows a nose down the inside of the Razzle Dazzle car into the final chicane there, and that's really compromised Ed here, and JD will have their best opportunity that they would have had in many a lap. They're side by side as they cross the line, and JD's got the inside line as they come into turn 1. Ed has got the slipstream of the BMW, so Ed's pulling ahead. They're now side by side. Will JD carry the or take the inside line to the corner? No. Ed again carries off another defensive masterclass there and keeps JD behind once again, but JD's sending it up the inside of the first part of the S's, but Ed will have the inside line again. The LMP2 team there, the number 92 car, is 5th place overall in their respective class. It's now trying to get past these two cars, and as a LMP driver, it's always very scary to try and lap two rivaling GTE cars. It's again JD Sim Racing is now alongside of the Razzle Dazzle car as they come through Degner 1, and JD's got Razzle Dazzle. They've gone around the outside of Degner 1, and congratulations, sir. That was a move and a half. So JD Sim Racing takes the lead in the GTE AM class, and Razzle Dazzle will have to settle for second, and that was what a move that was, Ian.
As we see here, look, the Cannelly, he sits behind the P2 and takes the P2 draft, and that he pulls out an awful lot of space there, and that allows him to brake so late into coming into Degner, and that allows him to get a great exit as well. I mean, that was beautiful driving. So he was a little bit cross at the BMW, holding him up, threading the way through, but the BMW then nearly gave him the place as the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle had to then compromise on their exit. But as it happened, it was the P2 that did the job for Thomas.
As we have a look at another Backmarker Racing car, this time the Backmarker Racing yellow car getting past, I think that's the Centurion, Aquila Racing Cyan, so that's the number 245 AM car, as the LMP1 makes it just a little bit more interesting as they go into turn 1 there. But Stefan Jones is now back ahead, of course, recovering after their issues in the pit stop of getting a penalty, as JD defending, weaving on the straight there. Doesn't want Ed to get in his slipstream, but Ed's got more important things to worry about now. He's defended from one car. He's now got to defend from another car of the Stephen Brumfield, as we see the... there's a little bit of a touch there. I can't quite see what LMP2 car has gone off there, but that was a touch for the Orion number 144 car there, and disaster for that LMP2, and I'm sure we'll let you know as soon as we know what LMP1 car that was. And it was the 524 International Racing, the number 77 car. They were in the lead of the race. So this is your race leader being spun around into the tyre barrier. Heavy contact there on the left rear there. Very unfortunate for them, and what a shame. They will have a be interested to see if they have to pit for damage. And we see Happy Penguin Racing here in the number 255 car, Jacob Money having a little bit of a spin into Spoon, as that's the Batmarker Racing yellow car getting past there. So that's recently happened. So they are down to 4th place in their GTE AM category. They've lost 2 places from the start. Jacob Money hasn't gotten out of that car yet, so he's still got he's been doing a lot of driving, and maybe mistakes are starting to creep in a little bit as we have a look at the number 72 car getting past the Stephen Brumfield there, who's actually gotten past Ed in the Batmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car. That's not for position in AM, but that's a position overall, and that's helped Thomas in the JD Sim Racing number 233 car. The gap is now up to 2.3 seconds. So very, very impressive from JD there. Clearly had a lot more pace than Batmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, so they've extended their lead, and this is crucial for their race. We ride on board with the LMP2. And Ian, since you're an LMP2 driver, do you want to sort of take us through this lap a little bit?
Sure. You'll be braking hard into here, but then you can coast quite nicely through this, turning hard in, trying to hook your tyres into that little bit of a dip there, moving as far right to the right as possible to get a good line through these S's, and again move out into the right middle of the track, and then try and come in on the middle here. Just basically try and stick to the middle as much as possible, because this is the important one here. But unfortunately there's a car right in the way, so you have to take a slightly compromised line around the inside. It looks like the BMW moved to the right a little bit, braking hard here, and you have to be really careful you don't go wide onto that green fake grass, because then it's pretty much terminal. You're well off and into the tyre wall. Here you can pretty much lift off, and then it's hard onto the brakes, turning in late apex to get that quick exit, and then full on the throttle, maybe not too soon, because otherwise the traction control will kick in and that will lose you tenths, and then full chat all the way around 200R and braking hard into the Spoon, taking that first apex onto the outside curb and then back in again, tight, making sure you don't run too wide on the exit of Spoon, and then you've got the long back stretch as you're on full throttle all the way down, sticking to the middle and then drifting to the right as you come in to take 130R to give yourself as much as possible and not lift, and taking it lovely, beautifully, and then around about this board here, braking hard into the last chicane, bouncing up on the curb, digging that tyre in, get a bit more rotation, bit of counter up, oppo there, and then using all of the track to make sure that you can accelerate as hard as possible, and then on to the next lap.
Wow, that was amazing there. I thoroughly enjoyed that, Ian, as we have a little bit of a replay of Stephen Brumfield getting past the Batmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car. And that's a fairly nice move, actually, into Spoon, as we actually see the LMP2 there also taking advantage of that. And I'm sure he'll be very happy. I think that was actually the Stage 1 racing car that we rode on board with for that excellent lap that Ian took us through. And I, again, thoroughly enjoyed that. It's always it must be such a fun track, Ian, to drive in the LMP2 here, the Suzuka.
I don't know Suzuka that well. I know it was our previous colleague's Josh's. I think it's one of Joshua's favourite tracks, actually, Suzuka. But my favourite track is Hock, but I do like this one. The first time I drove this was in the it was when I was trying to move up the classes, and I bought this big crate of a car that just didn't seem to go around corners. I didn't enjoy it that much, but as soon as you get into cars that actually have downforce, it is a lot more fun, undoubtedly. But just quickly to finish off the debate while we're watching Vector by RSR coast beautifully around, talking about the pro drivers are going to be taking risks in IMSA, and the P3s are not going to be wanting to take as much risk because this is going to be like their only car, and so they'll definitely be holding the pros up, not only because they'll be in faster cars, but they'll be wanting to take more risks. So yes, but then they shouldn't really be taking risks that put other cars in danger, because that's the kind of the whole point of racing regulations. Try not to do that as much as possible. Things happen because everyone's going very fast, but yeah.
I've just noticed as we actually have see them on track, Orion have pitted. Why do you think, Ian, they might have gathered a little bit of damage from that contact there? Because they're quite early to pit. As actually, as I say that, JD Sim Racing also pits, so they might have to fuel save to get to the end of the race. But do you think that, because we saw that bit of a hit from at the time the leader of the P1 class, do you think that might have given the GTE some damage?
I think so. It was a pretty heavy bang, wasn't it? I mean, it was hard to tell. We shouldn't really speculate until we see what the stewards have said about that, which we could probably have a look. There's live stewarding going on, so maybe have a little look at the stewarding chat in a bit. But yeah, both cars would have suffered from that. There would have been the left front on the Porsche, and obviously the right middle from that P2, and that was a big chunk. And then the P2, I think the back hit the tyre wall as well, so there might be some rear spoiler damage. I mean, that's always unfortunate.
I think I was more concerned about the LMP2 because that was as you're right, a huge hit. But the GTE's pitted early. Just to update you on the pit stop, so Aquila have stopped, .exe have also stopped, so they might have to splash and dash at the end. So very interesting strategies developing here. Of course, you only need to really exit the pit after the as you cross the hour, but it's always better. So we see Boosted not having to pit. They have been very good on their fuel, as they always are, both in LMP1 and their GTE team as well. They are experts at fuel saving. So Maniti. So we'll keep you abreast of that the pit stop situation, as I'm currently furiously trying to write down everybody who might have to make a splash and dash to keep an eye out on the rest as we see the Maniti ISRC GTE Tim Matsky, the number 178 car. He is outrageously quick, Tim. I raced against him in the LMP1 class in last season, and he was stupidly quick, I think I'll say, as we have a look at .exe that are just coming out. And has Orion actually managed to jump .exe? They have not, so the undercut has not worked here. So again, Orion with a new driver will have to settle for 6th place overall. And
as we just go through at the top of the hour, we just have a quick look at the race standings in the LMP2 class. Well, in the LMP1, I suppose we should really talk about Scania. They're the only one. Loic in the Sapphire Sim Sport is still in the pit. I think that's probably race terminal. But onto the LMP2 class. It looks like Pedro de Souza has just taken the lead over the other team. I think they're in the pit, and we've got 524 International Racing is now taken second. They're all pitting now, so that means Vector by RSR has taken the second position. So to start again for P2 with everyone in the pits that rejig the order, we've got Pedro de Souza in Hashtag Racing in P1, Ole in Vector by RSR in P2. And Tags T Racing Orange is just coming out of the pit and has now taken P3. 524 International Racing currently in P4, still in the pit, and 524 are on. And it looks like Fuga Simsport are on their way out of the pit, so they've taken the position from 524. So they are now fourth. 524 are just on their way out of the pit now, so they are remaining fifth. FTR Esports in red is in sixth, and Stage 1 Racing Junior is in seventh. On to GTE Pro, we've got Maniti Racing, ISRC GTE, Joshua in P1. We've got Boosted Motorsport GTE in P2. Aquila Racing Agua is in third place. Centurion Racing Team is in fourth. .exe Sports Red is in fifth. Orion Race Team is in sixth. And then somewhere down through the GTE AMS, we've got Keys in the Back Marco Racing Yellow in seventh, and 27 Motorsport in eighth. And I think the Racing Team Black are out. And then on to the GTE AM, and Danny Thompson is just going into the pit there, so that's going to rejig the order. He was in the first, so that allows Happy Penguin Racing to take first position. Happy Penguin is missing the pits this time, so maybe make up a bit of time and the overcut might work there. So we've got Danny Thompson, Aquila Racing, currently sat in second in the pits, shortly to be overtaken by JD Sim Racing 233, I imagine, as they come past the pit exit. In third, shortly to be second. In fourth, Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle, probably shortly to be third. But then they're going to have to do their own pit stops, of course.
I think the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car has stopped already, so this is for position, at least on Aquila, and they've noticed that Backmarker has got a new driver, so people are starting to swap out their drivers after 2 hours of racing around Suzuka, which is I always find very difficult. So I'm sure the drivers will be glad to get a break. But who is that gap for the lead in GTE Pro? Has that come down at all? Or is Aquila not pitted yet?
I haven't seen Aquila Racing Aqua pit yet. What have they done? No, there's no pit counter on there. So, yeah, I wonder whether they're just trying to eke out an extra lap. I guess we'll find out shortly. They're just coming into Dagna there. So, shortly, little over half a lap to find out whether they decide to go in.
They managed to fuel save until 5 minutes past the hour. That's very good for their strategy, so they might be within a little bit of a shout maybe later on in the race if they don't have to splash and dash, and they really won't have to splash and dash if they can do this fuel mileage every time, as we'll keep you updated if they do pit or not. As Boosted GTE are currently in the pits at the moment, so they're dropping down the field. I don't think they'll be overtaken by Backmarker Racing yet. No, they won't, as they leave the pit lane at the moment. I haven't actually
there we
seen...
go. Happy Penguin is going into the pits as we thought. We just get that extra lap in. Will it be enough? We'll find out.
As we see the JD Sim Racing car in second place at the moment will take the lead from Happy Penguin Racing, so they will retake the lead of their GTE spot, who they of course overtook on their last stint. Now, what I am looking...
Just to interrupt, sorry, we've got Martin Pearson has just taken over, so there's been a driver change in Happy Penguin.
Also, Martin Pearson back in again. I was going to say, it looks like the gap was over 30 seconds for Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, so I thought that maybe this Ferrari hasn't taken tyres, but I think they both have, as the gap is about 7.4, so a really good lead for JD Sim Racing, the number 223 car at the moment, and we will see how the Martin Pearson in the Happy Penguin Racing team does as he enters the track for his final event here, as he's of course the organizer here, so it'll be a little bit maybe emotional for him, as it's a race that he's developed and a rule book that he's made, and all of this is down to him, so it'll be sad, I'm sure, for him, but he'll try and do his best. And I know he's a very quick driver because he absolutely thrashed me at karting a few months ago. He was about 6 seconds a lap quicker than me, and I do not hold any grudges against him to this day. As we have a look at that said car, Martin Pearson, Happy Penguin Racing, the number 255 car, the only Ford on the grid in that does look like a lovely car. We see some moves around the outside of the S's there. Line of stern, actually, as there was another LMP2 getting past the Orion car there. Martin's come out in a little bit of a tricky situation here. He's inserted himself into this battle for P3 in the pro team, as and the pro category, even, as Orion and .exe are separated by 1.3 seconds just behind him. Actually, a little bit less than 1.3 seconds by the looks of things. That's a very late dive from the number 168 car of .exe, obviously feeling very, very desperate to get past that Ford. And he does manage to make it cleanly, but I'm sure Martin will not be impressed at that move. That was a very late move, and I think Martin might have to just watch out a little bit, because I think Boosted might try and do a similar move there to get right back on the tail of .exe, Orion even, to get back on the .exe. But that was a fairly heart and mouth stuffy in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and I saw it happening. I was like, that's a late break. Oh my goodness, let's hope. And then everyone managed to avoid contact, so that's really good. And here we go. The back market is being done just before we get to 130R.
I think Martin lifted out there quite sensibly as we have a look at boosted GTE going through the S's, the final S's just before the Dunlop curve, and they've got very wide there. That's I don't think
Did
I've
well
seen
to keep it out the
GTE car.
barrier.
You're very right. He very much did, and let's have a look at his
Oh no!
rejoin. I think he's just got away with that. He's going to stick to the outside of the track. Good thinking by him there. And wow, that was very wide from him. I don't quite remember seeing a car be that wide.
I wonder whether he caught the curb a little bit too much there, because the back end spun round to the right, spun clockwise. So if his front left caught that curb a little bit too heavily, then wonder whether I got that wrong entirely. He spun clockwise, but I think he just got too fast on the gas.
Oh, and that's we're seeing. I think that's a replay. Yeah, as we see the boosted again rejoining the track, and of course he had Maniti there to the race leader to deal with, and he got out of the way very nicely around the outside of Dunlop there. As I say, he did. That was a good driving from boosted. So they are now a lap down. So it's not been the best of races for boosted at the moment. Still got 9 hours and 50 minutes to go though, so anything can change, and then that's the best part of endurance racing. Anything can and will change. But what I think is amazing at the moment is that Joshua Meyer at the moment in the Maniti car, they are just absolutely cruising at the moment. They are incredibly quick. Oh, is that Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle in the pits at the moment? I think they might have had an issue.
Looks like a tyre change there as well.
I think I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties at the moment, so I will hand over to you, Ian, while I try and sort this out.
Absolutely. We see Martin Jacobson from Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle replay there of him overextending a little bit off the track surface, bumping off the wall on that left front corner, and here we are now on with .xe Sports Red. It looks like Orion race team has caught up a little bit. Orion was behind Martin in the Ford, but he went a little bit wide in Spoon, and he did well to hang on to the spin because it looked like really twitchy. But so Rolf on .exe is on his way around through, I can't really see, but it's through Dagner, I think, coming hard into, on the exit of Dagner just before they go down. And Orion is hard on the trail. Martin Pearson is looking to take a lot of advantage of draft here. Orion takes a slightly less wide line. Will that give him a better track position for the next corner? But it looks as though .exe got a better exit from the hairpin as they come screaming down towards Spoon Curve and hard on that apex. Quite a nice late apex, hitting that side curb. And Rolf has got some really super moves through there, and Orion race team has caught up a little bit, and he's going to draft all the way down this back stretch into 130R. I wonder if there's going to be a little bit of a nose. You can see him just like that, just telling Rolf that I'm there. Coming round the 130R, he's just run wide into 130R. That will slow him down a little bit, but it hasn't lost too much time as they come into the last chicane and taking lots of curb there. And as we're taking it wide, and he's just going to sit right behind Rolf there and get that draft as much as possible. Martin in line behind him. The BMW is somewhat further back, and we are going to see Orion try and take the inside there. No, he's just a slightly too far away as they come into the first corner and then going through these S's, which are so hard to get right sometimes. So we've got Orion bouncing off the curb there, taking it slightly later apex into that one, braking hard, late braking, looking to gain a little bit of time there as we come round the final corner of the S's before we go into the last big left before Degner. And there's always a bit of time to make up sometimes in Degner if you can not brake as much and take that that really sharp corner straight over the curb and not brake. And that's a lovely late braking there. And he's looking to take advantage of that as Ryan, they all come down towards the hairpin, but he thinks better of it. And who's going to get a better exit? And Orion has taken the same line as he did before, a little bit wider, got a slightly better exit as they come up around 200R. And Orion is now 0.35 seconds behind him, and 0.36. So it looks like they've got 0.3, a third. And we're now heading over to backmarker racing yellow. And there was a little bit of brake and a crunch into the barrier. That's really unfortunate for Keys in backmarker racing yellow as they went round Degner. Back on with the Orion race team fight as they come to 130R. There's a little bit closer now. They're a 16th, and he's just really showing his nose now. Just try and throw off .XC there, but Rolf is very composed there and gets his braking markers properly. And Martin is going around the inside, gets pushed wide a little bit, but Orion has to compromise the exit, so he's now dropped into behind half a second behind the Dot Racing XC, and he'll be looking to make a little bit of time there, and he's weaving all over the track there. That's I wonder what's going on there. I'm not really sure, but the P2 is slotting in behind Orion, so they'll be looking. Orion are going to need to be watching for that P2 coming around the inside of the corner. He's now 6/10 behind .XC as this battle carries on through these snake curves. The P2 is champing at the bit to get past. I wonder where that overtake's going to happen. He might go around the outside. I think it probably, as they come into Dunlop, he's managed to get the inside position around Dunlop as they're screaming around there, taking a nice wide line. The Orion is flashing at the P2 and maybe looking to take his draft as they come round Degner. Everyone handles it beautifully. And onto Louis Barbosa, who's sitting behind Martin Pearson in the Happy Racing Ford, and he's going to be looking to get past these, and as he needs to be getting back up to backmarker racing yellow, as he is in the GT Pro class, and he's sat behind some GT AMs here. So we're going to have got a bit of a replay here of Orion coming in hard onto the inside of the hairpin, and he's got a beautiful line through there, and it looks as though .XE took a slightly wider line or maybe accelerated a little bit too hard, and the back skipped out a fraction, allowing Orion to get a superb exit onto 200R and scream all the way around down to Spoon. And we're back with the P1, and it's just it's going past the pack. There was an early touch there, and the P1 is just taking the inside line all the way around. The BMW is looking desperately to overtake this Ford, and now on board with the P1 as he's threading his way through the traffic.
He is indeed. Thank you very much for that, Ian. That was very helpful. I am now back and I can watch the action once again. That was a great move from Orion there on .exe down the inside. And I think .exe was maybe a little bit too smart for their own good there, and they were trying to maybe get the run out of the corner, but they left the door wide open on the inside there. So they lost the position there. Orion back up into third.
Again, it's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Patience and just stressing the other driver out and forcing an error.
Indeed, and I think that's a really good way of endurance racing, and Orion are definitely the kings of that. As we have a look at the Fuga LMP2, haven't really watched many LMP2 battles at the moment. The GTEs have been providing all the action so far, but this battle for P4 in LMP2 is heating up very nicely with the 524 International Racing Car only 2/10 behind Fuga Simsport. So we'll have a look at this battle as they come through Degner 2. So have a look at a little bit of a replay. They're side by side as they come into 130R. So close to contact, but they keep it super clean. Fuga dives to the inside to defend. The number 77 car wants to go around the outside. That would be a stunning move if they can do it. A little bit of contact there, but they manage, and that's a super move from the 524 car there. Around the outside of the first part of the chicane to get the inside line of the second part, and that was a stunning move there. But Fuga's going to get the inside line as they come into turn one. He'll retake that lead, and he does. Oh, and they're side by side again. This action doesn't cease as Fuga will once again take the lead in that battle. But that was some amazing racing, Ian.
Absolutely. Was that the P2 that was involved in the altercation at Degner that we saw earlier?
It might have been, yes. I think it was, yes. So on the
Goodness me, I mean, so he obviously didn't get that much damage there because, he's not really showing any lack of pace at all.
Just while we're on that point, gents, I think the debate for this hour, I think, ties a little bit nicely in see where people are. It's starting to really harp out on track right now. So we're going to be discussing: should you win at all costs? I think it's a really interesting subject matter, and I would definitely love to hear what your opinions are in chat as well on this one. As Austin Campbell said, is this the last race of the season? Yes, it is the last race of the season. But yeah, I think it's a really, really interesting one. It's, well, I'll shut up for a minute, Seb, because it feels like 524 are going to get a move done sooner rather than later on Fuga here.
I think they are indeed, and yes. Do they want to win at any cost, or in their case, do they want to get fourth for any cost? But it's all the same when you're racing. As there's contact there in the chicane, the Fuga was going very slow there. But as the action dies down a little bit as they just get past the GTE, the question is inspired by the recent championship events in both GTE in the WEC championship and also DTM, and there was some controversy there, which I'm looking forward to hearing everybody's opinion about as we just watch the it always seems that just as we're getting into a good debate, the action on the track heats up once again as they go through 130R 524 in the dirty air. It doesn't seem to stop them. He's got a nice run around the outside. Can he go around the outside once again? No, Fuga just breaks that a little bit later and covers off that move there. But 524 will get a better exit coming out of the chicane here. So it'll be a good run down here. Will 524 dive to the inside, get that overtaking place, get that overtaking maneuver done as he actually favours the outside line around turn one. Will be a very good move if he can make it work, but I don't think he will. I think Fuga will run him right to the outside. They're side by side. Fuga actually gives him a lot of space, and that will be an incredible move if 524 can do it. Gets very squirrely on exit now. He gets the inside line for the first part of the S's. There's contact there, almost BTCC stuff there, but 524 has got past, and that was a great move, Ian. So, I think Ian's
absolutely, yeah. I mean, this is exciting stuff, and there's no real let up with these two. I mean, I'm glad we happened onto it at the right time. So, yeah, superb.
So, as the move was done there, and a superb move, let's have a little bit of a discussion about should you win at any cost. I pose this question to you, Ian, and Tim as well. If you were in a championship battle and you got to the final race and you won that race by taking out your main competitor, would you personally feel like it was a deserved win, or would you feel like you cheated into that win? Ian, let's start with you.
Well, personally, no, I wouldn't. I'd feel absolutely gutted. I mean, if it was an accident, I'd feel really gutted that I'd destroyed what has been up to this point a really exciting championship, neck and neck all the way to the end of the season, and I wouldn't feel that I deserved it because it's winning without winning. If it was a deliberate act, well, for a start, I wouldn't do it, but I think there should be severe punishments for cars and drivers that do that. So should you win at all costs? In my opinion, no. But then I'm not a championship winner because I know that winners, the multiple winners, like your Shumis of this world, are a win at all costs type of guy.
I think, yeah, that's a very good point, and I want to bring you in on this, Tim. What do you think? I'm really interested to get your point of view on this as well.
Well, you know, commentator, opinionated, that those two things never really quite go together. But, you know, I think I'm morally stuck a bit on the fence on this one because I think Ian really hit, you know, a nail on the head there. The serial winners, your Hamiltons, your Schumachers, your Valentino Rossis, if we transcend across into, you know, superbike, you know, motorbikes as well, obviously MotoGP in his case. The reason why they are serial winners is because they do have that ruthless streak in them. But should you win by taking someone out? And as the poll says, is winning at any cost a good thing? you've got to feel cheap if you've deliberately rammed someone off the wall. I'll shut up for a minute here, Seb, for you.
It's a little bit of a dive there from the 27 Motorsports car that wants to get past the Happy Penguin Racing team, who let me just check to see if they're actually racing for position. They are, so it's not a lap situation. No blue flags involved at all. This is for position, and Martin will want to. He might as well have a little bit of a go at defending. He's about 1.6 seconds off Aquila, so he actually maybe I might contradict my statement and say that he might want to let. I don't know. That's would you let a faster car behind you, or would you want to defend? Considering you've got 9.5 hours to go, I know that I would probably let him go. Ian, what would you do?
Yeah, absolutely. If it's a faster car, 9.5, I'd just let him go, and then you haven't got to deal with that stress behind you, so you're not going to make your own mistakes. There's less chance of contact. It's just generally safer. I mean, I'm not actually a very good driver. I think I'm down to about 1200 IR now. So, but I was about 1600, so I can get there. Don't really feel very qualified to talk about that. But I would let someone through, and probably have.
Yeah, I would as well. I think it's an endurance mindset, but maybe Martin's feeling a little bit racy today, and he certainly looks racy at the moment. And maybe does he want to win at all costs as we are tied back into the debate? I mean, he's in third at the moment, but you never know. There could be some. I mean, he is a steward, and I don't mean to call into question Martin's stewarding abilities, but he is a steward.
I think you're shedding a bit of a line there, Seb. This is the last round, risking it all. I think I'll go back to obviously the real world examples that sort of brought up our thoughts for this debate. Obviously, we saw within World Endurance Championship, came down to the last round between Ferrari and Porsche, to the point that Porsche had a collision, rammed the car in a proper yeet type moment at the last round and shoved the Ferrari out the way. And
sorry, Tim, just stop you there. It was the other way around. The Ferrari was behind the Porsche, and it was trying to overtake coming into, I think, the last corner on the Bahrain circuit, and they punted the Porsche.
Okay, apologies about that one. But also, we've seen in DTM as well, very similar example, where Ferrari, Liam Lawson was due to take championship victory, but was again taken out in some style, and well worth going to have a bit of a look back through the YouTube videos of that one as well. And that's the issue that I have with the win at any cost, especially with the DTM scenario, because they required in the last race, and driver's name completely escapes me right now, but they needed to move up the field by 2 extra positions. Now, just as it happens, there were 2 fellow Mercedes cars ahead of them, and despite not being from the same team, because it was the works team that needed to make up these positions, they conceded some 15 seconds and allowed the car past in the closing laps. Now, that's where I have the big issue with winning at all costs, and it doesn't sit right with me. It's where it's so blatant like that. Yes, we all know team orders comes into a play, but that just feels a bit dirty.
Yes, yeah, you are right. I mean, that's dirty in a different way, because we were just purely talking about driver excitement and driver passion, weren't we? But then you've got that additional layer of the team who, if you look at it purely financially, they're the ones footing the bill, and it makes a difference to them if they win, because they might sell another 2 or 3 of these GTRs, the Mercedes GTRs, to customers. And when I say 2 or 3, so Mercedes selling 30 GTRs in 2 years, I think is what their numbers. It is considered a huge success for their motorsport branding. So, you know, there's a lot of money involved, and when money's involved, people's opinions change.
I mean, interesting. Austin Campbell having an interesting point there. If you win at any cost, become ham at Silverstone. That's that's the interesting one. And another good one is a good example. Now, to stay up to date with the poll, that was obviously related to when they had the slight coming together with Max Verstappen this year. As I'll over to you, Seb, for this.
There's a very late move there by the 27 Motorsports car, and Martin clearly wants that position. I think he's going to let the BMW go. No, he's not. I thought he was... as they get super tight as they enter the S's there, and Martin again stays ahead. So the answer to will Martin Pearson defend from the 27 Motorsports BMW? It's the answer is very much so, yes. And he's once again ahead. So maybe Martin feeling like he can't race Aquila up ahead, so might as well get his action from the 27 Motorsports car behind.
Sorry, just to carry on with the debate while we wait for the BMW to catch up again. The comments said Sterling Moss famously gave up the chances of winning the F1 World Championship. And that was in 1958 for people who are not familiar with this. And Sterling Moss is generally known as being a thoroughly good egg. And this incident happened early in the season when a driver was deemed to have done something illegal. And Sterling saw... a rival driver, Sterling saw the incident and went and told the stewards that he thought it wasn't illegal. So the stewards agreed and gave the other driver the points back. And that, when it came down to the wire, meant that Sterling lost the F1 championship by, I think, is it 1 point? Yes. So that thoroughly gentlemanly decision. Over to you.
So yeah, just about to cut in there is 27 Motorsports car has finally gotten past the Happy Penguin Racing team. Luis Barbosa now up to let's just have a look there. P10 overall as he makes a nice move around the final corner of the track. So he will be up ahead. So Martin couldn't defend from the 27 Motorsports BMW. So he is now up, and we will keep an eye on his pace there. And we'll see if he can pull away or if Martin wants to have a little bit more of a battle with him. Was it, going back to the debate, Ian, is it Mike Hawthorne who...
It was Mike Hawthorne, exactly that, yeah.
Because they were good friends, weren't they? Is the story...
I don't know. Chat might know more about that. I've got a book for Sterling Moss in my Kindle shop ready to buy. I haven't got around to buying it or reading it, so at some point I will, no doubt. And if you come back to me in 6 months, I'll be able to tell you then.
Keep an eye on the Total Sim Sport Twitter account for the update on that one as we have a look at the action again. Yes, I sort of wanted to talking about Formula One, moving to more modern Formula One. Of course, we've got the championship battle at the moment between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton. I think, for me, I think there would be uproar if, as we have actually a little bit of a look at a replay, the FTR Esports red car coming through Degner 1 into Degner 2, going under the bridge. What's going to happen? They're going to lose it on the grass, and that's a huge impact there from the LMP2. Front of the car is off. They will be into the pits. Oh, it's razzle dazzle. The back marker race razzle dazzle, and the LMP2 has to sort of scamper past the damaged LMP2. That was a huge incident there, and let's hope that FTR can repair the car and get back out there once again. But as they're into the pits with their very sorry-looking Dallara chassis.
Always sad to see when you can see the front of the P2 there, missing all of that lovely aero.
Missing all that lovely aero. You can see how much camber these cars run as well. Very impressive as we have a look at Pedro de Sousa, who is in the Hashtag Racing LMP2 car number 92 in third place at the moment. And it's been a little bit of a quieter hour at the moment, less battles going on. I think drivers starting to settle down and focus on consistency and lapping and fuel targets and all of that interesting stuff, at least in my regard. But going back to my point, I think that there'd be absolute uproar, just like there was in the DTM and the WEC world, if the F1 Championship battle was decided by a crash or something along those lines. So I agree with both you and Tim is that I don't like to see winning at all costs, and it's always good to see it decided on the track, even if it's maybe not for the person that you wanted to win. It's always better to know that it was always better to win it on track rather than.
Interesting one, Seb. From the vote that is up in the YouTube chat, and if you haven't voted so far, please head across there and vote. Currently, 75% of people agree with yourself and Ian and say no, winning at all costs is not a good thing. But 25% say yes. So there are people that do believe, hey, it's well worth it. I mean, at the end of the day, nobody ever remembers who comes second. You always remember the winners. You never remember the runners-up. So it's a fair comment, isn't it? You know, when you look back and tell your grandkids, I won that, sounds far better than, I came second at that.
See, going back to the Sterling Moss thing, he never regrets his decision. So yes, he came second, but he was of the mindset that that he did the right thing, and he was able to live with himself and be happy with that, and was able to accept that he lost by 1 point because he did the right thing. It was fair and square. And if he'd had seen it and not said anything and won, then that is winning at any cost, really, isn't it? Because you're not playing fair by the rules. So I think I don't mind being in the same boat as Sterling Moss, if I'm actually honest. I'd rather that than Schumi, absolutely. He's obviously in the 25% of our poll, isn't he? So as is Lewis, although Lewis is quite a fair driver, I think. I mean, that's probably going to provoke some debate in the chat. 'Cause, clearly, Austin Campbell doesn't think so, but I think by and large he is. He tries to do his best to be as fair as possible. But yeah, I'm glad I'm in Sterling Moss's camp.
I think if there's any camp to be in, Sterling Moss is certainly the one to be in. And I think it's also the era of Formula One, and if you look back then, there was much more camaraderie between the drivers. Of course, they were risking their lives every time they got into those cars.
It's a very good point, actually. It was a lot more dangerous then, wasn't it, with the fueling and oh my goodness, yeah.
I mean, the idea that their only safety device was the fact that they didn't have a seatbelt, so they would be thrown clear of the car because the risk of fire was so high is fairly scary.
Surely not. Is that true?
That's what the saying goes. Yeah.
Goodness me.
It is. Yeah, that's half the reason why they used to. It was the quickest way to get out of the car.
That is terrifying.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's more terrifying. You know, the fact of if you have a seatbelt, you'll survive the impact, but you'll probably burn to death. If you don't have a seatbelt, you can get out of the fire, but will you survive the initial impact or been thrown from the car? And there was so many incidents over the years of we lost so many drivers, unfortunately. But I mean, thank goodness, motorsport in general has come such a long way. And you know, I mean, love it or hate it, even the Halo in this day and age has proved to save so many drivers' lives.
Yeah, I mean the Halo. Yeah. Even if you hate it, you can't argue that it's already saved 2 drivers' lives this season, hasn't it? If I'm correct.
But yeah, I mean, Roman Grosjean will always be the biggest probably example, but you know, Hamilton, etc. But
yeah,
I mean,
Grosjean.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't say any fairer than that one. I mean, just bring up to date on the poll. It swayed a bit, actually, gents, since we last spoke about it. It's now up to 30% for yes and 70% for no. So the yes camper coming back hard.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a lot more dirty bounders around coming in as we go past a Ferrari on the side there. Over to you.
That's the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car. 2 laps now off the, I think, Happy Penguin Racing team. They have been really struggling. Martin Jacobson in the car at the moment. I think this is going to be a typical on the curb spin. Yep, lost the rear end. Held his brakes. Actually, yeah, no, he did. Off to the side of the track, reversed to make sure that nobody collects him. Quite courteous of him. Oh, he's going to do a 3-point turn, though. Probably shouldn't have done that. Always better just do a quick spin turn, but he's on the track, and yeah, that curb is lethal. And I've actually been having a look at their lap times, and I think after that damage that they they sustained, they have been struggling for pace. So not going Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle's way at the moment.
I mean, you might be able to offer some. We were talking about this, Tim and I, in another endurance race. And at what point do you hang around in the pits to mend that final bit of damage on your front splitter? At what point do you balance that timing there? It looks like there's a bit more racing developing here. Over to you.
Yeah, it looks like we've got some LMP2 cutting so much grass there, more of a grass cutter than an LMP2 race car, as we taken a very aggressive line into Degner 1, up the inside of the little kink before the hairpin, as we see. So that's just for an update. We've got, so that's the Vector by RSR car getting past the 27 Motorsports car, who of course was in that battle with Martin Pearson for quite a long time. And we have a look on board with the Scania Endurance Motorsport Racing P1 and the Porsche 919 Hybrid. What a lovely sound. Such a shame that we don't have more LMP1s. They are so amazing to drive if you can hook them up right. It's going to go 3 wide down the straight, and that's one of the reasons that I love these LMP1s so much. The question about damage is very important, and I think it depends on your team and obviously your objectives in the race. I think, you know, if you want to just race and you don't really care where you finish, or maybe if the race is very spread out, you might take it. But it's normally a very quick calculation of how much do you think you're losing per lap versus how many laps are left versus how long does it take to repair the car. And it's racing is very much a lot about mathematics when it comes to fuel calculations, when the race is going to finish, all of it. So very interesting as we see the 5-2 for international racing there, getting past the Backmarker Racing car with the they've got all 3 classes on the grid at once there: GTE, LMP2 and LMP1. GTE's unsurprisingly at the back of that field, back of that little battle already. You just see how much quicker these LMP2s are.
Give that a bit of damage insight. But just to pull it back to the debate fractionally, that was my fault that we went off on a Sieg there, but I felt it could add value to the viewers. You can't talk about winning at any costs without mentioning the 1988 and the 1989 seasons when Prost and Senna were teammates at McLaren Honda. Now, I don't know if anyone, surely everyone must be aware of this, but I don't know if anyone, I don't know how old you are, Seb. I don't know if I was watching that season. I think I was only about 7 at the time. But it just was so exciting.
I unfortunately was not around to watch it. I would have absolutely loved to have watched it. I have a slightly different view on that. I feel that Ayrton was robbed, and was it 88? Because the first incident was at the chicane, wasn't it? Where I think Prost might have been a little bit naughty and turned in there. Of course, at this very track that we're looking at, actually at this very corner.
It was this very corner, yeah.
Prost turned in, and Senna went on he kept the engine running, and he ended up going on to finish that race, but was disqualified due to he gained the advantage by cutting the chicane. I think that the racing at any cost could also be into politics, and you'd say that maybe Prost won by any cost in 88, and Senna won by any cost in 89. So it's always
I struggle to recall the actual details of which is which. I definitely remember the incident that we were talking about. It was very serendipitous that we were in car when you were talking about it. It's beautiful timing there, Seb. That was lovely. But yeah, so they started off as friends, I think, and then they weren't.
That's a very polite way to put it. Is Kays goes very, very wide, and he's managed to keep it out of the barriers there. Very impressive that he's managed to keep it out of the barriers of Degner 1. I think he just didn't. He might have forgot to brake there, which is a bit of an interesting incident. So Backmarker Racing Yellow, another excursion in the Degner corners. Yes, going back to the Prost-Senna, I think it's very polite putting it that they weren't friends. Of course, one of the most famous Formula One rivalries, and something that I hope not to be repeated with the current rivalries going on. I think that was a little bit of a, in my opinion, a dark patch for Formula One with them going at it so much. But it was yeah, I can't remember the way round that those incidents went either. I can't, yeah, I can't remember if it was it the chicane incident first, and then I think Senna took out Prost on the Senna took out Prost at turn 1 at Suzuka.
I think someone in chat is more than likely to know that off the top of their head.
It is true that people in chat are way smarter than the people in the commentary box.
By and large, yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
Yeah, that's I've been corrected many times by chat. To have a look at 27 Motorsport, having a little bit of a look at Aquila there. I think Aquila Racing Cyan letting the 27 Motorsport go past a little bit easier than Martin Pearson did. So Luis Barbosa right now directly behind the Backmarker Racing yellow car, at least in position. So we'll keep an eye on that race as we see Shea McNeely 245 Aquila Racing Cyan car. As we're actually almost, sorry to cut in there, we're almost down another race hour here.
Yes, and just an interesting little tidbit about the 1988 season. Just reading about it, Prost became unhappy at the end of the season because he felt that Honda were giving Senna preferential treatment. Now, it turned out to be true. I wonder if such a rivalry had developed if Honda had been more even-handed from the start and allowed them to race and we might not have seen such aggressive and Senna was an aggressive driver anyway, but we might not have seen such aggression from Prost in return with the win at all costs, because he might have felt slighted and was just like, well, if you're going to do it, I'm going to do it. So chicken and egg at this situation.
I think so. It's an interesting game of what could have happened if, Honda were more fair. It's back in the days of Formula One when it was much more of a political sport than it was a motorsport. And well, part of me misses it, part of me doesn't really. But yeah, what could have happened if Honda were a bit more fair? And that ties in, Honda wanting Senna to win, and that's winning at any cost. And if I'm sure Senna wouldn't have minded at all if he'd have won the championship, but I know that's an unfair advantage, and it's something that we saw Lewis Hamilton more recently accusing Mercedes of doing in the Nico Rosberg championship battle of 2016. So not unheard of, but very interesting as we tick down the hours once again. And we've got about 14 minutes for the hours till the hour's up, but there's been quite a lot of development and position changes. Ian, do you want to just take us through the order?
Sure, absolutely. So we've got hashtag racing. Apologies, let's mention Scania out in front in a field of one due to Sapphire Simsport sadly retiring by the looks of it. They've been in I don't think they're coming back out again. And then on to the LMP2 class. So we've got Pedro de Souza actually coming across the line right now in first position, vector by RSR, some way back. How far back? So 5 seconds back, but that's nothing with 9 hours left to go. 524 International Racing in third, Antagonist Racing Team Orange in fourth, and Fuga Simsport P2 in fifth, and FTR Esports Red in sixth. So on to GTE Pro. We've still got Maniti Racing in the lead, and they are about a tenth of a lap up, so that's still quite a close race on Aquila Racing Aqua, who are in second, Orion Race Teaming in third, .exe Sports Red in fourth, and they were up to third at one point, so I think we might have missed the Orion Race Team, unless that was the one that happened all those while ago, and .exe have just been falling back all that time. Centurion Racing are in fifth, sixth position is Boosted Motorsport GTE, seventh Keys Backmarker Racing Yellow, and eighth Luis Barbosa in 27 Motorsport. On to GTE AM, and JD Sim Racing 233 is doing really well. He's fully embedded in the middle of the higher class, the pro class, and everyone else in his class are behind all the GTE pros. We've got Shearman Ely in Acquia Racing Cyan in second, Martin Pearson in his Ford Happy Penguin Racing, and in fourth, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. And they are out of the pits, it seems, so there's not too much damage there. Seb, which was the P2 that lost its nose?
Oh, that's I think it was actually this one right here, the FTR Esports Red, Alex Holloway having another spin into T1, another excursion. Martin Jacobson for the Razzle Dazzle team back out, as well as we have a little look at Martin, and it's been a race to forget, I think, for Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, of course, being in the lead at one point and now down 2 laps off their class lead. Very interesting to hear all the different gaps in where positions have gained, and the winners and losers in race hour 3 of this 12-hour event, as we have I keep on seeing Sapphire Sinsport and second. Their timing keeps on changing, and I keep on thinking that they might come out and provide some competition, but I don't think they will, unfortunately. Such a shame to see the LMP1 field slowly lose interest, but it was unfortunately the same in last season. LMP1 just not proving to be as popular as some people would have hoped, which is a shame. But they are such difficult cars to drive and require a lot of time and effort. As that's 27 Motorsport now past Backmarker Racing Yellow. So Backmarker Racing Yellow, both Backmarker Racing cars having difficult drives at the moment. They're down to 8th place now. 27 Motorsports, that's a great drive from, is that still Louis Barbosa in that car? So excellent job from him. He should be commended for that drive. Yes, it is. So on next up on 27 Motorsports list of overtakes is Boosted GTE, and they are about 20 seconds, I think. Yeah, about 21 seconds. So quite the pace difference, but you never know. And about 1.4 seconds quicker on that lap though, Boosted. So 27 Motorsports was quicker than Boosted Motorsport. So we'll keep an eye out on that as we have a look at the overtake here. And Kays is very slow off the final corner, as it's quite a decent move there from the 27 Motorsports car up ahead of the Backmarker Racing car. Cleanly done, very impressive, and really nice and clean, and not lost too much time in that overall battle. So very good. As I was just about to end, so we'll wrap up this debate. Interestingly, Ian, the winning at all costs poll has now gone down to 20% say yes. So more people agreeing with us.
Yeah, our arguments have carried the day, and everyone agrees with Sterling. Well, not everyone. 20% of the people. 20% of over to you. This looks like there's going to be something interesting happening.
Yeah, well, it is. So that's the Aquila Racing Cyan car catching Backmarker Racing Yellow, the pro team. So very interesting at the moment. It's Shea McNeely, the 245 car, chasing down Kays Eiserman, with Kays having to deal with a little bit of LMP2 traffic at the moment. I'm just going to very quickly try and bring up their last lap times to give you a little bit of an indication. Kays was in the 1 minute 58, 1 minute 58 flat even, with Shea McNeely about 2/10 quicker. So interesting. Both Backmarker Racing cars seem to have lost quite a lot of pace at the moment due to incidents. So very unfortunate for that team. I'm a little bit gutted myself to see them down so far. The field as Aquila Racing Cyan must be commended for a really good job they're doing at the moment. Not as much as JD Sim Racing, who are 52 seconds now in the lead, consistently setting 1 minute 56s. Last lap was 1 minute 56.2. Race pace around here is anything in the 56s is pretty good race pace. If you can get into the 55s, even better. And yes, to prove that our P1 and 2 and 3 were all in the 55s on that last lap in GTE Pro. So, so a little bit slow from both backmarker racing cars, but Aquila doing a very good job, and so are JD Sim Racing.
So the results of the poll. So we got 20% of the people who watchers appear to be dirty, rotten scoundrels, and 80% appear to be thoroughbred gentlemen. So next hour's debate, unless something happens here, I think this is going to be a bit of a look.
I think
Over to you.
I was going to say it should be all okay, but Aquila Racing Sign had a lot of overspeed on the BMW there into turn 1. Very interesting indeed. I think that Porsche is much quicker. It also looks like a very clean car. When I say clean, it's not got any damage, and iRacing's a little bit different with their damage model to some other simulators and definitely real life. Carbon fiber is very bendy in iRacing, so you can see there's a lot of dents on that backmarker racing yellow car. And if we see the Porsche catching very closely, and I think Caves might just have to let this one go. They're I think not in the same pace bracket at the moment, and all very wide coming out of Degner 2 under the bridge towards this kink. This Porsche looks very quick. Aquila Racing Cyan in the Porsche. Second in, as we've been saying, very good race from them so far. For about 5 seconds ahead of Happy Penguin Racing in third. So all to play for in at least the second place and third place at the moment. So Aquila will be wanting to get past backmarker racing cleanly as possible. Maybe even tactically do a little bit of fuel saving maybe. So all interest to play there.
Just looking at these sector times, they're all very similar, very close. Sometimes only a hundredth or two off. So they are pretty evenly matched. And over to you.
As we see a move down the inside into 130R, very nicely from the Porsche there. The FTR red LMP3s will make it 3 wide as they head into the final chicane. The Porsche will have to just back out of this move a little bit, but Kays sees it coming, and the LMP2 actually goes very deep to avoid any incidents. So good driving from there. Orion Race Team has pitted. 27 Motorsport also pitted as well, so they are struggling a little bit on fuel. A little bit of a flashing move there, flashing lights from Kays there. Clearly not happy about the move into the 130R, but from where we saw, that looked all very clean and above board. 27 Motorsports, I thought they were going to exit the pits, but they weren't. I think everybody's taking tyres at the moment, so no tyre strategy. Case does want a little bit of to get past Aquila. He really wants to race this Porsche, the number. Let me just see. Yeah, the Aquila Racing Cyan team, but unfortunately for backmarker, but good for Aquila. They have got ahead and hopefully can push on and maybe just maybe catch JD, but that's quite a tall asking even with 9 hours.
Who gets the better exit here? So it's half a second. That gap is maintaining at half a second. So they both did well out of that as they come around 200R.
I always find, I wonder if it's for the same for you, Ian, that when I'm following a car after being passed, I tend to be quicker because I tend to use their reference points. So like I see that they brake, say, like 150 meter boards, and you go, I'll brake 2 meters afterwards. And then as soon as when they get out the slipstream, I'm like 2 seconds a lap slower because I don't know where to brake anymore. So maybe that's happening a little bit to K's behind, because Aquila did look much quicker as we see the Scania Endurance Motorsport LMP1 in the background there, just coming around 130R, menacing as ever. I do love the look of that Porsche LMP1. Again, as I keep on saying, shame to see more, but shame not to see more LMP1s, but it's quite a feat by itself for Scania to be racing 12 hours with just one with no competition. So hats off to them.
You saw Keys there trying to suck in through behind the P2 there and just try and draft as much as possible from the faster car and gain a little bit of time. He seems to have worked as well, but I think Shear maybe backed off a little bit because he got to nearly 3/4 of a second ahead as they were coming into the final chicane after 130R. So it looks as though Shea is better at that corner than Keys. So it'll be interesting to see if he can maintain the lead and use that corner to his full advantage and continually pull time on him.
Will be indeed. Backmarker Racing Yellow, actually Keys, did actually have the fastest lap of practice in the GTE field overall. I think we're wobbling at 53.9, but not able to utilising that pace at the moment. Still not stopped at the moment. We've only had 2 GTE stop as far as I'm aware, and that was Orion and 27 Motorsport. So actually Aquila Racing and JD Sim Racing also pull into the pits just as I say that. Let's have a look at Antagonistic Racing Team Orange at 130R. Let's see what drama they've encountered as they head into the braking zone for the chicane. Are they going to clip the curve quite nicely? A little bit wide, you'd say, but doing all okay. So they're going to pull into the pits? No, they're not. I thought they were going to pull into the pits there, but don't see anything happening at the moment. Ian, did you see anything there?
I wonder if it was just because it's an interesting facet with the P2. So with the GTEs, oh goodness, there we go.
Oh, and that's a big spin for the 524 International Racing car there. No damage, and they can get on their way, but tyres will be hot, and they'll being a little bit, I'll have to put it, a little bit silly after spins. JD Sim Racing pulls into the pits. Actually pulls into the pits. We see the P2 go past. And Aquila Racing Team coming out just ahead of Backmarker Racing Yellow there. Not racing, I think they're a lap down, but it'll be that was good timing there for Aquila, because it means they don't have to get past any lapped traffic.
So with the P2s, there's a lot more suspension travel in the GTE class, so they can absorb punches off the curbs. P2s, they're just basically solid. There's very little. If you bump too hard a curb, as we saw coming into that chicane, it's really hard to hang on to the spin. That's why Monza is such a. Oh, there we go, coming through. Over to you.
I completely missed that. .exe Rolf Miller there having a little bit of an excursion into Degner 2. We've seen many a driver come a cropper there today, and we'll add another one to the tally. Kays Eiserman in the 123 Backmarker Racing Yellow car, following closely behind Aquila, who is in the dangerous spot at the moment of having cold tyres and high fuel, which means that the guy behind you on the worn but warm tyres, which is the crucial bit. So let's have a look at Martin Jacobson, the sister team to the car I was just talking about, coming through Dunlop at the moment. He's going to have a little bit of a spin, touched the AstroTurf there, finds reverse again. He's favoured reverse today more than first, I think. We've seen that car going backwards quite a lot today at the moment. Yes, we do not need tyres. Who needs them? Especially when you're changing. As quite funnily, the team manager for Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle has just put in the pit lane interview channel that tyre wear has been quite good out there today. Maybe not necessarily too much for this stint. As had a few spins. Of course, that car has been involved in. I think we didn't see a replay of it, but I've heard that it had. I don't know if you can remember Backmarker Racing Yellow, the BMW, they spun off at Degner 2 and hit the wall. Well, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle did the exact same the lap previously, so I think they picked up quite a lot of damage from there.
I was talking to one of our fellow commentators, Paul Busby, and he was spotting for me round in a race, and I'd spun in the P Cup, and he was like, no, just wait a couple of laps for the tyres to cool down. And I knew I had to wait and cool down, but I didn't know you had to wait like a couple of laps or a lap and a half. I just thought a couple of corners would do it. And he was like, no. And that was really good information for me, because it really helped me to not chuck it into the wall about 3 corners later. It was around Spa as well. Just coming around Stavelot, everything gets a bit greasy.
I agree with you on that, especially in the Porsche Cup. But yeah, iRacing's tyre model is a wonderful thing if you can understand it, and if you can't, it's very frustrating. And yeah, tyre temps play such a huge role, especially in the Porsche Cup. I remember it's a little bit, I think not with the new Porsche Cup. Of course, we had the 992 car be introduced into iRacing fairly recently, but I remember if you were very aggressive off your start and you put a lot of slip into the tyres, you'd be round for the. You wouldn't make turn 1 or turn 2 or, to be honest, turn 7. So yeah, tyre temp very very important, and if you can understand it and use it to your advantage, you can definitely avoid losing a lot of time after you've had a spin. I'm never good at that. I always like to be pushing straight again, and I always end up being in more trouble than I probably should be. So I don't think. Just looking at GTE Pro, has Aquila Racing Aqua pitted yet, or are they still out and about on their tyres? So they've stopped 3 times along with everybody else. So Maniti's lost the lead. I think.
Wonder what happened there, because they've lost 11 seconds. I wonder if they were carrying damage or they just had a bit of a spin.
I think it's tyres. So I think what Aquila's done here is they've not taken tyres. They're gambling on the double stint. So Maniti's taken tyres. They're playing it safe, but Aquila wants to see if they can capitalise and gain that. And it's in theory.
Well, this is what we're going to need to watch, isn't it? I think, Seb, we just need to keep our eye on the gap, and it's already under 11 seconds. So that's 2/10 more since we've actually started talking about it. It's back over 11 now, but let's just wait a little bit of time. And while we're doing that, I think we'd like to just bring in the subject of our debate for this hour, and that is: do you need top-level equipment to be competitive? Is it pay to win? Now that could be either in IMSA or or WEC. So, and I see Maniti going a little bit wide, probably tyres are a bit cold, I think, there. But so, yes, everyone, we'd like to hear from everyone in the chat. Do you need top level equipment to be competitive? And what's your views, Seb?
I think I would take it more from the sim racing angle. I think, firstly, for the sim racing is sim racing pay to win. You often hear a lot of people on the social media sites is Maniti locked up quite a lot there into the final chicane. But you often hear people say on social media, you can't be quick until you've bought this super awesome direct drive wheel that outputs 100 newton meters of torque. But if you actually look at the pros, a lot of them are still using Logitech G29s or G25s or even some Driving Force Pros GTs. It's all about at the end fundamentally understanding the car and how to be quick. So I think from sim racing, it's not pay to win. I think you can pay to be more consistent. I think certainly better pedals help you with that. Maybe a little bit more force feedback fidelity can help you that too. But I don't think it makes you quicker. I think unfortunately for us that aren't gifted with speed, it comes from talent and skill, which is never as nice as just being able to pay money to be quicker.
That was a very important point you made there. Your consistency, it gives you more consistency, absolutely. Because with slightly lower end, talking about sim racing gear, with lower end products, they might not be sending the same thing to the car as every time, even if you do the same thing. So there might be little inaccuracies within the hardware or whatever, and it's sending stuff that's not the same every time, so that becomes harder to be consistent. But yet, if you're fast no matter what you're driving. I think there's one of our friends, he's fast in pretty much every car he gets into, and whilst he's got a Fanatec, but he's got a single screen and he doesn't really have a rig. It's just there in his desk, and he's sat at his normal computer chair. So definitely skill and ability to balance the car around the corner and work with the tyres is absolutely key.
Yes, I completely agree. And a very interesting point what you're saying, especially with pedals around like inaccuracies. And I'm sure that if you're new to sim racing or been around a while, you would have heard the term load cell be bounded around quite a lot. And it is one of those upgrades that you don't, when you hear it, you go, oh well, it's just a different way of measuring input. It can't be that different. But the consistency that you get with a load cell is so amazing over a potentiometer-based pedal set because it's all about force rather than distance, and they are amazing. And if anybody is struggling maybe with a little bit of braking performance and want to maybe be consistent, a Lotel pair are certainly a good, I think, are a good investment. Depending on how,
more than a wheel, absolutely, yeah. And I mean, when I started with the G29 and the pedals, and I did the True Brake upgrade mod, which made it a bit better. But when I got a Fanatec wheelbase CSW and the Fanatec pedals, I instantly came quicker, and also I didn't spin as much because it was easier to catch and feel the spin. If you were a little bit too hot on the power, just coming out of a corner, you could react faster with the Oppo lock. So I think in that respect, definitely helps. But I'm still slow.
Yeah. So, I know that feeling. You can pay all the money in the world, but it does not make you quicker. You'd like to think it does, but and what's great.
What is really key with Lotel, sorry to interrupt, I think, is that it allows you to trail brake properly because the inputs are much more accurate from. You can trail brake properly, so you're still braking and steering, and you're balancing the friction of the tyre to go left or right and slow down better, and it allows you better turning. So that's really key, and because you gain most of your time as you come into and out of corners, aren't you? So
let's just, as we will continue that debate in a minute, we are going to go back talking about the on-track action, and there's the 524 International Racing, very close to P3 in their class of antagonistic racing team Orange. Just under a second now. They've been slowly catching through the last few laps. On that lap, they were just about 0.2 quicker, so we'll keep an eye on that battle as they come through the S's at the moment. See these drivers pushing these cars to the absolute limit, even though we're in a 12-hour endurance race. I think they're certainly taking it like a sprint race at the moment, and that's the real skill of an endurance driver. And if you can win all of the, if you know how to be able to push and do sprint race pace while keeping it consistent, it's a recipe for many a win, and something that I'm yet to master myself. It's a little bit deep into the hairpin there. The number 77 car has lost about 0.4 actually. A very costly mistake there from the 524 International Racing Team. So antagonistic racing has a little bit more of a gap to extend their lead and to maybe feel a little bit less pressured. So interesting development in that battle. It's died down a little bit, the battle, and we'll keep an eye on it. What I was going to say about the no,
you go ahead.
I just want to say about the Lotals is that when I first started sim racing, you could only really afford, they used to be super expensive. You're talking thousands of pounds. But with recent the recent popularity of sim racing and the components becoming cheaper, you're actually being able to get very decent pedal sets for very cheap. You look at the new Fanatec pedals that look just amazing and super accurate, and the Thrustmaster pedals as well. So it's definitely becoming cheaper to be able to have that level of performance, which is always great to see. So I think we're going to have a look here at Centurion, the 145 Ferrari, having a little bit of an incident into Spoon at the moment. They're just going to touch the AstroTurf there. So they've actually lost the position to JD there, and they have to wait for all of these cars to come through, some GTE, some LMP2s, and that they must be making those curbs out of coconut oil or something. It's incredibly slippery. So the battle at the front for LMP2 for P3 is down to 0.3 again. So after that lockup, actually at this corner on the last lap, the number 77 car hasn't impacted their battle too much. It's they're back to under a second, well within that slipstream band. So they'll be getting a nice tow down the straight as we come into Spoon. At the moment, we see the 524 car getting a little bit of understeer there, a little bit of mid-corner push from the dirty air of the LMP2 up ahead. Goes very wide on exit as they come down the straight. Will we see another move, or another at least attempted move into 130R? I think he's a little bit too far back
Yeah, it's
At
half
the
a second.
moment.
That's too much, isn't it?
Oh, and I think the Ford GTE, our Happy Penguin Racing team, has had a little bit of an incident, so we will bring you a replay of that right now. In fact, going into turn one, brakes a little bit early, but it all looks good through there. Gonna just trail braking in, just a little bit too quick, and around she goes. I think that's a classic case of ambition over adhesion there. No damage done. All good, but the tires will be just a little bit hot. And yeah, you saw Martin, you saw the brake lights disappear there, so he obviously came off the brakes. And talking about trail braking, I think that was a case for a little bit more trail braking there.
Yeah. I think just while this looks like they're going to be held up, so I'm going to go back over to you.
Oh, I thought he was going to get past there, but he didn't. Oh, he's going to go down the inside into Degner too. Oh, see, yeah, I've missed that. So the 524 car has actually gotten past the number 99 car there. So very opportunistic move here from 524 to get past Antagonistic Racing there, using the Porsche GTE to their advantage, and then even just to rub it into Antagonistic Racing's a little bit more, they've dived down the inside of the Porsche into Degner 2, so they've extended their gap. Very nice driving there from the 524 cars, really utilising the traffic to their advantage. So hats off to them, but Antagonistic Racing definitely not wanting to lie down and take that. They are currently 3/10 behind on the back straight. Will he have a little bit of a look into 130R? Again, he's a little bit too far back, but can always maybe try and follow and get him into the chicane. But again, not able to make it on this lap. 524 very deep into that corner, might give him a run, and he's actually gotten very, very loose on the exit. This is going to be a perfect opportunity for Antagonistic Racing Team Orange to gain the position back once again. They're now side by side as they head down the straight. The number 90 car on the outside, but the number 77 car just manages to pull ahead. And even with that wobble, that poor exit and the counter steer moment there, he manages to stay ahead. So good driving from the 524 car. So yes, you're.
It's one of those in the P2 when you're just so anxious to keep ahead or to get that extra tenth that you just a little bit fraction too early on the throttle, and the back will step out and your heart immediately jumps, the adrenaline spikes, so you're like, and you catch it, you take a breath, and you saw the different line of the 524 car as he came out the final curve down the start finish straight, and just managed to squeak ahead, is pulled out to a second now. Just to quickly mention, we were talking about Maniti Racing. That is 9 3/4 seconds behind now, so they've pulled back 2 seconds. 1.5 seconds. So the tyres probably going to get warmer throughout the hour, and I wonder if we'll see this gap dropping now. Now it's dropped 1.5 seconds in the last 2 or 3 laps, because it was holding at 11 seconds while we were following that P2 battle, and it's now 9.5. It's down. It's Maniti is 2/10 closer. So I wonder if this will be the period where Aquila Racing Aqua will start losing ground on these fresh tyres.
It's very interesting because Maniti will only get quicker from now on. They're just going to burn more fuel off. Their grip's just going to keep on improving. Well, Aquila, yes, their fuel will be burning off, but their tyres will be falling off a cliff. They will undoubtedly be getting slower throughout the stint. And so Aquila, that gap will come down unless Aquila can somehow find a the magic button, the pace button that all drivers wish they had in their cars. Actually, the gap's back down to about 10 seconds at the moment, so Maniti's lost a little bit on this lap. But Aquila, even if they get overtaken by Maniti and they come out, say 5 seconds behind, they still net gain 6 seconds. The biggest issue with double stinting is normally just the lack of grip that you might encounter, and that's not going to help Maniti at all, as there's a GTE, that's the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle 224 car getting out in front of them, and Chris Neesham, new driver, in for them. So that will be really annoying Joshua behind the wheel of that Maniti car, because he's got a battle to to win, and that's just costing him time, just costing him so much time through the S's. And the FTR red car, the LMP2, also wants to get past. There's a bit of a traffic jam going on at the moment. Chris Neesham will just back out around the outside of Dunlop, and you can hear him lifting off. But that's cost Maniti quite a lot of time. But Aquila, the biggest issue and the biggest risk to their strategy is if they have a spin. If you lose, 7 seconds in a spin because the tyres are worn, your advantage is almost gone. So it's about keeping it on track. So we will watch this with intrigue as we do. As Vexed by RSR LMP2 is just popped into the pits.
And it looks like Joshua didn't actually lose that much time there, because he's now back to 10.5 behind. So 10.2, sorry. And so he lost maybe half a second there, which you don't want to, but 8 hours left as we keep talking about it. So he'll be able to pull that gap back, I think, with some canny tyre maintenance. And as you say, Aquila Racing is going to have to be really careful, and as a result they might have to start not being quite so aggressive into the turns. And and we're going to they're coming round the corner, but they were stuck behind, so we'll see what Maniti Racing's last lap was. We're just waiting for the timing tyre to update. Was that a 1:57.12, and Aquila is 1:56.9, so that's 0.2 faster around this circuit right now, but they are 10.2 behind, so there's not much ground being made up there. Let's wait another couple of laps, and hopefully we'll get some clean laps for these cars to put in proper laps without being held up, and we will see a correct time, if you like.
What's interesting is Orion's race teams, their lap has just popped up, and they did a 1:56.3. So that's about 6 or 7 tenths quicker than Aquila. So Aquila are definitely losing pace, and it'll be interesting to see what Maniti's lap time is on this particular lap. But Aquila's still in the quick phase of their stint. They will just get slower. The tyres will start to wear off, especially around here. The fronts take so much punishment through the first couple of first sector with the S's, and what you'll end up having to do is move the brake bias rearwards, so you'll have to start relying on more rear grip to turn the car in, which of course makes you more susceptible to losing the rear end of braking, and then you start overheating the rears. So Aquila their pace might be indicative of a little bit of tyre management, but they are losing a lot of time at the moment.
Aquila are coming up to their end of the 101st lap, so we should see an updated lap time there. So I'm just watching the timing tower, 0.99, so they've just crossed the finish line now, and we'll see an update shortly. 1:57.18.
So very
Aquila don't know what they're doing, it seems, from I can only Austin Campbell, I hope you are an Aquila driver and not just throwing shade there. Let us know if you are actually. And Josh has just finished his 101st lap, and he's put in a 1:56.4, so that is 0.7 faster than Aquila, so we can expect to see that lap closing.
So very interesting, and very interesting to also know that Austin doesn't quite know what they're doing, which is always how the best strategists start.
Here we go. Sorry, there's some more information from Austin, and he is in the Aquila team, and the Aquila 143 took a single tyre in the pit stop. Are you able to fill us in whether that was deliberate or was that accidental, Austin?
If it was intentional, what tyre was that? The spare tyre. Yeah. Well, what one did you replace? Because from all the driving I've done, it's pretty much front even. Like there's no single tyre that wears more. Like at your Red Bull's ring, your outside front will wear super quick compared to your inside front.
It looks. I wonder if the tyres weren't selected fast enough in the black box on the ticks when they just before they arrived in the pits. So one was changed, and the other three weren't, which is dead frustrating because that will upset the balance of the car. It'll upset the balance of the car totally because one new tyre will have more grip. And here we are with Jason Dillon again, and he's just completed his 102nd lap, and it's a 1:57.39. And Joshua is 1:56.5, so he's now so what's that? That's nearly a second faster, 0.9 faster in that lap. So we can see that gap is now 8.3 seconds. So we can only really suspect that will keep dropping as little bounce on the Ferrari there. Over to you, Seb.
Yeah, it's a lot of curb for Centurion Racing Team there. So the number 145 car, Maximilian Banden, is in the car, currently chasing down the JD Sim Racing car. That's the AM leader at the moment. Yeah, they lost the position in the spin that they had at. Lost the spin that they had at the. Sorry, Ian, over to you. I think I'm having a little bit of technical issues again.
We're on board with Maximilian in the Centurion Racing Ferrari, and as he's coming down through the snake into the anti-bank curve, and the P2 is looking to go around the inside, takes it nicely as they all stream around Dunlop. That was a nice take there, nice and safe. And we're watching with Centurion as they're continuing round Dunlop into Degner, and takes that. And now he's almost 1.5 seconds now behind, so he's closing well. So despite that little skip as they came into the last chicane, a little bounce on the curb, taking a little bit too much, that hasn't seemed to upset them too much. It looked as though they did a bit of a drift around the hairpin there, but I think it's probably just my screen. And as they're coming now around 200R, they are 1.4 behind JD Sim Racing. Even though JD's in a different class, they gained a position from a bit of a spin that Centurion did earlier, I think. And the P2 is now having a bit of a blink. We're just having news of an accident, and we're going to go to that replay any second. That's Chris Neeson in Batmaker Racing Razzle Dazzle.
I'm not looking forward to this one.
Coming around 130R. Made it round. Oh, that was a little tag, and then that's upset the balance totally. Goodness me. That was incredible driving. He really held on to that beautifully. That could have gone horribly wrong into that concrete wall and race over. Going to be a little bit cross with that for that misjudgment from the P2. But, you know, things happen. Racing incident is probably, there we go, a little bit of a bank. I wonder whether he wasn't anticipating the Ferrari to brake quite so hard quite so soon, but you should really be aware to that in such a faster car, and we'll see what happens when the stewards have a word about that. And we're back on with Centurion Racing as they're coming out of the first corner into this snake right up behind JD into the anti-bank curve, coming shortly just before Dunlop, and they are now 0.58 behind. Who's going to get a better exit all the way around Dunlop? And we're going to go back to Jason Dillon in Aquila Racing. It spun, and if you remember, he was 8.5 seconds, and you see ahead of Maniti, and you see there he bounced up the curb a little bit. Did that bounce off the wall? I think
he touched the wall.
There's going to be a bit of front end damage there as well. And look, there we are in the back of the corner. You see Maniti Racing now 0.4 behind, and that's 0.3 behind from that replay. And here we go. We're going to watch it from the curb. And this is Chris Neeson, and back on with Jason Dillon as we're coming round the final curve.
He got beached on the curb. He got the undertray of the car on the curb, which then unloaded the front tyre, which then basically just insta-locked. What a unfortunate mistake, and it was just what I was saying.
Mantini. Oh my goodness, a little bit of contact there. Mantini has just got, he's off as well, so at least he doesn't directly benefit from that little bit of misjudgment. And Aquila gets back on track. Maniti rejoins, and he's now 3.5 seconds behind. Doesn't seem a very heavy touch, so neither car should have too much damage. But Aquila Racing is going to have a bit of front end from the previous wall contact. We'll have a quick replay of coming into the first turn, and Maniti is taking a lot of draft there, closing up on Aquila, and he's looking to go, probably goes to pull around the inside. Do we know? Okay, so what's happening here? There's late braking going on as he just tries to go around the inside of the second turn and gently tags the back of the Porsche. The Porsche there manages to hold on well and continue on in his position. Dropping the Maniti actually came off worse from that, and he also did well to stay at that wall, because that little bit of runoff is very short and you could see that wall approaching fast, and that's just courageous, brave driving, but probably a little bit too aggressive there. Maybe just tried to under brake and take that turn 2 on the inside. And the Aquila Racing took the racing line as he's allowed to, and there was a bit of a contact. So we're just looking now at Centurion, who's right up on the tail of JD Sim Racing. And I think what we move here, I'll just let you, Seb. I think Seb is back in the box now. He's got everything sorted.
Indeed, yes, and just in time to see the incident at turn 1. Centurion Racing Team not involved in that incident at turn 1, but closing down on JD Sim Racing. Will be. I'm also trying to watch this battle and keep a close eye on the Aquila Maniti battle. They're down to 4 tenths again, so something has clearly happened with Aquila, as it was very. There was about a 4-second gap there. So what has gone on for the lead in GTE Pro? Moving a little bit further back in GTE Pro, Centurion Racing Team catching JD Sim Racing by a rate of knots once again into the chicane. We have a look, and they are. I love the little bit of late braking to get the nose to turn in for the second part of that chicane there. It feels so good when you can get it right, as heading down the straight at the moment. Centurion looking very quick at the moment in the slipstream of JD. Are they going to pull out towards the inside? I think they're just going to have to back off again. Let's hope we don't see another incident into turn 1, just like last lap with the leaders, and we do not at the moment. And the gap between P1 and P2 is very close at the moment. No, it's not. They are dropping back. Maybe that was my timing standards going a little bit AWOL there. But as we have a look back at the Centurion and .exe battle, I've been informed that it was the same. Yeah, this is the closest battle, so something's clearly going a little bit awry with my timing stand. So Centurion on the back of JD Sim Racing. JD, of course, in the lead in GTEM with a 48-second gap to Aquila Racing Cyan. In AM, so a very, very good position for them too, and I'm sure they won't really mind if they lose this place overall, as it's not in their battle. As Centurion goes very deep into the hairpin there, loses a bunch of time, and had to get a whole lot of opposite lock on there to keep the car from becoming a very different. It's becoming backwards. So I've just been informed about the poll. So of course, our debate is: does equipment matter? Can you pay to win in sim racing? And 71% say yes, which is very interesting and very different to what I was expecting. I guess there are some aspects that you can, but maybe. I'm sure the sim racing manufacturers, equipment providers, will be very pleased with that poll.
I think what it is that better equipment will cover your, without being disrespectful to everyone, because it does it to me, it will cover your lack of skill. Whereas if you are very good at it, it doesn't really matter what you have to some degree.
I think that's a very good point there, and I'm actually thinking back to a time. As Centurion gets on the curb there and almost stacks it in the wall there, manages to collect all of the opposite lock up there and continue on his way. I remember driving the Porsche Cup around the Nordschleife for a 4-hour VLN race, and thinking that a direct drive wheel was a good purchase, because you could just cut that car just that little bit quicker, but. Yeah, it doesn't make you quicker, but it definitely makes you much more consistent. And maybe that's, maybe that is the same as being better in some people's minds. But I don't think it makes you quicker, but it definitely makes you more consistent. And this battle, talking about consistent, is definitely all about consistency. Centurion, of course, made that little bit of a mistake, which has allowed JD once again just to increase their gap. So we'll keep an eye on that at the moment. So, so continuing to talk about this debate, is there anything else I guess you opened up the debate about motorsport, didn't you, Ian? As in general?
Yeah, it was more about motorsport, but I mean, clearly, as sim racers, that was turned to be the more focus. And when we were talking about this debate, I suspected that this would happen, which is fine, because everyone's talking about it. But clearly, in motorsport, millions are spent to get that extra tenth as you go up and up and up into the higher echelons of the sport.
Very true, and the margins become so small that they're gaining. And yes, and it even comes down to things like helmets. I was recently in the market for a karting helmet, and the amount of difference between a cheap one and a really expensive one was just the amount of weight that they had. And it's you definitely can pay a lot to gain as much as you want. And yes, we went to the this karting event, and we did a team race, and yeah, people definitely you could see that people were spending more money who definitely had the advantage. So the battle for P1 in GTEs, we'll move away from the debate just for a split second, just to cover the battle. It's back down towards the second, so I think Aquila might have had another little bit of an issue, maybe a slow lap. So very interesting to see. Maniti definitely, I think, at the moment, you'd say, has got the better strategy. They've been quicker and more consistent. So, I don't know if we... so the car went... We know that the car went up on the jacks without selecting any tyres. So a little bit of a iRacing bug, it sounds like, then. Unfortunately, just to remind you, Aquila's changed only one tyre.
That's very disappointing if that is just a bug that will effectively, take away your first position.
Oh, look at this Centurion, very close to JD Sim Racing once again. We always see them very close through this final chicane. Centurion's been very good at the chicane all race, so I'm sure that they will have a great run out onto the start-finish straight, which they do. JD will have to defend to the inside if they want to keep this position. This will be a good marker to see how much does JD want this position. They've not defended that much at all. Centurion are through and up ahead, and that's even a little bit of a lift there from JD, so not much of a fight there. So they are up past JD Sim Racing into P5 overall in.
That was discretion is a better part of valour right there, because you would have seen in his relative that car catching him lap after lap, and it was just let him through.
So, having a little bit of a look at 524 International, they've had another spin at Spoon. Again, another driver to fall victim of that very slippery curb on the middle exit, I think is the best way to describe that corner. Almost contact with the league organizer, Martin Pearson, there. I'm sure that might be a bit of a stewards meeting afterwards. I think he might be called into the stewards to explain why he rejoined in that manner. But back with the racing, talking about stewards' decisions, actually, I don't know if there was any reports for the little kerfuffle into turn one, but they're back with P1 and P2 and 5/10 separating them at the moment, very close as they come through the chicane. Once again, Manishi looks ever so quick at the moment. A super run exit out. They might even have a chance here at the moment, coming down the pit straight to finish another lap. And Manishi looks ever menacing in that BMW GTE M8 as Aquila looks to defend a little bit. I'm sure that Aquila will be defending tooth and nail to maintain their position here, as it's quite strategically important that they manage to keep Maniti behind for as long as they can. 23 minutes to go in this stint. It'd be a tall order for them to keep Maniti behind for all of it, but every lap is a la Kimi Raikkonen in 2018, the US Grand Prix, trying to keep Lewis behind on old tyres, and it ended up winning him the race. Can it do the same for Aquila Racing Aqua today? Maniti looking ever quick, and you can just see how much more command Maniti has of that car. It just turns in so much better and just looks so much more agile compared to that Porsche that you could just almost sense the frustration from the driver of how much understeer that car has at the moment. Anyway, down into the hairpin, and yeah, Maniti's so much quicker, had so much more mid-entry speed there, but lost it a little bit on exit. So that's given Aquila a little bit of a chance to run away to build that gap as much as they can into Spoon. Can they all survive Spoon? Of course, Spoon has been a little bit of a dangerous corner. Actually, Maniti goes very wide there and loses a little bit of time onto the exit of Spoon. Always easy to pick up an off track there, so we'll have to be watching for that later on in the race as incidents become more of an issue as you're starting to run up against the limit. Both taking a lot of grass on the entry into 130R there. None of them touching the outside curb of 130R, which is again another curve that likes to spin you around and makes you contemplate whether you really like the front end of your car as much as you thought you did. Through the final corner, still line astern. Aquila Racing is your GTE Pro leader. Maniti Racing ISRC GTE is second. And there's I thought I heard a little bit of netcode damage there, but didn't see anything. I think that was just a little bit of a graphical glitch. So JD Sim Racing and Centurion of course got ahead of JD Sim Racing, but Centurion hasn't managed to pull away from JD as much. Yeah, that Centurion, I think we're right, Centurion damage does look like it's got some damage on the front, and he's pitted. He has come into the pit, so Centurion's got some damage. So we're going to actually just run through this last lap and see where Centurion has picked up this damage. So coming into turn 1, kicking up a load of dust on the entry there. All looks good so far though. Through turns 1 and 2 into turn 3 up towards the S's. It's actually very nice to see a GTE car on board for a lap, so I'm looking forward to this. Through the S's takes a lot of grass on entry, nibbles as much curb as you could possibly dare to slow the car down into this right-hander, double apex it to open up the left-hander of Dunlop to try and take it as flat as possible. You had a little bit of a confidence lift there. Up towards the Degners now, trying to brake as late as possible here, try and take as much curb as you dare. Oh, very understeery through there. You saw the car front just not wanting to turn in. A lot of curb through Degner 2 though, manages to rotate the car quite nicely. Out on power through this left-hander, right-hander kink into the left-hander of the hairpin. Again, picking up a lot of understeer there at the moment. A lot of understeer as we head up towards the hill. No damage on the car at the moment, so we'll again have to wait and see what happens. Into Spoon at the moment. Brake just a little bit before that little indent of a little side road that everybody uses to brake. Through Spoon. All looking good on the exit. So easy to get an off track here, as I've said, up towards the he ran into the wall. He's managed to crash on a straight. That was I'm a little bit lost for words for that. He's managed to crash in somewhat of a straight line. So as we joined to him, when I thought there was some netcode damage, he actually did hit the wall. And what's gone on there for Centurion Racing Team? That's certainly more of the one of unusual incidents that we've seen so far.
I mean, that could have been anything. It could have been his phone ringing and stamping, his dog jumping on his lap or something. You just don't know. I mean, I find it hard to believe he'd just drive into the wall for no reason. Oh, that Porsche bumped up quickly there. Back to you. It's looking hot here coming into Degner.
On the exit, Porsche all over the shop at the moment, really struggling for rear grip at the moment. We actually don't know what tyre was changed. There's the lockup for Aquila. That's going to give the door right over for Maniti, and Maniti has taken the lead. Aquila, though, still alongside Maniti. They will have the slightly better run out as they had to go the long way round, but Aquila backside of that move, and Maniti takes the lead again. So another mistake from Aquila gives the lead back to Maniti, and that was a much cleaner move than the first attempt there. So just look at how much steering lock Jason Dillon is having to put into that car at the moment. It's incredible how much understeer that car has currently. So Maniti is back at the top of the standings, and Aquila will just have to see if they can stay within Maniti's draft, but I think that will be quite the
But-
tall order.
All is not lost, because at the end of this stint, they will change the tyres properly, and then Maniti will be on a set of older tyres. So, because they've been so close, and Aquila's been managing to hold him off so much with double stinted tyres, I think that bodes well for a future competition as the Porsche gets a new set. So I think we haven't seen the last of this battle by no means. There's still 8 hours left to go, and I think we'll definitely see some more fighting.
Yeah. Just before I do the order, I just want to make a point. If you're Maniti, I think knowing that Aquila will have to take tyres, I would also try and stick on a new set of boots there, just to almost as like an insurance policy against Aquila. Just as you know, you've got the pace, so it'd be interesting to see what they do in the pit stops. But should we have a run through the field and see what everybody's up to? So Scania Endurance Motorsport is our only LMP1 still running. Sapphire Simsport was not able to take part for more than a few laps. So Scania, unsurprisingly, in the lead. Your lead in LMP2, however, is Vector by RSR. Marius, not going to try and pronounce your last name there. I do apologise. Marius is in the lead for the number 71 car with a... Is that true? Is that a 1:07 gap to Hashtag Racing, the number 92 car? I do believe that is. Luis Pedro Costa in the number 92 Hashtag Race car. He's actually... that gap has come down a little bit over the last few hours. So maybe, just maybe, there might be a little bit of a race as we head further on into this race. Still 8 hours to go, of course. Antagonistic Racing Team Orange is in third place, very close behind, just coming into Spoon as Hashtag are on the exit of Spoon. So interesting to see. And of course, Antagonistic Racing were having that battle with 524 International Racing, as who unfortunately had their little bit of a spin coming into Spoon, one of the many victims of a Spoon corner today. They're still not too far behind, about 25 seconds. Again, goes a little bit wide there. Fuga Simsport LMP2, Mads Graven, the number 90 car, is in 5th place overall. He's just coming through the hairpin. So quite a long way down, but still in it. 5 laps behind is FTR Esports, who had a multitude of issues today, including their incident on the exit of Degner 2. So FTR Esports 5 laps down, just trying to get to the end at this point. Shame for them. They had some really good pace today, and Stage 1 Racing Junior is out of the field in 7th in LMP2. Moving down to GTE Pro, your new leader once again is Maniti ISR GTE, who have got a 3.5 second gap now to Aquila in 2nd. So let's just remind you of the pass that Joshua Mayer made to take the lead, actually lifting quite a lot into the hairpin there, and just saw that his fellow compatriot went very deep there and went, yeah, thank you very much, I'll take that lead. So it looks like Maniti were quite content to actually stay behind Aquila, at least for a little bit longer during this race. So that was a little bit of a good reason of just holding your nerve and just staying behind. So the gap's now actually up to 4 seconds to Aquila, who had a little bit of an issue and only managed to take 1 tyre out of the recommended 4. So they have got a few balance issues in that car, so doing well to stay close to Maniti, who did take tyres. Orion Race Team in 3rd is 10 seconds behind Aquila. So, and closing quite rapidly. We saw Orion Race Team have pace all through this race, and once again having pace at this phase of the race. So they can also capitalise on Aquila's issues. .exe is in 4th, having a race with Orion, but have unfortunately fallen off the back of that battle, so they're down to 4th. About 1:21 off the lead, so they've got still on the lead lap, which is good, but quite the while to catch up. Boosted Motorsport GTE, the Corvette, still looking very good in its paint job, down into 5th after having a few issues, some of which elude me at this time. Unfortunately, it's been a hectic race, but Boosted still doing well. 27 Motorsport just behind them in the BMW, the second of the BMW runners today. 27 Motorsport having that mega comeback drive currently after overtaking both Backmarker Racing, Yellow and Centurion and a few GTE AM teams as well. If you have a look again at Boosted, who take the curbs very nicely there. The Corvette seems very compliant over those curbs at the moment. So does this car, the BMW, has looked compliant over the curbs all weekend so far. And I'm sure that's helping 27 Motorsport. He's very, very close to Boosted, so we'll watch out for a battle there. Talking about battles, he was about 5/10 quicker on that lap. Moving down the field, we've got Guerrilla Racing Cyan, P2 in GTE AM, doing a very good job at the moment, just like their sister team up in second in GTE Pro, both second at the moment. Back to GTE Pro, Stefan Jones is in the Backmarker Racing Yellow car after having many an excursion in this race. They are quite far down off the pace, and you'd say probably the last of the current runners as P8 in Pro. Centurion Racing Team has that issue along the straight, so they are still in the pits. Happy Penguin Racing, new entry for this race, is they get very close and they touch. Oh, that was some good timing there as Martin Pearson understeered wide into the number 5 Scania Endurance Racing Motorsport LMP1 car. They both managed to get away. Unscathed, which is good to see. But yes, quite an interesting. I've just noticed that there's a Costa Coffee logo on the front of that Happy Penguin Racing car. I could do with one of those right about now. So if Martin's affiliated with them at all, I would be. And they do deliver. I do live quite a lot of my life on Costa Coffee. So again, if there's a sponsorship deal out there, I'm not adverse to it. Happy Penguin Racing, the only Ford in the race as well, so interesting for them. In third, about 57 seconds off the lead, so all doing good. Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, again, just like their sister team, not having a good race at the moment. 2 laps off the lead. They've had a few incidents. Also had that incident with the LMP2 that Chris did a mega job of saving. Good little bit of cadence braking there. I know that he's just got some new V3 Fanatec pedals, so I'm sure he'll be thinking that they were worth those to save that pair. Yeah, maybe that links nicely in our pay-to-win little debate. So that's the grid. That's the rundown of the grid with about 8 hours and 10 minutes to go in this race. And yeah, such a just looking at the chat, and yeah, it's such a shame for Centurion. It did look like he got distracted, and what a horrible way to crash. I did the same thing at the Spa 24 hours in the last, I think, 25 minutes of the race. And Chris Neesham's round, another victim of that curb, that AstroTurf. I mean, I don't know what they cover it with, but we should be really investigating it at this point, because it seems almost everybody's had a little bit of an incident there. So Chris Neesham can add is another one to the tally there. But yeah, I drove into the wall on the exit of turn 1 at Spa. 25 minutes left to go at the Spa 24, so it can be done, and you always feel very stupid when you have to explain to your team.
Goodness me,
finish.
that right in the last 25. You must be so disappointing. Not to rub it in, but I would feel. Goodness.
The only saving grace about that is we were already last by like 30 laps, because we'd had an interesting race. Just been told that our producers was first before getting taken out by a lap. That's yeah, I know the feeling. We've had a few races this year that haven't gone our way.
Just thinking about that spoon curve, with the mid. What have you been calling it this race? The midpoint exit?
Mid-exit, yeah.
Mid-exit. It's really easy because you get confidence by going across the curb on the first entry point in some cars, and you can just take that curb a little bit, and it gets you a lot of confidence. And if you carry a little bit too much speed, then you go a little bit wide, and that's when the magic happens. So, and we're just going to stay with Louis Barbosa as he's
Ward.
coming up to the back of Toby Ward, half a second. So I'll hand you over to Seb for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much. Yes, this battle's been brewing for a few laps now. 27 Motorsport on their heroic drive once again coming through the field. Got another person to overtake, this time the boosted Motorsports GTE Corvette. Whoa, that was very late on the brakes there. And he actually pressured the Corvette into a move there. So that's a good move there by 27 Motorsport. Very late under brakes there. I didn't even think he was going to get it stopped. And I don't think the Corvette did either. But they both managed to... both managed to hold position. Boosted Motorsport is still in the lead, and why don't you take over this, Ian? It looks like it's going to be a good battle, and I might go off and maybe get one of those Costa coffees from Martin.
Here we go, and we've got the BMW who's right up the back of the Ferrari. He comes wide and he's looking to take the position right on the straight, drafts in beautifully, goes around the inside of 130R, and then he's going to have to hard on the brakes. And now I wonder if the car behind is going to take advantage of that late braking. No, he's right round, and they're both through the chicane safely as Louis overtakes the Chevrolet. And the Chevrolet is now he is 0.6 behind Louis Barbosa, and behind them is P2, which is going to go past both cars. I know he's going to slot in before the first turn. He'll definitely take the BMW before long, going through the snakes though. All the while, he's just looking like he's pushing him there. The BMW goes a bit wide, loses a bit of time, it looks like. The interval's only 0.6, but then a great exit made it's now climbing to 0.8 as the taking it over the Chevrolet. Chevrolet comes into the anti-bank curve just before the entry to Dunlop, and they're looking at 0.67 apart. Round Dunlop, the Chevrolet is desperately going to try to be making late braking and take a lot of curb here. As you see, we go into a lot of curb has been taken, but don't go too wide onto that AstroTurf, and that has actually opened the gap to Louis Barbosa in the BMW. There's going to be a hard braking zone here. Plenty of curb taken from Toby Ward around the inside. He doesn't really take the apex very tight there. You should really get right and dig into that curb if you can. It helps with rotation, and you can see he's now 1.4 behind Louis, as don't seem to be thinking there's anything wrong with the car. I wonder if Toby's just got a little bit rattled. Everyone goes through spoon curve beautifully, and who gets a better exit here? Louis is now 1.6 ahead, and that's climbing. So we've definitely got a better exit there. It's now 1.7 before we reach the end of the straight and into 130R. Slight lift, here we go, across the curb, not onto that green, and then braking hard in the mirrors. You've got another P2 braking hard into, takes that very deep. I wonder if he braked a little bit too late there and loses more time, and is now, Louis Barbosa goes into the pit, so that allows Toby Ward to retake that position, but that will be lost later unless he can make some good time. And see what Toby Ward is doing see what Louis Barbosa is doing in the pits, and he's been in there for 18 seconds so far. It's looking like 110 is for fuel and 144 is for fuel and tyres, so we'll see what happens when he pops out. Toby Ward is now concentrating on getting through the snake safely, coming up to the anti-bank curve before the entry into Dunlop, just taking it nice and gentle. Don't want to just upset the apple cart too much in this position when you've just got that position back from the pit stop, coming out of Dunlop, heading into Degner. The double pointer of Degner bouncing off the curb there, managed to hold it tight on the midpoint exit. Lovely round the second part of that curb, and heading down to the hard braking zone of the hairpin. Will he make he seems to go wide there as well, not really touching the apex. I wonder whether the car is just not turning in enough to get that apex and to get that exit speed properly. But as he's pounding round 200R into the spoon curve, and now he's just got to really hold it together and make sure that nothing goes wrong from an error touching the apex quite early there. And midpoint exit and round into the back stretch and onto just before heading round 130R, and another lap complete. And we'll see what Toby Ward is doing for a time here, and his best. The team's best is 1:56.47, and his last lap was a 1:58.48. And we will see how that has gone. He's just around the final chicane before he comes into the last corner, onto the start-finish straight. A little bit of a squiddle there, and right round. And finish line is approaching, and we'll see what time comes up there. Toby Ward has done a 1:58.87, and we'll see where that BMW is in. It was getting word that Luis Pedro Costa has had an accident. We'll have a replay of that from #Racing. We'll have a replay of that when the footage is queued up. But right now, here we go. Right, so here we are on board, or watching Luis Pedro Costa as he crosses the finish line. P2 wants to... That seemed, goodness me, I wonder what happened there. The P2 was flashing to let him know he was there, and he was going to take the inside line. And that car is heavily damaged. You can see it crabbing badly. That's going to have to be dragged back and to the pits. I think that rear wheel is spinning like mad, and no one is going anywhere. And there we go. We're getting a tow back to the pits, and we'll see what happens with that. That's a really unfortunate crash there. I wonder if Louis just did not see that P2 because they are so small. They're so tiny compared to the GTEs. So we're on board with Louis right now, and if you see the car passing, he was approaching very fast and braking really late to try and take that inside turn. I wonder if Chris Neesham just didn't see him or didn't expect that inside line to come through. So, and it looks as though 27 Motorsport have had a driver change, and they 132 pit stop. They are in 7th position, so they're looking to be climbing back through the GTE class. Back on board with Joshua on the Maniti Racing, and he is still in front. He's opened up a 27-second lead over Austin Campbell in... Aquila Racing Acura has gone into the pit, and Austin did tell us that he was up for the next stint, so that driver change has already happened, and they'll be looking for tyres, no doubt, after the bug at the last pit stop. So, and we have got Rolf Mueller in 3rd in the GTE Pro class. He's a minute and a half behind Joshua, and he's just taken 2nd place over Austin Campbell. So we'll be seeing Austin maybe dropping again as the tyres are looking. He's on his way out of the pits now, so he's only just lost 3rd position, so he'll be definitely looking to retake that. He's 7 seconds behind Travis Schrenker in the Orion race team. There's a lot of fighting going on at the top of this GTE Pro. Everyone's very close. Everyone's on a very similar number of laps, which is really great to see in the top 4. And they were on. We're looking from a bird's eye view for Joshua as he's taking a. Is that the snakes? No, that's first corner and coming into the snake curves just before the anti-banked final, before that lovely fast left here at Dunlop. And Aquila have entered the race back out in 4th. New driver, fresh tyres, fresh resolve to make that position back. So they're only 1 minute 44 behind Maniti, and I say only, that's a long time in racing, but with eight hours left to go, and that is exactly the same amount of time as a pit stop, because Maniti's last pit stop was 1 minute 44, and that happily is only 200ths slower than the distance between them. So there's a lot to play for here in the GTE Pro, and it's looking like we're just on board with Austin Campbell as he finishes his first half lap, 3/4 lap after coming out of the pits. Probably still trying to take it easy, and it's coming up to the 130R, and I believe Seb is back with us now. Seb, did you see what happened with Razzle Dazzle?
I caught the very end of it, and what a disappointment for them. Been not a race to forget for both backmarker racing cars. And yes, it was for me it looked like the LMP2 was just that little tad ambitious into the turn 1, but I'm sure the stewards will be having a look at it, and we can bring any updates that comes from the steward's office. Yeah, so
we will watch those steward announcements as and when they happen.
Benitez in the pits. So I saw Aquila took a very early pit stop, which is very interesting. So they wanted to get off their tyres as soon as possible. Benitez making it about a lap later into the stint, about a lap later into the hour even. So they're about still good.
And it seemed like Austin, who was in the YouTube chat, was champing at the bit to get behind the wheel again. And there he is. There was a driver change. So maybe they just took the tactics, get fresh tyres, driver change, go.
I think you're very right with that. And yeah, I think that car looked like a handful on the last few laps. So they were trying to get in as soon as possible. Looks like Aquila's found their flashing lights button there. They're flashing all down the straights. And so yeah, Benitez in the pits. We'll watch with intrigue to see where Aquila comes out. And also if Benitez actually takes tyres, there's always the interest. So we will see what happens in a few lap time. So Aquila is coming round Spoon at the moment. Benitez is still in the pits. I do believe they are taking tyres if they have been in for that long. Fuga are up to second is 524 and Antagonist Racing pit. Oh, Benitez has actually come out well ahead, so they must have not taken tyres. That's a very quick stop for Benitez.
Driver change as well. We've got Tim Matska in the cockpit, taken over.
So they have come out well ahead of Aquila, and it does look like they took tyres. I keep on back and forth on that. And Tim Matska is now in the car, and he is a rapid driver, so he will be hoping to extend their lead as much as he can. He's an incredible driver, and as I mentioned earlier on in the stream, I used to race against him in LMP1s, or I used to say I used to be able to follow him for about 2 corners before he would get ahead of me as we go on board with the BMW.
Our producer Sean has just told us that he's a 9k driver, so his lines will be tight and perfect it must be, because I mean, I can't even imagine being that fast.
No, I mean, me neither. And I don't think he knows he's that fast half the time. I remember there was an ISRC Season 1 race, LMP1s at the Nürburgring. I think he was told to drive the car that day, and he still beat all of us handily. So that was interesting. It's always nice to have a look on board with the BMW.
I think some people implicitly understand balance of cars and how much force you can put into turning to get that extra rotation, and how much force you can put into braking and exit speed. It's probably just one of that, because I think Lando Norris was a young kid. He was always very fast on his G25. So I think some people just have it.
Yeah, I'm completely with you on that. I think another great thing, and I'm sure that I know that Tim is good at, is the whole setup. You know, being able to set up a car around what you like and know what you want from a car is so crucial. And he's actually doing a little bit of fuel saving there. A little bit of so I was talking about earlier GCE's doing fuel saving, and Backmarker Racing Yellow being able to fuel save because of the damage.
Can I just stop you there? The incident that we saw in turn 1 between Backmarker Racing, Razzle Dazzle, and the LMP2, the LMP2 has been penalised and been given a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. So the stewards think the P2 was definitely the cause of that, and they had a 4-minute stop for damage as well. So there's going to be a lot of gnashing of teeth over that particular decision to try and take that in a line on that first turn.
Yeah, it looked a little bit of not desperation, but he wanted to get past the Backmarker Racing car quick, and I could understand that. But I think from the LMP2 perspective, might be thinking that Chris should have seen him coming, and maybe left the door open a little bit too much to invite him in. But the stewards have made their decision, and I have to say that personally I think I agree with it. But the great thing about the race is that it's still 8 hours long. Although you've had a 4-minute pit stop, there's still many things to happen with strategy, and so we will watch that intently. So yes, let's introduce our next debate for the hour.
Well, before we do that, so I think we should probably just say what the results of the last one were. I think the poll said 74% was pay to win. So there we go. There's a clear view on that.
So, sort of moving in the same vein as top-level equipment, our debate for race hour 5 is hopefully going to be quite an interesting one and a helpful one if you're new to sim racing. Is what's the best third-party software for iRacing? Some examples are, Crew Chief, Trading Paints, SDK. All of these things are used to maybe gain an advantage. So I'm interested to hear what people's third-party software, best and favourite third-party software is for iRacing, and actually knowing what yours is too, Ian.
So I originally started using in Skips. When I started Skips, I was on a single screen, and I found it very hard to know when people were around me. And I think Race Department had a proximity indicator, which was on the screen, and it basically flashed red when someone was right up next to you. And I found that quite useful for avoiding accidents. It wasn't perfect, but and then I got the triples, so that obviously aids with peripheral awareness, so you can more easily avoid things. So triple screens, I say, were probably my biggest advantage. But then I got Crew Chief. Crew Chief is great. Jim's brilliant, if a little bit abusive sometimes. I mean, he can be so soul destroying as well. I was in a peak. I was talking to the guys last night. I was in a P-Cup race 2 days ago, and I jumped the start from P4. I got to P2, had to take my drive-through penalty, and was P15. Fought my way back to 6th or 7th, and Jim was just basically shrugged and tore his notebook up and was saying, "Oh well, better luck next time." And it's just like, he's so annoying sometimes. But there you go.
Yeah, I second the Crew Chief, and you feel like you've had your amazing race, but you made one mistake, and then you just get swear words at you. Another one that I'd like to add to that would be a little application called SimHub. It's for me, it's a really cool little tool, and it's free to download. Available, I think, on GitHub these days. Actually, it used to be on Race Department, but I think they moved. And it's basically kind of a one-stop shop for anything to do with sim racing. It basically plugs into the sim and draws data from it, and you can do anything with it. You can run custom wheel dashboards through it. So a lot of the custom wheels that you see people build will be run through SimHub. You can run lights, you can connect shakers to it, like your bash shakers to increase vibrations and all sorts. And if you want the ultra, there's a paid for edition that gives you some extra features. It's like €3 or something. So I think that's my favorite third-party software, and it also allows me to make custom dashboards like the F1 cars do. And if anyone wants to download my Red Bull replica one that took me about 30 hours to do, please do.
I think you probably should tell everyone what your GitHub is so they can get that.
It would be good if I remembered that. I'll work on that. But yeah, it's and what's great about SimHub is that you can find basically anything you want on the Race Department website. So if you say there was somebody replicated the Mercedes Formula 1 dashboard with the race start. Like there's a dashboard that has the race start, and you can help you get your race starts perfect. It's seriously a really cool tool, and I'd recommend anybody to download it and have a play with it. And what's great is that if you've got access to some Arduinos, you can even wire a BMW instrument cluster. It's great.
Have you seen this battle coming out of Dunlop right now? I think we should go right to that. Here we go.
I think we should. I was a little bit too concerned at the moment, but as we head back to the racing on the track, Boosted wanted to make a move down the inside into Degner 1. Thankfully thought better of it. That was a very close call there, but Boosted looks very quick at the moment. Tim Perry's looking absolutely on it at the moment. They come into the hairpin. Nothing separating those two at the moment. On exit, the Corvette has just got so much more pace. Can he go around the outside of this right-hander? The Allen P2 is going to be a little bit of a thorn in the Corvette side. The Corvette's going to pull to the outside, trying to go around all the way around the outside of Spoon, but cannot pull it off at the moment. Will have to settle in behind the BMW, but he's just got so much more pace at the moment. And he's almost pushing him around the final corner. That was incredibly close, and he's flashing his light, saying, "What will you do?" And just behind them, just to even spice this battle up more, there's Backmarker Racing, and they're for position 2. So Backmarker Racing could get 5th, and 27 Motorsports could be down to 7th in a minute. Boosted down the inside into the chicane. 27 Motorsports breaks very late and manages to keep the position, but Boosted will have a much better exit coming onto the straight. And Case just behind him will also be in for a shout as they come across the line to start one more lap of this incredible circuit. The Corvette is just edging closer to the BMW. Can he move into the turn 1? No, he can't at the moment. He will have to settle behind the BMW once again. Through turn 1, you have to see that the BMW had to stamp on the brakes there a little bit just to get the nose to turn in there. So the boosted 27 Motorsport even really struggling with their front grip at the moment. That Corvette does look quick, but I'll tell you what, the 123 car, the Backmarker Racing car, does look bloody quick too. So we'll have to see what happens over the course of this lap. Of course, everybody's in slipstream at the moment, which does make you feel just a little bit faster than you might be, and you think that you might be able to, get ahead of the guy by. You can find yourself in a situation when you're in slipstream and you think that I could go 8/10 quicker through the corners, which you probably can, but you probably lose about a second on the straight. So very interesting to see if Boosted if they manage to make the move, will they be able to pull away, or will the 27 Motorsport be able to hang on as we come through? I think this is 200R. My co-commentator has been calling it. I try to do that through this long right-hander into Spoon, braking fairly evenly at the moment. You have to say that the 27 Motorsport car has a little bit more pace on this lap currently, but Boosted again super quick through the exit of Spoon onto the back straight now. We're watching from the Backmarker Racing yellow Case's car, so we can watch this battle unfold in all of its glory. Will there be a move into 130R? Will there? Please let there hope there will not be. There won't be. So the grass being kicked up there on the apex of 130R as they head into the braking zone. The Corvette goes for a very late dive, and that will be a stunning move if he can pull it off, and he has. That was a great move by the BMW, and there's contact between the two BMWs. I don't think Case was anticipating the 27 Motorsport going so far. And talk about bump drafting, I think they need to do that on the straight rather than through there. Let's have a replay of that. So if they come through 130R, the Corvette has just got such a better run, and the BMW actually caught the grass a little bit there, so it was a bit slow on the exit. Nice, massive send there from Boosted down the inside, and a little bit of a nudge there from the Backmarker Racing BMW to the 118 BMW there. Very interesting. So Case has dropped off a little bit, so they're all just about to... all separating a bit, and we've got the LMP2s. And while that was all going on, we've had a few little incidents. So Jacob Money in the Happy Penguin racing car is... what's going to happen here? Is he going to have a little bit of a spin, or is he going to have a little bit of a nudge? Oh, he's had a little bit of a nudge. That's the 524 and 524 LMP2 there, so not a good... And unfortunately, Centurion has had another bit of an issue. Are they going to get on the... Oh, I think they're going to touch the grass here. No, they're not. Let's see what's... Oh, they've just locked up. They've gone wide. They can escape through there. They can do what I think Fernando Alonso did a few years ago in Formula 1 and just blast straight through there. But no, they take the curb. And I think they're going to get slow down there too. So extra hurt for them. What a shame for Centurion. It's not been their race. Back on board with this battle though. For P6, the number 71 car, I think that is. And I tell you what's not in this battle, the Corvette. Corvette is gone. He's about 3 seconds up the road already. You can see him just up there, and look how much of a gap that he's managed to gain. That's a great drive from Boosted at the moment. Who's in that car? Tim Perry. Tim Perry's a very quick driver, so no surprises there. So let's have a look at this battle. They made contact here a few laps ago. Will they make contact here again? No, they're a little bit further apart, which is good. Round the final corner, Case looks very quick at the moment. 27 Motorsport has now actually lost the draft, so they will be having to defend once again into turn 1. Does Keith feel the need to go for a move on the inside? Let's have a look. Will he try and pull off a late braking manoeuvre? Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you're supporting, not at this corner. Through turn 1 and 2. You see the Corvette just streaking ever closer up ahead. actually quite interested to see. Yeah, Tim Perry did a 1 minute 56.6 that last lap. One of the quickest laps on track. As we have a little bit of a look at the battle at the moment for P2 in LMP2. So they've closed up about a second in the past lap, I've just been told. So very interesting. Of course, we saw the 524 International Racing Team having a little bit of contact with Happy Penguin Racing. So we'll keep an eye on that battle. But the other battle that's developing at the moment is Backmarker Racing Yellow and 27 Motorsport. They could have a little bit of a dive into the hairpin at the moment, but not yet. But 27 Motorsport's very wide on exit. This is a great opportunity for Case. You see, he's absolutely revving the hell out of that car. You saw the revs just increase, and there's probably a little bit of a wheel spin there on the exit, which is probably given the 27 Motorsport car a little bit of breathing room. Will there be a move into turn? We'll come back to that move as the battle for P2 and LMP2 heats up as they're now side by side as they come into 130R. Wow, and that was the antagonistic Racing Team Orange trying to go around all the way around the outside into 130R. Didn't quite come off, but that was a great move from them. As we see Backmarker Racing going down the inside of 130R, they actually got the move done before. So that's Backmarker Racing Yellow up 6. So in class, so well done to them, and they need to get after Boosted, who are absolutely flying away. And antagonistic Racing Team Orange once past 524 International Racing, having a little bit of a dive down the inside of turn 1, but can't do anything yet. Let's watch them through the exits now. Let's see who looks quicker, who looks more planted, or who looks like they're pushing just that little bit too much. 524 looks fairly stable at the moment. A little bit of understeer there, though. He's clearly struggling, actually. The person who's struggling there is antagonistic Racing Team Orange, who got in a little bit of the dirty air there and lost a little bit of time. Of course, dirty air, a real problem there, but 524 taking a lot of entry curb and almost going off and having a unfortunate accident in the middle part of Degner there, but manages to collect it all together and continue ahead in second. And this is Vector by RSR, who are coming up. Is that true? Is he coming up to lap P2 and 3? That's astonishing. So the car behind is not for position. He's the race leader, and he's going to come to lap P1 and P2 and 3. What an incredible drive from Vector by RSR so far. They've once again proven why they are so quick in this league. And I think if I was antagonistic Racing Team, maybe you might want to think about letting the leader pass and then try and follow him through as he gets past the number 77 car. But Vector might just want to stay out of this battle for a bit, because you're risking a whole lot here if you end up getting involved in a silly little scrap. So this battle is the closest battle on track by far. We're on about 20 minutes past the hour, so we've got about 7 hours 40 minutes to go in this race, and there's no let up of the race in LMP2 at the moment. As we see coming down to turn 1, the number 99 car again wants that inside line, but cannot quite get it at the moment. Does look like Vector's waiting at the moment, maybe trying to fuel save, maybe just rathering to stay out of... my producer makes a good point. It's not gonna lose much time to anybody around him. As long as he can keep on the back of them, he's all good. As 524 looks a little bit scrappy at the moment through the S's there. They lost definitely antagonistic is a lot closer to the back of that 524 car.
So they might have to, so I was just going to say, actually, those front splitters of the P2 can get damaged quite easily, and he did nudge the Ford GT, didn't he? So I wonder whether that is not contributing to his happy lapping.
Talking about happy lapping, I think that was I was going to say that was a clean lap, but I think that might have been a little bit of contact. If not, that was also close to some contact for the leader lapping P2 in class there. That was very close. I'm sure Vector even would be very upset with that one. I think that looked to me like a little bit of a miscommunication. So so the 99 car has got past the number 70 other way around. Yeah, so the 71 car has lapped the antagonistic Team Orange number 99 car. So all he has to do now is get past the 524 International Racing car, and then he'll be off on his way again to maybe even lap the field again. We've still got over half the race to go. Anything is possible in this race at the moment. So, number 99 car, probably feeling a little bit aggrieved by that lapping. He's lost a little bit of time, but it's alright. Traffic will ebb and flow, and I'm sure that 524 will lose about the same amount of time. An antagonistic Racing Team Orange did look as quick as... So, yeah, as the action dies down a little bit at the front, Ian, what other apps have you enjoyed, or have you seen anybody in the chat talking about anything?
I think someone's mentioned iRacing config. I'm not familiar with that tool, but there's one that you can run if you want to see custom paints, which is trading paints. That just runs in the background. There's a bit of a spin there. Over to you.
Was that the AM leader having a little bit of a spin there? Let's have a look at the replay. It is. So coming out of Degner 2 into this little kink into the braking zone. It's all going to look normal here, but it's on the exit that we need to worry about. Oh, he's really had a little bit of an issue there. So clearly just a little bit too much speed for the tyre condition into the hairpin there, but no damage done. Yeah, he's just spun around and off he goes again.
Yeah, so trading paints is obviously if you want custom paints on your cars, it's fairly easy to use. It just runs in the background, register an account. And Crew Chief, I run a pretty lean iRacing setup actually, and that's pretty much all I use. All I really feel the need. I do configure Crew Chief a little bit though. I tend to prefer Mika as my spotter. He's dead cheery, and he's always a really good counterpoint to Jim, who's just miserable sometimes. But I'm not really sure iRacing config. I might look that up, as it seems though someone finds that producer Sean seems to find that really good for him. So I will find out more from him as and there we go. And we've got car 99 who's hard on the tail of car 77 now that RSR has lapped P2 as well, so round the hairpin as we come out. The 77, there's a little bit of a squiggle there, allowing car 99 to make up a fraction of time, a couple of hundredths there as we're coming into 300R and the braking hard into the spoon curve, and he's 0.4, so there's no real time or gain there. And it looks as though Orion has gained 2 seconds on .exe. .exe's gained 2 seconds on Orion and now less than a second behind, 3/4 of a second in fact, and that is dropping rapidly. There's a little bit of a touch going in there. There's some aggression into the last chicane, and let's have a bit of a replay there when the video's queued up as to who may be at fault there. I wonder if car 99 went a little bit too deep and 77 just tried to retake the racing line. So 99 has a look round the inside. There's a car braking around the... And look at, goodness me, I think Suzuka outbraked himself as well, and the car 77, car 99 could not turn in. He didn't get enough rotation and bumped into the side of 77 there. So he lost a lot of time, had to pirouette and back out on the track, and he's now, let's have a quick look at the timing tower, he's now 20 seconds behind, it looks like. So lost a lot of time there from, I think he maybe just didn't brake early enough. He was trying to get into the braking zone better and maybe brake a little bit later and try and maintain a bit of a line, but obviously couldn't get the rotation in the front of the car there, so ended up going into the side of 524. And here we are back on with Travis Schwenker in the Orion race team, who's coming up on the back of Aquila Racing Aqua, and he's managed to pull another 2-3 tenths back as we're coming round the final chicane into the last corner.
Going back to that LMP2 incident, I wonder if So, in our waiting room, we've got Martin Pearson. Good evening, Martin. It's nice to have you in the commentary box.
G'day, good to be here. How are we doing, Seb?
Yeah, not too bad. Only just stopped bleeding. Yeah, it's all exciting here. So, as I'm sure you're aware, our current debate is about the best iRacing sort of third-party apps. We've discussed, I think, Crew Chief and SimHub. What's
Could I chuck another one in there?
Yes.
It's SDK Gaming. Absolutely off the chart. Amazing. Can't live without it. Gives me so much information to run a race and whatnot. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly that. It's what every broadcaster uses pretty much, as well as, I've excuse me, on a second monitor, I've got the track map. So if I am in a particular busy time or whatever, or even, I know when roughly the next car's going to come along behind me perhaps, or whether like the LMP2 cars are like in a big gaggle together, I can really see that. So that's really useful for me as a driver. But then if I look at the live timing app on my normal PC, I can see all of the gaps. I can see all of the I ratings, all of the license classes, where they're from, what they're driving, and then you also get the event scrolling list as well. So I can see that someone's just had an accident, perhaps, or gone off track, or gone into the pits, or passed somebody. Just that information, really, really good, especially as an engineer. Yeah, I love that.
Well, so we have just to cut in there, Martin. We had another spin into the hairpin, and that's the unfortunate Centurion Racing team again. They have not had a race to remember. So I've actually escaped to the pit, Martin. So you've been in the race. We saw you having a great battle with, I forget who it was, but they were a lap ahead of you.
The 168.exe red. I was just clawing onto the back of them for as long as I could.
You were ahead of them for quite a while.
Yeah, no, it's been really nice. So this is the first race of this season that I've been a part of in the driving side of it. And it's been really, really a lot of fun. There may not be many cars out on track, but the bottom end of GTE is really competitive. So Jacob's in the car now. Nelson Ignacio for the 118 27 Motorsports car is 20 seconds ahead. Case Eiserman of Backmarker Racing Yellow is 26 seconds ahead. Tim Perry's 33 in the boosted Corvette. Cameron White in, I think it's Quilla Cyan, the 245? Yes, it is 40 seconds ahead. And if I didn't make an absolute faux pas in the strategy, I reckon we'd be another 20 seconds up the road. So it's like the pace is really, really close, and it's a genuine endurance race where everyone's grinding out, pace over time sort of thing, time over distance, and just trying to do the best they can. And it may not look like it from the broadcast, but I'm pushing every lap, get as much out of this thing as I can, and I'm sure everybody else is to try and do the same.
We noticed you were absolutely pushing that car, as you're right, everybody is at the moment. It's been really exciting to watch from the broadcast perspective too. Lots of things going on. Unfortunately, unlucky for some teams. Backmarker Racing comes to mind. Centurion comes to mind. So I think some LMP2s as well. And you've also been stewarding this race.
Yep.
Has it been quite a sort of quiet afternoon so far?
Yeah, it's been quite quiet. We've been able to watch some racing, have a good chat, kind of, just wind down a little bit from the season. And I think we've only given out one drive-through. The rest have been couple of warnings, no further actions, nothing particularly juicy, but also quite nice. So yeah, no, it's been quite good. So yeah, no, it's good. Just enjoying the circuit, even enjoying the Ford. It's definitely different. No, it's a good car.
Yes, well, you're crazy enough to pick it, but it's nice to see it out there. I especially liked in the it's got sort of LED lights on the rear, like wing, like
Yes.
it looks amazing at night, and I do want to drive it now.
Yeah, it did look fantastic. We looked so all of the other GTEs that I'm aware of, you can choose the color of the lights.
Yes.
But this one you can't.
Nope.
It's not in the setup whatsoever. Ford obviously didn't give iRacing the rights to change the colours, because if I'm not mistaken, they were different in the different colours in real life between the different cars. So, but even still, the reflection off the light blue was very, very nice, I thought.
Actually, you've reminded me of something. I think somebody wanted to run the car, the Ford in my team, so we researched this, and at one time the Ford did have the ability to change the lights colour.
Right.
But at just some point it just disappeared. And nobody knows when.
iRacing things.
iRacing things. Indeed. So yeah, it's been a really interesting race so far. Had some great debates about different topics. We've covered DTM, WEC, is sim racing pay to win. It's been very interesting.
Very good. Do you want me to? I think I heard some talk earlier about the Happy Penguin racing livery. Do you want me to talk you through it a bit more?
Yes, and I want to know if you are sponsored by Costa Coffee, and if so, could I have a discount?
We are not sponsored by Costa Coffee, I'm afraid. It's the only slight dubious thing on the car. Well, I say dubious. One of our team members has an affiliation with an employee at Costa Coffee. You see, it's intentionally vague.
I think just cut across you there, Martin. Looks like Orion are really making ground on Aquila.
Are indeed. The gap is now down to 4/10. They're flashing their lights to get out of for Razzle Dazzle, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle to get out of the way. So all heating up here in the commentary box at the moment. Backmarker Racing does get out of the way. Who is actually driving that car at the moment? Is it Chris Neesham still, or is Naughty Ed got back into the car? I call him Naughty Ed because within the first lap he got a warning.
Martin Jacobson's in the Razzle Dazzle car at the moment.
Thank you very much. Yep, he is. So back to so Chris must have got out. But yes, this battle is really heating up at the moment. We've seen many a move through 130R. Not at the moment though. Will Orion want to dive down the inside into the final chicane? Not at the moment. Through the chicane they do. On through the exit, both looking quite equal actually, as they come round the final corner to start once again another lap around this amazing track. As you see the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car in the background there, and Orion's just clean gone around the outside of them there. I caught that, so I think Aquila's actually let Orion go through. So Orion are now up to second, Aquila in third. So maybe that's a little bit of a fuel strategy there, just to try and see if they can save some fuel. So position swapped there for second and third. We'll keep an eye if Aquila comes back at any point. Continuing on our conversation, Martin, about the your livery. So you were being very vague about something.
The Costa Coffee Association is one that only one of our colleagues has got a close association with an employee of a recent and brief association with an employee of Costa Coffee. So we thought we'd celebrate that coming together of two people. With a big fat Costa logo on the front of the car.
I'd like to speculate more, but this is a family show, so I'm not going to get involved.
I'm aware it's a family show, and hot coffee all round, I think was the order of the day.
Well, moving on from that, talk us through the other parts of your unique livery.
Special, unique, wonderful. I'll take all of those. Thank you very much, Seb. So, the Discord that we're all a part of is called Happy Penguin. So that's where the Happy Penguin name comes from. We are obviously amateur, so that's why we're in the amateur category. And then from there, it's really there's the rear wing, obviously, so that has pictures. Of a number of people. So in the Happy Penguin Discord, we have nicknames, or not nicknames, but we go by different names just for kicks. And so all 5 of our drivers today, the pictures of the names that they go by in that Discord are all on there. So we've got Brendan Hartley, Lawrence Thrantor, Luca Masse, who is the engineer for Porsche, which is the one that represents myself, Philippe Eng, and then Nick Tandy on the far left. So yeah, that's that. And then on the rear wing, we have the fantastic slogan, "Can you even Suzuka, bro?" I think that's very apt because we can't. That comes from a previous livery of ours, which was on a Mazda, which is Bro, do you even Nords, which obviously we used in the VLN NLS Championship, which was highly effective at the time. So that was we thought we'd carry that over. And then Harry Harvey decided to do a couple of number plates, so we got those front and rear, and then also he's been playing around on European Track Simulator recently, so thought he'd add like the chevrons to the rear bumper to make sure that we were seen, and because the Ford doesn't have a huge rear bumper, doesn't have a large rear valance, so it's important to be seen out there in multi-class racing.
I would agree. And have you had any incidents with LMP2s, or has your device worked so far?
Devices have mostly worked. I got a silly little 4X. I got a 4X off the 27 Motorsport car as a result of very light contact into spoon. Other than that, most of our incidents have been off tracks and spins.
Yeah, I know the feeling. So there was an incident. You think you were coming round spoon, and there was a car rejoining, and you got very close to you rejoining. Were you? And I joked like, well, he's going to be in the stewards meeting in a minute. As a steward, do you sort of find yourself like criticizing drivers more when you're out and about, or do you just focusing on racing?
Oh, absolutely. I criticize drivers all the time, whether I'm stewarding or not, or even driving. No, being an organizer and head steward of the series has taught me an awful lot about, especially when we had less than ideal driving standards at Spa. So yeah, I learnt more from there. You fundamentally have to be proactive, and I've always encouraged all of our drivers and team members, whether they're driving or not, or concerned with their car at the time, if they see something, then please report it, because that is an opportunity for another driver to learn. Even if it gets reported, no further action because of XYZ, then that's perfect. That still gives people information. So, and we carry that through with our Porsche Championship as well. So at the first round, we gave somebody 2 minutes of penalties, even though they didn't finish the race. And that's a sprint race. But the idea is to let them know that what they did wrong, what we expect them to do next time, and this is the consistent penalty that they'll get for that. So I've recently been in another championship, and I got my team to report a couple of drivers on 2 different drivers on the same lap, because I was like, look, these guys need to learn. But yeah, I think it's made me a lot more proactive. And now you mention that incident with that rejoin, I completely forgot. It did pass me by for once to ask for that to be reported. So yeah, I mean, I did also have a bad line and a fair bit of understeer into the corner, so I kind of went a bit closer than I was anticipating. But yeah, it's one of the things you got to give and take as well. You can't just be the teacher with the stick. It's a learning process for everybody.
Well, I certainly remember giving you penalties in the first Porsche Cup race that you were talking about. We gave somebody 2 minutes. I remember you got 3 penalties.
Sounds about right. I tried to be a bit cheeky when somebody spun in the first corner, and Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thoroughly deserve that. As long as the penalties are consistent and easily explained, then, unlike Formula 1, everyone goes home happy, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, in that regard, I was disqualified from a race because I took out P1 and P2 at turn 1.
And even then, it shouldn't matter who they are. It kind of does a little bit, but the fact that you took out 2 different cars, then, yeah, that means quite a lot, doesn't it?
Yes, I fully deserved my disqualification, but when I took out my teammate Stefan, I didn't get a penalty because, well, it was deserved. Anyway, I'm sure he'll be thrilled hearing that. So, yeah, it's been a really good race so far. Still got 7 hours to go, 7 hours and 20 minutes. So is it just 2 of you doing this race?
I sincerely hope not. So there's meant to be 5 of us that are all on the rear wing. So we're meant to get Harry Harvey, Isaac Barkley's meant to make an appearance as well. Thomas Johnson 19 should be here. I know that Isaac is working until about 5, so I think he might be able to be online about 6. Harry's the same. Tom, I'm going to be honest, he's just gone AWOL today. So we'll see what happens. But and Jacob's got to go at the end of his stint, but he'll have done like over 3 hours by that point. So I think he's earned his crust for the evening.
Sorry to get in there. I think we've
No, it's
had a little bit of an incident out on track, so let's have a look at the replay. So this is Aquila Racing Cyan coming through Spoon, and once again we've had a little bit of a... Oh, and Fuga just gets into the back of him. I was going to say it's another simple incident, but it's not. Unfortunately, we've had contact with another car at the moment. Oh, and he's going to have to find reverse there once again. Oh, Spoon's been proving very tricky today, Martin. I think we've had about almost every car on the grid spin there at least once.
Yeah, it's not the easiest of circuits, and we said this all along. 12 hours around Suzuka in these cars is a challenge, but yeah, unlucky for Cameron White to spin there and then get clouted again by the Fuga car. It's part of endurance racing at the end of the day, I feel.
It is. I think from a steward's perspective, he was kind of under control at that point. So we'll see if anybody reports that, and we'll go on from there. But there's another incident. I think this is vectored by RSR having a little bit of a spin into turn 1. I don't think that will impact their race too much, considering they're still over a lap ahead of everybody else. So they'll just find first and off they go again. Fairly simple, and if you're going to have a spin, that's where you want to do it. So as we move into the race, coming to the end of hour 5, and this will be my final hour of the race. I'm off to now drive in the race, which I'm very much looking forward to. Question I've got for you, Martin: will it finish in the dark?
The idea is that it will finish twilight. So I think it's just after sunset, but we were us hanging out in the steward's room, and Loic was saying that the sunrise was a particular time, but then like 45 minutes or an hour earlier, it started getting quite light. So that was quite surprising, and is a good thing because we get to see the cars for longer. So fingers crossed, if Ed's done his job properly, #blame Ed, then it will finish with a nice bit of twilight, and we'll be able to see the cars and it won't be pitch black.
Okay, I'm holding you to that, because if I crash because it's dark...
No,
Ed's fault.
It's #blame Ed.
#blame Ed, alright, well, I'm very happy to do
get it
that.
trending.
Well, just while you were both chatting there, it looks as though Travis Schwenker in the Orion has maybe spun a little bit, because Austin Campbell, and as the BM goes off on the chicane there, rejoins, they were lapping within 2 or 3 hundredths of each other, lap after lap after lap, and now Travis, his last lap was 2 minutes, so that's a good 4 seconds slower. There we go. He overcooked it coming out of Degner 2, allowing Austin to scream past him into the hairpin.
Indeed, that was a very good spot there. So have a look at the 27 Motorsports car going through 130R. Coming into the hairpin, it's going to be a little bit of a lock. It is going to have to go straight across, all joined very perpendicular to the track there. Luckily that LMP2 was as far behind as it was the number 99 car. As we go back live again, 14 minutes to go until we head to the end of hour 5. Always good to hear from Martin and get the inside knowledge about what's going on the track at the moment and in the stewards room. You're 2 for 1 today, Martin.
Yeah, and even if you really want me to, I'll even hang around for the next debate. Provided I've got nothing else going on.
Well, the next debate. Let's. Oh,
It's
Yeah, we
rain,
can
I've looked it up.
give a little bit of a preview. iRacing announced rain is coming dollar soon. Would people race in a rain only series? So I think the polls are basically showing that people who play iRacing, or race iRacing rather, are materialistic and rate buying equipment over everything. So, I mean, you were saying earlier, Seb, that equipment has come down in price, but if you want something even mid-level, you have to be looking at spending £3,000 to £4,000, which is not something that everyone has lying around. So, I suppose that kind of gels well nicely with that conclusion.
Yes, I think you forget that how expensive it is to start out because you've got to buy a computer and monitors and loads of things, especially if you want to get into iRacing, which is a very expensive model of you have to spend a lot, and that might be a little bit of a cue for a debate later on in the race, which I'm sure will get pretty heated.
We can see from the poll as well that Trading Paints is by far ahead of any other app that we mentioned initially. So, I mean, that's just a visual thing. So people do like making the cars their own, I guess, and being able to race something a bit more individual rather than the standard skins given by iRacing.
Yeah, I think it's always one of the things that you can do is, you see a cool livery and you might not be able to make it. Or, your favourite driver, whoever it may be, is like, you think of when the Porsche 911 GT3R came out, everyone went to the Manti livery for the Nordschleife and things like that. So, yeah, everyone wants to race something iconic or even individual, as the Happy Penguin Racing team are doing today.
It does make it somewhat harder when you're commentating a race when there's a bunch of cars with the same livery, though, I have to admit.
Yeah, well, you can only get so many Red Bull liveries on one grid, I feel, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry to cut in there. That was the Vector by Arasaka having another incident in the chicane there. It's another victim of a little bit of late braking into the chicanes. We can have a look on board. It just caught my eye there as just saw a car that wasn't quite where it should be, and let's have a look. Doesn't touch the grass, so I think it's just a straight braking late. Yeah, locked the front and just took the escape road. So interesting.
I wonder if his RSR's tyres are starting to die a little bit. He's so far ahead, though, they can just change and do what they want almost on a whim.
I think you're right. I think they could stop for a Costa Coffee at this point. Again, trying to name drop Costa Coffee as much as possible because a discount at their store would save me about £1 million a month. So, as we move to the end of the stint, it's been a great session. Oh, as RSR goes wide again in their round. Oh, they might even hit the wall. They're gonna somehow manage to keep it out of the wall, which they have. And once again, they've had another issue, and they've kept away. Oh, sorry, I thought that was live. I think that was a replay. So it was a recent thing. So they've had another incident, Vector by RSR. They're really having a little bit of a difficult time at the moment. And I think they're right. I think they might have had just a little bit. My tyres might have just gone a little bit, and
Expecting a pit stop from RSR as they come around this 130.
Let's see as they come around 130 at the moment. Vector by RSR still in the lead. They've not, however, managed to get a lap ahead. I'm just having a look very quickly. Yeah, I think they are no longer a lap ahead of P2. So Well, in all of that drama, they have lost a little bit of their margin, which is quite crucial for them. Still got about 1 minute 50 seconds, but it's not as much as they'd necessarily like, and they've certainly lost a lot of time as we ride on board at the moment. Let's just have a listen through the S's, see if they're lifting, and yeah, they've got a little bit of understeer there at the moment, so clearly tyres are going off at the moment due to, yeah, I think they've been pushing quite hard and might just be feeling the effects of that just a little bit. So, as the clock ticks down, we've got about 8 minutes left to go until the hour changes, at which point we'll have a switch of commentators, and they'll take you through for the next few hours of this great race. So, Ian, it's been a really good race so far. I just want to gather your general thoughts on the race so far.
Yeah, it's been excellent. I mean, you see the RSR just sliding a little bit back there as he came out the hairpin. Yes, it's been there's been some superb battles, and I always kind of have this picture in my head of there's quite a long period of nothing happening, and then all of the classes will just compress into half a lap, and then there's 4 or 5 minutes of frenetic action, and then all the cars start to thread out and spread out as the class speeds become apparent again. So it kind of, in my head, I think it was like a caterpillar that kind of compresses and extends and compresses and extends and we're lucky to have had lots of compression points with lots of frantic racing between all of the classes, and particularly as with the faster classes having to weave through the GTEs now and again, and by and large have mostly done it safely, apart from that steward penalty that was handed out, as Martin was saying, for the drive-through of that jump into turn 1. But yes, it's been great.
It has been great, and just to add to a little bit of the drama, Vector by RSR has disappeared for me, and just wanna, Ian, are they on your screen at the moment?
No, they are not. They are showing as not being anywhere.
So I think they might have had
shame.
I think they've had a network disconnect. Of course, one of I guess it's like a mechanical failure in real life. It's something that you can't necessarily control, and we're just waiting for any confirmation. Yeah, you go. Server disconnected due to incoming packet loss. So your race leader in LMP2 has disconnected. So Antagonist Racing Team Orange has taken the lead in the LMP2, and I'm sure 524 International Racing are going to come through to take second, because not only have they lost, unless they've got another driver, they are second. So Vector by RSR drops down to 4th place at the moment. What an absolute terrible few minutes for Vector by RSR team. They have both had a few spins, a few offs, and now a disconnect. How unfortunate for them. And hopefully they've got somebody in that car that can get in that car ASAP to continue their race, but they will have to wait for their car to be towed back to the pits. So very disappointing for them indeed. So huge condolences to the Vector by RSR team, who have driven spectacularly throughout the race at the moment.
But you could argue, I mean, they built up nearly a 2-minute advantage over the first half of this race. So if they've done it once, they can do it again. If they can get another driver back in fast enough and not drop too far, because they're now nearly 2/3 of a lap behind the leader, I think. Yeah, there we go. So, and they're shortly to be a whole lap. So hopefully they can get a connection issue sorted sooner rather than later and get back out on the track and get that time back.
Fingers crossed, because that is a huge disappointment for them. And just caught my eye there, Orion Race Team have come into the pits again 5 minutes early, so they are really struggling for fuel. So bear that in mind for the end of the race. If they're racing anybody and they're close, they will, unless they do a lot of fuel saving, they will have to make a splash and dash. Because on this rate, they will not make it to the end of the race. They are about 5 minutes short, which is about 3 laps-ish. So just keep your eyes on that as we go through the race. Unfortunately for the Vector by RSR team, there is nobody actually currently connected at the moment, which means that unless somebody can join the session very quickly, they are going to be out of this race, which is a huge disappointment for them. As we just have a look at a little bit of a replay. So as we come to the end of the race hour 5, we had a debate about the best software, and I think Trading Paints decisively won that.
Yeah, clear winner there. Trading Paints, clear winner. Aesthetics win over usability, which surprises me a little bit actually. But there, yeah, that's the people have spoken, which is good.
Yeah, we'll allow them to. Yeah, I think Trading Paints. It also allows you to make really cool little liveries. It's one of my favourite things to do on the on Photoshop. It's a good little tool. So as yes. Ian, you're having a little bit of issues with your broadcast at the moment.
Yeah, I think we seem to be focusing on 524 International Racing, and they are currently out and about, but there's no car on track. Have we got a disconnect for them as well? That's going to be quite interesting.
Let me just, I can have a look at the timing send, and I will just give you an update to see if they're moving. It does look like they are still moving. Yep, they are on lap
there we go.
161. So all good. As we round down the 5th hour, and soon to be handing you over to your commentary team to take you through the next portion of this this race of Tim and Paul, who will be here shortly, and I'm sure we'll be talking about some really interesting topics.
Oh, here's Tim. He's just banged the door open.
We will be talking about some interesting subjects. You're not wrong there, Seb. So coming up in the next hour, we're going to be talking about rain, and would you enter into a rain-only series on iRacing? Interesting one. And then in the hour following that, so that's 6 p.m. GMT, we're talking about should iRacing move onto a one-off pricing model like other sims, or remain as a subscription service? Well, that's a bit of a controversial subject that we'll be covering, but looking forward to it very much. And I tell you, we haven't been short on action at all, have we? I've been keeping an eye on it during my slight hiatus and break.
Awesome.
Absolutely not. No, it's been super duper, and particularly some of the and as Martin said, it's generally only people who've been needed to be given warnings. So that's what we like to see, really.
Yes, indeed, and I'm sure Martin is willing to come in on some of the debate topics, Tim. So have fun debating with Martin as well.
Oh, we will do. Don't you worry. And I've good luck in the car, Seb. And Ian, you're back a bit later on, aren't you? I think actually, as I'm coming in, as I'm leaving later on, you're coming back in again, aren't you? So
I think so. Yeah.
Lovely stuff. So yes, enjoy your time in the car, Seb, and your break, Ian.
Good luck.
Good luck, and have a great time.
Oh, we will do indeed. Don't you worry. And well, as we now count down to, can you believe it? 7 hours remaining. Oh, we've had 5 hours already. Some races don't even last this long, even in the endurance category, but 12 hours, that is the beauty of it. Still 7 left to go. Just right on board with hashtag at the moment. Currently occupying 4th in LMP2 right now. Got the work cut out a little bit if they want to catch up to the guys ahead of them. For the earlier incident, so 44 seconds up the road. Well, pretty much 45, isn't it, realistically? It's just clicked over into 45. It's how far Fuga are ahead of them. We've then got a short 4-second gap to 524 in second place. Don't discredit hashtag. This fight for the podium is still not over, and we haven't even reached half race distance yet. It's still all to play for here in Japan at Suzuka, and a slight change to the lineup. I think Paul's not gonna quite be able to make this hour, so I know Chris Rowlands is not only going to provide his lovely camera angles, but also some insightful knowledge shortly when he's
fine.
Oh, you're here already.
think he's
In
just
theory.
getting sorted and getting his chair comfy, and I'll be willing to bow out. Welcome, Chris. Thank you very much. I'll speak to you all later.
Thanks so much, Ian. So, I think it's top of the hour. Let's have a little rundown on the standings. Well, needless to say, in LMP1, it's Sakanya leading the way after Sapphire retired on lap 3. And the only lone LMP1. Having the lone Porsche 919 throughout the season. And they continue on that trait. It's the lone LMP1 now in total. But they're leading the way. They did early stages of the race, in fact, after an incident. They dropped behind all of the LMP2s and did have to cut their way back through the field. They took them a fair few laps to do that, nearly about an hour, but they got back through in the end, and it's earlier on. We had LMP2 leading overall. But LMP2, well, that's been shaping up massively and changing. Right now, we've got Antagonist leading the way. They've got a 20-second advantage over second place, which is 5-2-4 International. Just 5 seconds down the road, however. It's the guys at Fuga. We've seen great things from them all season. Maybe underperformed a little bit by their standards in LMP2. We've seen the great action that Sapphire and Fuga LMP1 have had. It's brought some absolutely iconic and memorable moments from this series here at Total Sim Sport. We've then got Hashtag. They're currently in 4th. Now, they've got quite a bit of work to do if they want to try and get back up onto the podium spots. They are currently 46 seconds behind. Then we've got FTR, who are just about to come past Vector, who've just had an issue with one of their drivers. They've disconnected from the server due to internet issues. That car's currently showing as being out, but expect to see someone jump back in that one. And then Stage 1 Junior, well, unfortunately, we lost them on lap 66. We're currently on lap 174, a long time ago. Let's head down into GTE Pro. In fact, GTE overall. Beniti, they're just in the pits at the moment, but they're leading the way for BMW. Quickly, there we go. There they are in that green and black BMW M8. Quickly, Racing Aqua. They're in second for Porsche. And actually start off a train of 3 Porsches with .exe occupying 3rd place and Orion in 4th position. But look at the gap between .exe and Orion. They've been battling out for most of the last 5 hours. And after 5 hours of racing, 3 seconds is all the gap that it's left. But also, worth mentioning, .exe, they started from the back of the grid due to a penalty. So to be currently sitting on the podium is a spectacular result for the Porsche crew. And then we've got the lone Corvette in the field. It's boosted. They're currently in 5th place. The 27 Motorsport BMW just in front of them. And then next in GT, well, we'll go through GT Pro and talk about GT overall, because the next actually car on track of GT is actually a GT Yam. But we've got the backmarker Racing Yellow. They're 6th in GTE Pro right now. Stephen Jones currently at the wheel. And then in 7th place, we've got the 27 Motorsport BMW M8. Just mentioned them a few seconds ago as they appeared. Then we're on to retirements in GTE Pro. So Centurion, we lost them on lap 124. And unfortunately, Verve Racing Team Black didn't make the start for their Ferrari. Now let's head down to GTE Am. Well, that's been evolving quite a bit the whole race long. And most of the race, we've pretty much had 3 different manufacturers on the podium. Currently leading the way is the Happy Racing Team in the Ford GT. The first time we've seen the Ford GT this whole season, and great to see it out for one last hurrah, the final round of the finale, the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Challenge here at Suzuka. In 2nd place, it's JD Sim Racing. Now, they've been in pretty much a race-long battle with Happy Penguin. And currently, they're 12 seconds down on them. It's the Ferrari crew. And then we've got another one, the Aquilias. It's the Racing Cyan outfit for Porsche. They're currently 3rd. Lovely Japanese-inspired livery on the side. And then in 4th place, it's Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle for Ferrari. And they are the last of the running teams right now. So we've got .exe, they're just in the pits right now. They've just come in for their stop. It's just Dodgy doing a good job to extend it past the hour. Cost the fuel tank for the GT cars. It lasts around about an hour, and anything you can do to extend it beyond there, it's going to help you come the end of the race with a reduced fuel stop to see you through, to close out the race. And Chris, I think it's all starting to calm down as that normal. We've seen this quite often within the series where mid-race it just seems to just calm down a bit and chill out, and it's about putting in the consistent pace.
Yeah, I think this is really where their hard work will pay off, in the sense that it's an endurance race, as we would hopefully all realise, and it's not necessarily about making those classy overtakes or putting in fast lap after fast lap. It's about being able to put the hard graft in and to be able to just keep lapping consistently. Some of these drivers would have been in the car for multiple hours at this point. It is exhausting, even if you're not in hard battles. We've not really got anyone battling directly on track right now. But equally, say if we look a bit further behind in GTE, so Tim Perry in his boosted, he's got Happy Penguin 5 seconds up the road. He's got JD Sim Racing 5 seconds behind him. And when you're sort of thinking about this in the perspective of there's 7 hours nearly left to race, that's 5 seconds is nothing. That's one minor mistake, one incident with another class. So it's about trying to maintain that concentration, but equally trying to sort of retain as much energy as you can, because there is still a long way left to go in this race. I mean, how many Rookie Mazda races could you fit in the remainder here? Although personally, I would rather do 6 hours 52 of racing around Suzuka in one of these cars than, I think off the top of my head, that would be about 33 Rookie Mazda races. Obviously, we're assuming that you can do them back to back to back rather than waiting every hour. But I wouldn't want to do 33 Rookie Mazda races before this race is over. I would go insane.
Well, I think as well, knowing what it can be like to get out of rookies as well, that could be 33 deaths as well registered against yourself. So, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And these cars are absolutely beautiful to drive, all with their own unique charms. That's why we see such a diverse field. That's just in GTA. I mean, I know you're a lover of the LMP2. It's probably closest to your main love being the Formula Renault 3.5. Chris?
Yeah, I fundamentally don't believe cars should have roofs, which means I don't fit in here so well. But these are still. I mean, I've driven the Corvette in the European Sprint Series for a season before as well. It's still so much fun, and that's the thing. And those are only hour-long races, and I'm exhausted at the end of those. I did a season in LMP2 with them as well, and it's my only taste of endurance racing as a driver is the Watkins 6 hour, and I believe you've done endurance as well, Tim. It's even just that sort of gentle tip into what is quite. By endurance standards, I think Watkins 6 hours is quite simple. I think Suzuka is a much harder beast to tame, and we were seeing replays about 20 minutes ago of multiple incidents that we were having around the track, and it just goes to show these drivers aren't necessarily pushing 100%, but we're still seeing them make errors because it's just that tricky to drive Suzuka for this long without making those mistakes.
It is. It's more of an, especially the endurance of the body. It's also an endurance of the mind, of ensuring that you remain concentrated. Because it's a sort of circuit that doesn't really let up, does it, too much, Chris? You've got corner after corner after corner, with only two real let-ups being the start-finish straight, which has got a bit of a curve in it anyway, and the same with the back stretch, as they call it. Obviously, it's a back straight effect. Well, it's not even truly a back straight, really, because obviously you've got to get spot on coming out of Spoon, and then you've got the iconic absolute almost Hail Mary style corner that is 130R. So there's just no let up around this circuit.
It's exactly correct. And I think also in these cars as well, something that maybe us open wheel enthusiasts maybe don't appreciate is that 130R is a properly difficult corner in a car that can't take it flat out, which most of these, I certainly don't have the confidence to try and do them flat, even in the LMP2. And whereas in the Formula Renault, it is pretty much flat, and you can trust the downforce. They don't have that trust, and that's why we'll have seen some incidents around there today. The only small mercy in a 12-hour race is that you're better off losing that 1/10 of a second per lap taking 130R easy than you are going balls to the wall every single lap, because they've done that 180 times already. You're really, really relying on luck if you expect to go around 130R pushing absolutely to the max 180 times. We're not even halfway through, so they're going to do it nearly 400 times. Certainly Scania are 400. I mean, going around 130R 400 times, that sounds torturous. Imagine the G-forces in real life, or those of us who've got motion sim rigs. I'm not sure that quite replicates it, but can you just imagine the physical toll that would take on the body?
Oh, I completely, but then that's equally why professional racing drivers are a darn sight fitter than you and I. Now, just while we've been chatting, Happy Penguin, they've come in from the lead of GTE AM. That's from 5th place overall in GTE. That has allowed Booster to nick past them, and likewise JD Sim Racing in GTM. So JD now head the way in that constant back and forth tussle. Qualification Racing Cyan, they've moved up into 2nd place. But ultimately, GTM is really about the battle between Happy Penguin and JD at the moment, and has been for the last 5.25 hours now. Probably about, within the next sort of 10 minutes time, we're going to have a special guest on. We're going to have a gentleman called Calvin Dent. We'll be talking about his company Sim3D and also the Inside iRacing podcast as well. We've mentioned it earlier in the show, and I'm sure he's going to bring some of his wit, humour, and undoubtedly some plugs as well along the way for his 2 brands. Great to hear from him on that scene. He's been in the chat quite a bit all day. So it'd be great to have you in for a chat, Calvin, later. Wow, Chris, just having a little look. I mean, JD, they just seem to be slowly, bit by bit. I mean, we'll see as they come across the line what the lap times are going to be. They're just, coming into the range of Boosted ahead of them in the Corvette in terms of, they seem to be just chipping away slowly at the lap times.
And I think, again, that's the sort of the tricky thing for, the endurance racing is that you are basically just relying on your consistency. And you can see there, we can get Perry and Kochi's lap delta. So you can see 5 laps ago. Well, I suppose it's slightly spoiled by the fact that Perry is pitted, which may explain why there was a 2.5 second gain on lap 152. But since then, aside from lap 154, he's slowly catching him. And that's the thing, he'll be appearing in the relative. They were about identical on the last lap, but it's just something to keep in mind for the driver. As you can see, Tim Perry does go slightly wide through the hairpin there. And it's just, small things like that. If you're thinking as a driver, oh, I've taken that slightly wrong, you're then going to slightly tighten up. And that tightening up, it can sometimes lead to you making more mistakes. We see it so many times when a driver spins off track. They make another mistake in the next 2 or 3 minutes, and it's because of the adrenaline. It's because of the fact they've tightened up. When it's about being relaxed but still quick, which is an incredibly difficult skill to pick up as a driver. Difficult enough in real life. I actually think that's something that's even more difficult to do in sim racing, because we're in the comfort of our own homes. It is just so easy to switch off. I mean, I've done it at the end. I'm not ashamed to admit I've done it towards the end of 40-minute Formula Renault races, and I know downforce makes it slightly easier to drive these cars, but you've still got to pay attention to what you're doing. And I'm not the only driver that does it. Those mistakes you see towards the end of a race, because it's just difficult to keep your brain focused for quite that long. And we can hopefully see if there's a difference in lap time at the end of this lap as well.
Just interesting tidbit before we speak to our guests. I'll just bring me across these already. But Ben Gregory's been in the chat on YouTube. JD took tyres on the last stop. Boosted did not. We jumped them in the stop. So there you go. That's how that came out. Boosted a double stinting as far as we can. Interesting to see how they get on. It's what we're coming up to. Just having a little look. Local time here is around about 10 to 11 in Japan. And track temperatures, we're looking at 26 degrees. That's risen up a fair few, about 4 or 5 degrees since the start. But then we did start in the cover of darkness. Watch the sun come up here in Suzuka. Now we're joined by Calvin Dent. Welcome along to the show, Calvin, and you're here to talk about, well, a couple of things, aren't you? Which do you want to start with, Sim3D or the Inside iRacing podcast?
Let's have a chat about the podcast.
Oh, why not? I was very, appreciative. A guest of yourself and Mark a couple of episodes ago, and it's a good laugh, isn't it, that you have on the podcast, and as well as talking about informative subjects within iRacing.
Yeah, I think it's something slightly different to what some of the other guys are doing, bringing people like yourselves on and other guests to really kind of like not only have an informal chat and have a bit of a laugh, but also kind of get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on with iRacing.
Yeah, I mean, there's always something going on with iRacing, and obviously when things tend to calm down mid-season, it's all about the leagues and happenings, and obviously then it starts to get into the rumour gates of what new content we might be getting at the end of the season, and then we reach the last week of the season that we are in now, pretty much, and we start to get releases from and bits of tweets from iRacing themselves of what they're actually going to land, and we find out whether our predictions have been right or not. I mean, of the new bits of content that are coming, what excites you the most?
So, I'll be honest, I'm interested in TCRs. I'm not so fussed about Not Kill, because I'm very much sure that the moment rain comes into iRacing, there will not be a race at Not Kill that does not feature rain. So yeah, I'm really liking the idea of having a Honda Civic.
Well, hold on. You're saying that it rains a lot in Scotland here, Calvin?
I'm saying if they had snow and thunderstorms to iRacing, that would be the big one.
I was going to say that'd probably be slightly more applicable for Scotland, especially this time of year. And in terms of guests, I understand you've got a bit of a special guest coming up in this latest episode.
So yeah, we literally just finished recording yesterday with Mr. Josh Thompson of Williams Esports fame. So something slightly different. We've had Jack Ashton from Fordzilla on, and obviously he's a fairly big driver, but with no disrespect to Jack, Josh is in a completely different league when it comes to what he's doing and his experience on iRacing.
And I mean, like you said, they are in a completely in a league of their own, that sort of top level. As we just see a replay right now of Quillia Racing Aqua, just see what's happened to them. If they lost it into... No, not too sure what's happened to them. It's... without giving too much away, obviously, because we want everyone to listen to the podcast. I mean, what does it take? Did it give away any sort of tidbits of what it takes to get to that sort of level?
Do you know what? There were some really good chats about how many tens of thousands of pounds Mark Jennings would need to put in to get onto that level. No, do you know what? There was tons of stuff covered. It was a really good. So far out of all of them, and no disrespect to you boys, it's probably my favourite episode to record. No disrespect. No disrespect.
I don't blame you on that one. I mean, I love to sit down with one of these pro guys because it's just fascinating. When you look at the times that they're put in, and you think that they're wringing the absolute neck out the car. And you really compare. I know yourself. We've seen you on the channel in other series where you've lit the timing screens up and been absolutely marvelous to watch. But these guys are like, where you're extracting everything you can out of the car, sure what it feels like. These guys are another 2-3 seconds, depending on what the track is, a lap quicker than you, and it's just it's frightening, the speed that they've got.
Yeah, I mean, the difference that I've seen, I spoke to Josh a fair bit recently, obviously, about the podcast and other things, and the big thing I'm gathering is a lot of it's the time you put in. Josh has Josh is telling us yesterday. The episode will be out Monday. By the way, for anybody who wants to have a listen. The big thing is, we're putting in, say for a race, we might put 6 hours in tops. There's of course some that you'll do a bit more, but 6 hours is still a lot of time. Josh is putting in 40 plus hours every race, just in practice. So the difference in speed that they're able to find with that much time and the consistency, and that's before we even talk setups. It's no wonder why these guys are just a cut above everyone else when you're putting in that much time.
I mean, that's like basically a working week for the average person just on practice, which is we'd be lucky if that we get that sort of time in the rig in across a few weeks, let alone to put that in every single week religiously, and that is a crazy amount of time. No,
it's the boredom for me. I get bored of running more than 10 laps, let alone 40 hours worth.
I completely agree with you. I mean, practice. It's I have certain circuits which I don't mind on so much, where they're more fun to hot lap, but the thought of spending 40 hours of just religiously pounding out laps practicing, it would just drive me absolutely insane. But that still doesn't want us, stop us from wanting to be just nearly as good as them without putting in the practice.
Yeah, I mean, it would be lovely to be right up there on that pace. But if I'm honest, if I was paid to do it, I'd probably put in 40 hours per race too.
Yeah, a little bit different then. A little bit different. So in past episodes, what sort of guests have you had on board then?
So we've had some really cool guys. So obviously I mentioned before, we've had the lovely Jack Ashton from Fordzilla. He was a really good guest. We spoke a lot about the coaching side on that, how the coaching sides and some funny stuff around the more interesting coaching customers, shall we say. That was a quality one. Obviously, we had yourselves discussing the broadcasting world and how that works, which is, to me, on a personal level, I find that really interesting because although it's something I've never done, it's a different world, again, to comparing Josh to the rest of us mere mortals. Again, what you guys do is something that really nobody understands. So that's really interesting. I think it was a really good episode. Other than that, we've also had Chris from IRUK talking about the birth of one of the biggest sort of Discord and iRacing communities. I mean, we've got 1,500 members in their Discord server alone, which is, I don't even know how you keep a Discord like that going.
That Discord is an absolute hive of activity with all the categories constantly popping, and it's always stuff going on, whether it be practice sessions or just general chit chat, and even if it's down to a bit of banter, let alone the stuff that they've done around mental health as well. Races against other communities. It's it's not just obviously Chris running it himself. There's other guys as well, but there's a lot of volunteer and a lot of man hours that goes into that community, but just goes to show really that it is possible to have keep a large community going and make it successful. And hats off to all the guys there really at IRUK. And interesting one we've got coming up in this hour after we've sort of finished speaking to yourself, Calvin. We will be talking about, I'd love to get your thoughts on this. Would you race in a rain-only series? That's what we'll be discussing. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd love to give that a go. I'm really excited for rain because I think it's going to separate the men from the boys. Like, let's face it, we're all just used to driving in the day. The worst we get is a really hot temperature with no track use. So to have rain, I think will be really exciting. And yeah, I'd be well up for the idea of racing in a rain-only series. I do just want to bring up one thing, because you guys were discussing earlier, and I have been listening to the stream, by the way. You guys were talking about the best sim racing software, and the fact that SimHub was not included in the list, I am outraged and infuriated by it.
I that was my fault. I put the poll up on YouTube and then realised after I'd set it, I couldn't edit it and I'd missed it off. So that is my fault on that one. Yeah, because it's a cracking piece of software, and it's so diverse. And I know Martin, the league's organizer, Martin Pearson, came on and was singing the praises of SDK Gaming, but SimHub, it offers similar stuff. It doesn't have the broadcasting ability, but it's even little bits like the radar software that's built into it and stuff like that. It's a cracking little tool.
Yeah, it's incredible. And the crazy thing is that a lot of the tools that you were discussing in the polls, they're made specifically for iRacing. SimHub has made something, the guy that created SimHub has done it for almost every sim. I mean, he's just added Forza Horizon 5. It's an insanely good piece of software. Like, I was looking through the settings. There's a plugin on there for making your own seatbelt tensioner.
Okay.
The depth that he's gone into to create SimHub and the work that he puts in, I genuinely think that man should be right up on one of the upper echelons of people within iRacing.
That's the thing with iRacing, especially the third-party software. There's so many unsung heroes. I mean, how many people know if you just play a little audio clip of his voice, how many people know Jim from Crew Chief? I mean, poor bloke is probably the nicest bloke in the world, but gets regularly abused by lots of us, where, you can turn on the setting where he swears at you, and I'm sure we've all sworn at him back, especially with some of the sarcastic comments that he comes out with. But again, another free piece of software, but an absolutely brilliant software that works across so many different platforms as well.
Yeah, it's incredible, the time some of these guys put into creating this software, and most of it's free. I mean, even SimHub, you can get a free version, and even if you want the license, it's donationware. It's not like a lot of other things out in this modern day and age of everything being subscription based. It's crazy the sort of software that people are putting out there that we can use on a daily basis. There are lots of unsung heroes within the iRacing and just sim racing in general community. They deserve a lot more credit than definitely what they get. Now, obviously, we mentioned about the podcast. There is a link down below in the description for the Inside iRacing podcast. Spotify link on there. Now, Calvin, let's talk about your company, Sim3D. What is it? What do you do? And why is it so brilliant? So, I don't know about brilliant. I'm not going to take my own horn on that one.
I'm trying to big you up here. Do the sales pitch for you.
Do you know what? One thing on the podcast, Josh Thompson bigged up the pedal rumble kit, which was like, I know it sounds really sad because loads of people have bought them, but to have like someone like him say, do you know what, at pro level I use it every day, like that for me was like I was a little bit starstruck for that, like 5 seconds. But yeah, so Sim3D, the whole aim of Sim3D is to create basically a storefront for people to be able to get those little components and little bits and bobs that add to your rig. Let's face it, there are tons of small companies out there that are selling little bits, wind simulators and such on their own, and that's the only thing they sell. I've tried to put together basically a place that you can get most of those accessories all in one place without having to worry too much. Most of them are 3D printed because for most parts in sim racing, 3D printing works really, really well. A lot of the stuff isn't going to go through as much of abuse unless we're talking wheels and such. So the whole idea is around creating that. My most popular product is the pedal rumble kit that sells ridiculous numbers of those. And that's been insanely popular. I also sell wind simulators. I sell power supply brackets to attach your power supply bracket to your power supply, to your rig. Magnetic shifting modifications for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheels. I now sell a seat rumble kit that will allow you to attach some basically vibration motors to your seat via some adhesive that's included to basically get like a bass shaker effect, but for like a fraction of the price. Ultimately, one of the things I've tried to do is make things not sort of priced out for a lot of people, because a lot of sim racing stuff is getting quite expensive these days. So I'm trying to make it as inexpensive as possible so that everybody can get involved with it.
Just going back to the two rumble kits, obviously the seat rumble kit and the pedal rumble kit, what are they exactly for people who might not be aware, and why are they great add-ons to your setup?
So one of the things that a lot of people, especially if you speak to the real world drivers, they'll say that one of the big problems with sim racing, and you know, it's every sim, is that you just don't get the feel of a car, and that you don't get really a lot of feedback. Yes, you know, you've got direct drives and you can have base shakers, which is similar to the seat shaker kit in a lot of ways. But there's still very much a lacking of feeling in the cars. And the pedal rumble kit, I mean, people have been DIYing them for a long time. You know, the SimHub has included the ability to kind of incorporate your own rumble kit for a long time, and you know, not going to take away from that whatsoever. The benefit of having a pedal rumble kit, or if you're really crazy, and I still don't get why people do it, attach a bass shaker to your pedals, which is bonkers, is that it gives you feedback through the pedals that you would get in real life. So speaking to Shane Van Gisbergen, I'm sure if you're a motorsport fan, you'll know who he is. He has one of my rumble kits, and he said it's helped him no end in GT3s on iRacing, being able to feel ABS rolling in and rolling off. And when you can start to get that feeling and that feedback through the pedals, it really improves your consistency, because you just have so much more confidence on the pedals of what the car's doing.
Well, I'm just starstruck that SVG, as he's known down under, or Shane Van Gisbergen, you've been chatting to him and he has your products. He's a brilliant driver.
Mental, absolutely, genuinely. When I got, so he messaged me saying he wanted to order, and you know, I got the order through. I remember running around the house, because that's like crazy to me. You know, I made these originally with just sim races in mind, so to get like a real world driver on that caliber is, yeah, that was pretty crazy. And he's even created settings that he's posted in my Discord that people can, like, anybody can use. From there, like, in his eyes, a perfect representation of how the ABS kicks in on a real life GT3 Porsche, which is insane. It's insane.
For, you know, obviously, for us mere mortals, who the closest we'll ever get to, well, probably, you know, competitive racing, let alone racing these sorts of cars, will be in the sim world. I mean, to have that sort of realism being brought to you, which we would have no idea about, we'd have to obviously, you know, guess and come up with what we believe are accurate models. That's just frightening, really, isn't it? But in such a good way as well at the same time. And it's so good that also that he's so happy to pass down that information to us normals, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool. So another guy that's really been helping out is Will Tregertha. He finished second in the DTM Trophy just this finished season, and he's pushing for some really big stuff. I'm waiting for some sort of big announcements from him soon. But he's now a Williams esports driver as well, funnily enough. He's been working really well on like getting some really good settings as well that work with most cars. So I know that Josh Thompson, for example, uses his settings that he created for the Porsche Cup, and I'm waiting to post them. I've still got to update them. I'm hoping to do it tonight. But some settings to replicate sort of real feel within the car for your seat shaker kit. So not only are you getting the feedback through the pedals, but you can get it through your seat. And when you work out that the pedal rumble kit plus a seat shaker add-on, like just one that you can attach to your seat, worked out £120. That on its own, like that whole kit, is like half the price of a single butt kicker. So price-wise, it works out as an incredible value to get like a realistic feel that, in my opinion, and there are people that disagree with this, and I'm not gonna, I don't post this anywhere. I think it feels better than a bass shaker, having these multiple effects not only on your pedals but also through your seat.
Just see FTR Esports Red. There in LMP2 go for a little spin down at Spoon. It's absolutely brilliant products, and it's so good to see, you know, a fledgling company doing so well within the, what can feel at times, I'm sure, a bit of a competitive mark out there for sim racing equipment. Obviously, do you want to tell everyone your web address for Sim3D?
Yes, so if you're looking for any of my products, you can find them at www.sim-3d.co.uk. You'll also find there the Discord links to join the Discord server and such like that. So yeah, plenty of places to Etsy. You can also find me on Etsy and eBay as well if you search Sim3D Racing on either of those platforms.
There we go. Thanks very much for popping along for a chat. That's Calvin Dent from Sim3D and the Inside iRacing podcast.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Oh wow, that's having a lovely chat and a catch up there with Calvin Dent. We've had a bit of a there's been a few bits happened out on track. So we've had, as you may have seen just there, FTR obviously going for a little spin down at Spoon. It's been rearranged again in GTE with JD leading the way, and something's happened to Sacania by the looks of things. This is down into the Degners. Oh, and just getting caught up a bit behind Ferrari there. So on the back marker cars, it's the Razzle Dazzle machine. You see as they're trying to evade. Oh, and they made contact with the antagonist, LMP2. This was a lap later. And if they kept it out of the wall in drifting style, a little nudge there. Chris Neesham currently on board for them as the American. That could have been a whole lot worse for them. They haven't headed to the pits, so clearly the car is feeling okay. Just see second in GTE there. Equally Racing Cyan. Just about keeping out the walls, and it seems to be Chris Degners are the troublesome hotspot right now.
Yes, we've both noticed that, it looks like. We also, not always, we were talking about what's the best software early on. Well, SDK seems to think that Austin had a crash. He didn't. It was just him driving. So that's why we voted for trading paints over that. But yeah, I guess it's, for me, my assumption there is that, well, the Degners are some of the, well, I mean, every corner requires precision, but I think there's more punishment for if you make the slight mistake into, especially Degner 1, I think. It's a very, it's not an unusual corner because the camber's reasonably normal. It's quite a helpful curb. It's not a particularly sharp corner, but I don't know, in my books, it's one of those corners that, regardless of the car, I think it just catches you out. I think it's because the fastest line, there is only really one fast line through that corner. There's not really a different approach or philosophy you can take to going quickly. And there's only so much help you can get on the curb on the outside on the exit of Degner 1. And I think all of those three incidents we saw, even the last one there, it was really the coming through Degner 1 is what set up the problem. It's because I think we all think about 130R as we've just seen JD go through nice and safely there. That's the famous corner that everyone thinks about. But I think because it's famous, you pay more attention. Degner, maybe where it's just another corner to some people, maybe they're not giving it the respect it quite deserves when you're 6 hours into an endurance race and you're physically and mentally beginning to get quite tired 200 laps into the race.
I'll tell you what, we've got 20 minutes left. We'll just have a quick run through your top threes in each category right now, and then we'll carry on with our debate. We touched on a little bit with our last guest, Calvin Dent. So, leading the way in LMP1, it's Sacania. Obviously, after losing on lap 3, Sapphire Simsport, unfortunately, only 2 LMP1s here today at Suzuka in round 8. Then across to LMP2, while 524 lead the way. They're 15 seconds clear of second place, which is the antagonist, Racing Team Orange. Now they've got a gap of some nearly 18 seconds to third place, which is Fuga right now. Now let's head down into GTE Pro. Maniti lead the way for BMW. Equally Racing Aqua for Porsche in second. And 9 seconds behind them is the Orion Racing, another one of the Porsche 911s with boosted in the Corvette being a lap down just behind them. Then let's take a look at GTE. We've got 3 different manufacturers on the podium. It's been flitting around and changing quite a bit due to different tactics. JD are leading the way right now for Ferrari, with Aquilia Racing Cyan in second for Porsche. Then finally, finishing off the podium for now, is the Ford of Happy Penguin. And
getting a bit tail happy there.
It was a little bit, wasn't it? It was having a good old waggle and getting a bit loose. Of course, this stage of the race, there's going to be marbles off the racing line, and it could invoke a bit of understeer, but I'll tell you what can really invoke a bit of understeer. Chris, let's talk rain. It's coming to iRacing soon. It's been much anticipated for, I couldn't tell you how long. It's been so long, I think we've all forgotten just how long it's been. Now, obviously, it was a big talk, but we discussed it all the way back at Silverstone in the Intercontinental Sim Racing Endurance Challenge, and now, sort of, where we were discussing potential topics to talk about, we said about, well, do we revisit the rain subject? It's so close. It's coming out next year, which led us to the question: would you want to participate in a series where the track conditions were set to rain for the whole season? Chris, what are your thoughts? And we'd love to hear from you at home what are your thoughts. We're going to put up a poll very, very shortly about this one. Chris, go on, take it away.
Now, when the idea was first broached to me the other day about a rain-only series, it turns out I'm not a very creative man, because I didn't even entertain that as a possibility. But I honestly think that's the best way to... If you're going to have rain in official iRacing series, that's the way I'd like to see it, personally. I think have the people who want to race in the rain and let them race in the rain. I can't think of many series in iRacing where I would trust the other drivers on the track if it was a variable weather condition and there was a chance there'd be rain. That would, for me, be an A-licence exclusive thing to do. So only people with A-licences should be allowed to drive series that might get rain. Whereas for the rain-only series, I don't think I'd want to let... I don't want to disrespect any drivers, but if you've got a D licence, I don't want you driving in the rain. I want you driving with as much grip as possible, and preferably far away from me. But, it just allows C licence and B licence drivers, because C licence drivers, don't forget, have access to the Lotus 49, which is an incredibly difficult car to drive well, or at all. And people manage it every week. They have a really thriving community. It's really worth checking out, those of you interested in classic Formula 1 cars. Not what we're here for today, but we're all motorsport fans, so it's worth pointing out. And so if C licence drivers can drive the Lotus 49, why not drive other cars in the rain? And I think long term, rain-only series can only improve the driving standards in iRacing, because it's just another skill to drivers' bows. So I'm all in on the iRacing only series. It's just a question of what cars are you looking at, because there's very different design and driving philosophies between driving a GT car in the rain and driving, say, the Formula 3 car in the rain. And speaking as an open-wheel driver primarily, I would rather drive a GT car in the rain than an F3 car in the rain. I don't know about you, Tim, how you feel on that front?
What worries... So, in terms of, I think officials and leagues are going to be, like you say, two different things, and I think maybe you'll call A license a bit licensist, if to coin a bit of a phrase. I think that's almost a bit too high. And what worries me about rain within iRacing, Chris, is that I get the feeling that it might be a bit of a flash in the pan novelty, and we're so used to racing in the dry. Invariably, if you look at motor racing as a whole, wet races make up an incredibly small portion of any racing category season. And I don't know, I think it'll be used a lot to start with, but I think it might diminish as time goes on. And what worries me, especially at the moment where we all go through it, don't we? Where you go through stages during your iRacing career where you start to become a bit untrusting of competitors around you, especially in the open officials, where you've been taken out a few times in a row, and you start to become a bit less, competitive, because you're not making overtakes where you probably would have had the confidence to, and they were coming off for you previously, but you've had a few ones where people have taken you out, where you've come alongside safely and then they've ran in the back of you or something like that. And I don't know. For me, at the moment where I stand in my iRacing career, I don't think I've got the confidence in it to be able to be suspend a series in the rain right now.
I think that's fair enough, and I've watched a fair amount of your races in the last week, and I can understand your lack of trust in the other drivers as you've been doing VRS races at Le Mans, and
Yes.
it's been let's say it's been spicy. That's the word I'll use. It's not been the most predictable driving that I've seen around you. You've actually been driving pretty well, I must say. And
thank you, kind sir.
I think you did quite well to avoid some of the more trigger-happy drivers on the field there. But I think we drive sort of. I guess I don't want to patronise anyone, but I think it's fair to say we drive different levels and different kinds of series. So where I'm doing sort of open wheel, top split Formula Renault, and occasionally dipping my toes back into F3, although top split F3, as anyone who watches the broadcast split can attest to, or your wonderful broadcast split as well, some of those drivers cannot and should not ever be trusted. So it doesn't matter how good your iRacing is. Well worth checking out Tim Cox-Meader on a Wednesday, though, for the F3. In my opinion.
At 9:15 p.m. GMT, if you like a bit of F3 racing, well worth checking out. We'll have to pay the subs to everyone for our plug later. Just to bring you up to date with the poll, currently 67% of the vote is yes, you would race in a rain-only series. I suppose the only thing with, if it's an official league, like this one, for example, and it's going to be completely rain. Obviously, within the league format, there is a lot more trust because, and it's a bit more of a safety net to be in this sort of environment. Yes, incidents do happen. They're not malicious. They're not, because everyone, you've got the whole season racing with them. Everyone knows each other, so you build up that sort of relationship with one another. And last thing you want to be doing is annoying the whole field where you wipe everyone out. So I think maybe within a league setting, but then equally, I suppose, I get a feeling it's going to depend on the car, isn't it? And I think certain cars are going to lean well to the wet racing, whereas others aren't. I mean, you talk about the Lotus 49, that's a handful just in the dry. Can you imagine what that thing is going to be like in the wet?
Difficult, but I can guarantee you there'll be, especially some Finnish drivers. There seem to be loads of Finnish drivers that love the classic F1 cars. The 79 community has its own. Well, the Lotus 79 Discord has its own Finland section. That's how popular that car is with them. And if there's any nationality, and I know we shouldn't stereotype based on nationality, it's not fair, and that's not exactly how racing works. But the Finns they're just good in adverse weather conditions. I mean, they're just good in general. And I can see it being a challenge for people. I mean, there's people that do time trials in iRacing for reasons other than safety rating farming. So there's clearly a market for mad people to do things. Because I don't get the appeal of time trials in iRacing personally.
Because we cover it so much on this channel here at Total Sim Sport, we always just think about rain. We always think about road racing. But actually, of course, there's dirt racing. And actually, I hadn't thought about that until you've just said about it there, Chris. I think in the rain, that could actually be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I guess it depends on, again, like we've been saying, how much trust you have for those around you. Like you say, time trials. It's like, we've had the hill climb. Although that seemed, again, like you were saying about flash in the pans, that seems to have gone quiet. Or maybe it's just my social circle within iRacing have gone quiet on hill climbing. I think as well, though, iRacing, to me, the way they develop the sim, they're really interested in the physical modelling of it. And there's a lot of implications with rain that can really improve the sim outside of just looking at it from a weather perspective. So looking at the track evolution, the track grip in different parts of the circuit, that will have implications on their physics modelling in the dry. So like what we're watching today with the marbling on offline, they could improve on that modelling from developing the rain, at least in my opinion. I think that's something that can probably feed back into it. I'm not a computer scientist. I don't have a fantastic grasp of how coding simulations works. But you think, the design philosophy for rain and the way it interacts with the track, that will that will feed back into the rest of iRacing's physics modelling. So I think it's going to be good, even if it just ends up being almost a tech demonstration and not catching on. I still think it's a good thing for iRacing as a physics simulator for racing.
That's actually really, really good point, that one, Chris.
Thank you.
And yeah, if you got a few points there that I hadn't thought about, like, you're saying about, we just think about the, obviously it won't come across into, especially road oval. It's not say where you said where you see wet races, obviously because of the speeds and the dangers involved in it. Dirt oval, I will confess, there's probably most of you guys at home as well listening along and watching along. I don't know if they race in the wet. It's feasibility, as we just see Orion coming from third place in GTE. Travis Shank coming on board for them. They've headed to the pits. Which means, I was just suddenly thinking, we must be getting near the hour. But that's actually quite early, isn't it, for them? There's 6 minutes and 8 remaining. We're expect a bit longer out of their stint for them.
And I guess there could be quite interesting implications for that in terms of their pit window. Because, they were catching Aquila, not by a huge amount, but they're only 7 seconds behind before they pitted. And does this put them at a huge disadvantage? I know, 6 hours, anything can happen, but if Aquila are just pitting that little bit later, does this secure their second place a bit? I mean, we can't be talking about finishing positions yet because they've still got 6 hours left to go, but this is one of the, especially the GTEs that can run for an hour at once. There's as we see Sicania,
hello.
Looks like they've had some fun times. This is, I believe, into turn 1, is it?
It is.
Oh dear.
Oh, that.
I think they struggled on the rejoin as well, but I'm not sure the track's that direction.
To be fair, they had got 11 lap gap over second place, which is the LMP overall, which is the LMP2 of 524 International. So they can afford to take their time and maybe even stop for a little picnic at the side of the track and contemplate life, and then head off again and complete, make up that time that they've just lost.
And I make the joke, but it's good that they didn't rejoin the track unsafely, because I think it would very much upset the other drivers, considering Sicania have no immediate rivals.
Yes, definitely. And so yeah, just obviously heading back to our chat about Rain 4. It all started happening out on track. Just see the 27 Motorsport. They've also headed to the pits as well in the BMW. They're currently 6th in GT Pro. It's quite interesting. It's currently up at 75%, saying yes, they would race in a rain-only series on iRacing. Now, because that question is a little bit open to interpretation. So, if it wasn't a league, Chris, and if it was officials, would you race it then, if it's a rain-only season?
I think I'd actually not want to drive. Well, I don't know. In terms of like a league, if I was paying to enter a league, I don't think I'd want there to be rain. The exception being, so I'm entering 2 open wheel sprint leagues for next season. I wouldn't want rain in either of those. I would want them to just be straight sprints to the finish. However, if I say in an ideal world where there's an ISRC season 3, if only we lived in that world. I think that's different because it's endurance. If there's this, let's say for example, we're running simulated weather. The season will be taking place in the spring and the summer for each race, so there is a chance of rain. But we're not making it so there's definitely rain. If that was made clear in the rules of the series and it was an endurance series, I personally would like to enter a league like that. If I could convince some teammates to join me, I guess is the trouble there.
Yes, definitely. If find some of our willing people, as got back marker yellow for BMW, they're in from 5th in GTE Pro to the pits. And yeah, I think it's a really good point, that, isn't it? It's being able to find some people who are more than willing to come along for the ride as well. I think, go back to your original one of your original points is, I think you're being car dependent as well. I think the new TCRs that are coming to iRacing, the Honda and the Hyundai, obviously combined with the Audi that we already have and know, and some people love, some people hate. It's a bit of a Marmite type car. You either love it or hate it. I think they're going to be well suited to the rain, obviously being front wheel drive. I think as well, it's going to be interesting because different. Well, if you look at the GTs, for example, the BMW incredibly stable to drive. I think, especially compared to the Porsche, I think that Porsche could be an incredible handful in the wet.
Yep, I'm interested. I don't drive the touring cars, so I mean, I'll probably buy the Hyundai just because I drive a Hyundai 20 in real life, and it'll be interesting to finally have a car that a manufacturer that I've driven in the sim. I mean, I say that there are Nissans in iRacing, and I've driven a Nissan Micra, but I think it's fair to say that there is a slight difference in design philosophy between the Nissan Micra and a GT car. I don't know. I might be off the fence there ever so slightly. But I just think watching some classic British touring car races as a kid, and it was always phenomenal racing. It was even more insane in the rain, and I'd like a taste of that in iRacing, I think. I've gone to watch Seb because he's one of our commentator brethren, and I've sold him down the river because he's lost it behind traffic as we're approaching Degner. So this is one way to prevent Degner being the way you go off, is approach it at low speed.
I tell you, they're carrying a little. I'm not sure whether it's the camera angle with their front diffuser. No, it's not just me. It's looking a little bit wonky, should we say? A little bit sad. It's looking on the straightest of shapes, and let's take a little look at their top line speed. Doesn't seem to be affecting actually too much, if anything. And so currently 5th overall for Backmarker Yellow, so 5th in class, and they are 8th overall right now in GT. Second highest of the BMWs, of course, behind our leader Maniti. They're currently leading the way. And okay, so I think this is a good one. Let's do a top 3 each, Chris. Okay, top 3 cars you would like to drive in the rain in iRacing, and top 3 cars that you wouldn't like to drive in the rain. I think
let's
Seb,
go and follow someone that's not Seb.
I think he doesn't want to drive that car right now, even in the dry, after not having the best of laps.
Watch Orion. Orion have been a great team. Not that Backmarker haven't, but Orion are in 3rd. So let's have a look at a podium placing car for a while. Poor Seb. We won't bully you too much, but
no, we won't bully him. Like I say, too much. And as always, love to get your thoughts in chat. What you'd like to drive in iRacing in the wet when rain comes along, and what cars you wouldn't like to drive. Go on, Chris. What should we start with? Should we start with the wouldn't want to drive or would like to drive in the rain on iRacing?
Let's start with wouldn't, so that we can finish on a high.
Yeah, that sounds positive. Go on then. Do you want to take in turns, or do you want to go with your top 3 first, and then I'll get you in mine?
Let's do our 3 each, because I'm not going to be able to remember what I choose.
No, that's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point.
This isn't going to be in any order, because I don't think I have enough brain power to actually rank them. But the Dallara IR01, no thank you. I can barely keep that car on the road in the dry. And it just, for someone who... I pride myself on my throttle control in the Formula Renault, but I just can't get to grips with the IR. And I can only see that being compounded by the rain, so that's out. I'm going to say... I only drive a couple of GT3s and not very often, but I'm going to put the Mercedes GT3 in because of how heavy it is. I just think it's not going to suit me very well in the rain either, and I'm not particularly strong in GT3s to begin with, so the Merc GT3 can go in there as well. And let's have a think. I mean, there's plenty of cars I just don't want to drive. Let's choose something I've driven semi recently. How about the Formula V? Because I don't know. It's just confusing enough car for me anyway. I feel like just going around in third gear all the time is confusing, so I don't understand it. So that's my bottom three. It's the Dallara IR01, it's the Mercedes GT3, and it's the Formula V.
There we go. As good news, Chris. While you said that, we have officially reached half race distance. Woo! We are now closer to the end than we are to the start. And we'll run you through. I'll tell you what. Let's just have a quick run through the standings right now as we're on the hour. There's only hashtag really in the pits. Well, actually, you've got a couple of other people in the pits, but let's have a quick run through. Of course, Sicania leading the way overall and in LMP1, then down into LMP2. Second overall is 524 International leading the way. With antagonistic Racing Team Orange in second and Fuga rounding out the podium in LMP2. We've got hashtag. They're currently in the pits right now, but occupying fourth place with FTR Esports Red 5 laps down off the pace, but still running. And the last of our runners in LMP2. Then down into GTE Pro. Neatly are leading the way for BMW. Taking the fight to Porsche. And actually, they are looking like, they are a lap ahead of their nearest competitor, which is Orion, who are in second place. It's a little bit deep there, but getting away with it did St. Clair, the American. Aquilia, they are just behind them, actually, on the road. And that's actually close right up. And they have both also hitted as well. So that is actually racing for position. So a Porsche occupying the last 2 places on the podium. Boosted and Rounding are in 4th place in the lone Corvette. Then we've got backmarker Yellow. They're a lap down off the lead. Well, off the second place car. And they've got 27 Motorsports. They are 6th. With .exe. Well down the order by their standards. They're currently 7th in GTE Pro. Actually, they've been stationary for a while. I think they may well actually be out. Let's we'll have a look at that in a minute. No, they are moving. Apologies about that. My mistake. So let's take a look at GTE AM. So Quilia Racing Scion, they are into the pit from the lead. Happy Penguin in the debut outing at the final ever round of this championship for Ford. They are second. I'll be hoping to make it a 100% victory for the Ford in this championship. JD Sim Racing for the Ferrari. They are third. And I'll tell you what, that GTE AM battle has been absolutely spectacular all race long. Really, really changing. Backmarker Razdazzle. They are currently 4th. Then let's talk about retirements. So, we have lost Vector by RSR due to an internet issue. That's back on lap 159. We're currently on lap 208 very, very shortly. Okay, just about to come across the start-finish line. We then lost the Centurion Ferrari from GTE Pro. That was back on lap 124. And another LMP2 on lap 66. It was the Stage 1 Racing Junior. Then on lap 3, we lost the Sapphire Simsport LMP1, the Audi machine. And unfortunately, was unable to start the race. Was the Verve Racing Team Black Porsche from GTE Pro. Now, after that little bit of I can't say the word. Protagonizing. The 3 cars I wouldn't want to drive in the wet on iRacing. I think I've not ridden a race myself, but I've heard incredibly scary things about the IR01. So I think that's got to be first one. Second one, and I'm going to probably have a few people come at me for this one, is the Porsche Cup. I think that could be an absolute bit of a nightmare. And my third one, Chris, is either of the Aussie V8s supercars.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Hold on the Ford. I've not actually been able to find a race that's gone official. Mostly because I tend to do commentary at these sort of key times of the day when they probably do go official. But I mean, that thing just lights up its rear tyres just when you briefly look at the accelerator, let alone actually to press on it. That's in the dry. What would it be like in the wet? And all while we've been rambling on about our top threes, Aquilia, He's right back up onto their fellow Porsche of Orion in this battle for second place in GTE Pro right now. It's getting so close. Only 3 tenths is all that separates second from third right now. It's just over 6 hours completed. Now, before we get to the stage of a move being made, that's the other Quillia, that's the Aqua from Cyan from GTEM, just pulling over to the left-hand side, moving well out of the way there. Did not get involved in this fight. Top threes of what you would like to drive in the wet, Chris.
Right, well, I've got at least 2 in mind, so I'll start with the one that was most obvious to me, which is the Formula Renault 3.5, as it looks like Shay McNeely, I think, may have just gone off wide there. Let's have a look. Yep, I mean, it's my Formula Renault, it's my favourite car on the service. It will be a handful in the race.
Oh, Chris!
Dear.
That's a big tap from behind.
That's
from
not off track.
FDR LMP2. That definitely is not an off track, and that rear wing is in not good shape. Neither is the rear bonnet on this car. As we look back from another angle, I think maybe a combination of track positioning. The LMP2 just wasn't expecting it, but see, knowing that these cars do slow a lot, have to brake a lot earlier compared to P2s. But I mean, we have seen it previously in this competition, Chris, that despite that damage and it looking quite horrific, you still can grind out some absolutely brilliant times.
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks to the talent of these drivers, really, that they can, you know, continue driving these cars with the amount of damage they have. It's a difficult thing to practice as well. You can only really practice it by racing, because how do you damage the car in a realistic way in a practice session without a lot of cooperation from other people? Because, you know, you could just drive the car into a wall and then carry on driving, but how often do you do that in a race? It's usually contact from the rear or something like that, and I don't think it would be well received in a practice session if you just brake checked someone to simulate getting that damage. So again, it's not something that's easily dealt with. Whereas something that is easily dealt with is following another car closely, which Aquila are doing a good job of right now with Orion. Are they going to look for the move here, Tim, do you reckon?
Let's find out as we come around 130R, and the direction change of those Porsches is just spectacular, where they just throw it in, down hard on the brakes into the Casio triangle right now. I get the feeling these two are going to be cancelling each other out. The two Americans, Frosty Sinclair for Orion, Justin Coral for Aquila Racing Aqua. We've seen great performances all season. Aquila just having a bit of a look up the inside, not quite close enough. They did get to within a tenth. Just ran out of room. The straight not quite long enough here at Suzuka to get out and alongside or even be able to look properly. I think now it's just how much pressure Coral for Aquila Aqua can apply to Sinclair of Orion. They just try and either force a mistake or something like that. But this second place in GTEM is JD Sim Racing. Mocheck currently on board, and not the first time we've seen that one there, Chris. Ooh, that's a bit of a. They kept that out of the wall. They have. I don't know quite how from that camera angle, but
panicky rejoin, I think it's fair to say. That was it didn't seem to have many people behind him. I'm surprised how trigger happy on the throttle they were to sort of get going again, because it nearly got them into the wall before the hairpin even happened. I mean, I'm interested here. Is it almost in Justin Coral in the Aquila car? Is it in his interest to not even go for the overtake and just camp behind Orion for as long as possible? Because they're clearly both quick. Orion, is that defending, or is that just sort of he's watched the Jan Studensky How to Drive a Car videotape that Jan sends out every Christmas?
I think that's just trying to break the toe there in a bit more of an aggressive fashion, and just having a little look. No, that's sorry, it's a bit of a false reason. I thought for a second then that We have, Chris. LMP2 right now. I think we've got a bit of a battle going on for the lead there.
It appears we do, yes. That's come out of nowhere.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, we've spent the last hour rambling about rain, and I'll tell you what, let's just close off the vote right now. And an incredible 75% of you said yes, you would race in a rain-only series in iRacing. Wow. Good on you. You're braver than me. Let's close that one off, and I mean, we're overlapping here, Chris. We're running well behind, but we've got action going on track now. For this hour, I think this is a bit of a controversial one. Should iRacing move to a one-off pricing model like other sims games, or remain as a subscription service? Let's discuss that shortly, because right now, look at these two going at it. Hammer for Tom, 524 all over the back of Antigonity. That's the JD Ferrari. They're just coming up onto the back of here. They've run it in deep, trying desperately to keep out of the way. These two battling LMP2s fighting out for the lead, fighting out for second place overall here in the 12 Hours of Suzuka. But here come 524. They're going to be on the outside in the entry to turn 1, but they are literally right side by side antagonists. Can they hold on all the way round the outside? Yes, they can. You're not allowed to do overtaking moves there. It never works round the outside, but somehow 524 have got the move done there in absolutely spectacular fashion. And Jakura, take your hat off to that. That was amazing there, Chris.
It's absolutely fantastic racing. That is a fantastic enough overtake 10 minutes into an ESS sprint race, let alone 6 hours and 10 minutes into an endurance race. These drivers, doesn't matter if they've not done their stint for very long, they're tired. The cars are tired. There's marbles all over the track. That's the other thing as well we're not really thinking about there. Just think how different the track is going to feel offline 6 hours into a race, and yet he's managed to do that. Not only was it a fantastic move, but it was so clean as well, and that requires both drivers to cooperate. But it does appear that Yakura's got a lot of pace over the antagonist car, because in half a lap he has pulled out over a second already. But we can be grateful, because what we don't want to have happen in a 12-hour race is two battles happening at once, because we can only follow one of them. So it's very considerate racing from the LMP2s to get that over and done with, so we can go back to following this wonderful GTE battle, where I think that Justin Corral, they are evenly matched drivers, but I feel like Justin Corral is just sitting and just biding his time, saving some fuel, lowering the amount of risk he has to take. I think that's what he's doing. It just seems a sensible thing to do with 5 3/4 hours of racing left to go.
Now, interesting one for you, Chris, as well, because we all love a stat here at Total Sim Sports. We know you guys at home love them as well. So, Aquilia, they stopped last on lap 181. These guys are currently on lap 187. Now, Orion stopped on lap 177. So, some 4 laps earlier. Now, I think this is where you are absolutely spot on in your hypothesis here, Chris, because if we look at it, if Aquilia can just stay behind them and stay on their draft, they'll be fuel saving. I tell you, it'll be an interesting one, Chris. If we could ride on board with Aquilia, I just have a little listening coming into the big braking zones.
We can follow him for a couple of laps, I reckon.
Yeah, why not? These guys are close. This battle on track right now. 524 have already pulled out a 2-second advantage over Antagonistic after that absolutely spectacular move down into turn 1. Aquilia, I can't hear that they're fuel saving. Not like what we heard at Daytona, where they're crossing the start-finish line, just completely pulling in the clutch and rolling and coasting into turn 1.
I think these are very different profile circuits, though. Like you say, we'll have to wait for the heavier braking points, because the trouble with, if you're coasting around too much in the S's, you just lose too much time and then you lose the draft. And then you're fighting ever so much harder. Yeah, like that's quite... he's not fully off, but he's definitely taking it easy.
Oh! That was very close, wasn't it? That was...
Yep. You can tell by both of our reactions there that we thought we were about to watch a crash happen. And I want to put my cynical hat on for a second. did Orion do that deliberately? Did that was that just a little
racing-
brake check to
Are racing
remind them?
drivers slowing up on the apex to gain an advantage? I don't think we've ever heard or seen that one before in our lives, Chris. But it's quite possible, and it's a great way to try and shake your opponent, you know, especially that's what you want to be doing is, you know, damaging the car. Oh, a bit of understeer there through 130R, actually, from Coral for Aqua.
Now, I wonder there, you wouldn't normally expect clean air to cause understeer. It could be a setup thing. But don't forget, he's been following in the draft of the Orion car for lap after lap after lap, and suddenly he's barely in it or not in it at all. He's right on the cusp, basically. So the car is going to be behaving differently into the corners. So he'll be used to, I think they say it's been about 6 or 7 laps they were following that closely. 7 laps he's had to adjust to exactly what it feels like to be punching through 130R without basically any air, because the car in front's punched that hole for you. I wouldn't expect understeer to be what happens when you're suddenly in that clean air, but you see he's struggling there as well. So I wonder if it is just the fact he's not following the car, and he got into that rhythm of following him, and you know he's struggling now. This is quite interesting to see, actually. I mean, it could well just be that Justin's just having a dodgy lap or two, because you know, like I'm repeating myself now, but we're 6 and a bit hours into this race. The drivers are tired. It might just be that, but you know, these small changes to your circumstances, they can have such a huge impact.
I mean, also, Chris, is it a little bit where, obviously, having spent so many laps, you know, keeps up behind Orion and their Porsche, that you know, Coral grew used to the aero wash that would have come from it, and like you say, now there's, you know, clean air running across the wings and all the body parts that just not quite used to it, and you know, we're so used to how the car was reacting in, you know, whether it's not as much air running over the car, so therefore, you know, not as much downforce potentially. It's now catching him out a little bit, and you see that gap. You see from the timing tower on the left hand side of your screen is extended out from what was around about 2-3 tenths of a second to now 1.8 seconds. Or maybe, Chris, has he just pushed the tyres too hard? Are they they're currently going away from him as we see Fuga fly by there?
Because, well, I mean, you know, like we've been saying with the dirty air, you do have to, in theory, you work harder to get the car to turn in the dirty air. So it could well be right that his tyres have just been used up a bit too much. And, you know, if they're double stinting, that could perhaps be another reason why that's happening. They just come to the end of their life. We are, well, in theory, we are 40 minutes away from the next pit stop for the GTEs. That's running under the assumption that they're still on target. And of course, we know only one team we know for sure is on target, but we'll let them inform us if they're still on target later on. But you know, I think this is a chance for Frosty Sinclair you've got to wonder, how does he decide to drive this? Does he try and push to get away from Aquila? Or does he just keep running his own race? If Aquila catch up, that's their business. I'm amazed to see much traffic on the field, considering we've got 17 cars running. That's quite unfortunate, really, for everyone involved there, because you'd think with 17 cars on it, it'd be nice and easy, but that's not the case.
As you see, the gap due to that traffic closing right up there, and Austin Campbell saying in the chat, when the commentators figure out that Aquila and Orion are working together, but they came back obviously after that, coming together, say, well, Frosty for Orion nearly killed us, so working together is an overstatement. Well, it's a valid point, and it does seem to me like you were working together. I mean, it's a big old gap between yourselves and Maniti, who've got some 58 seconds clear of yourselves right now. Just try and clear the two back marker teams, Yellow and Razzle Dazzle. Yellow currently running 5th in class in GTE Pro, Razzle Dazzle 4th in GTE Am. Well, you see Justin Coral there, just leaving it right to the last second, maximising all that slipstream. For the back marker, Razzle Dazzle Ferrari there, down the start-finish straight, and let's head across to our that things have calmed down a little bit, Chris. And should we talk about our subject for the hour? Should iRacing move away from their monthly subscription or stay with it? If they do move away from it, should they move to like what we see with other racing sims, where it's like a one-off fee, maybe some DLC, and that's it?
I think the trouble is, this is a very open question, so it's going to be a tricky one to put a poll in for, I guess. I think we've had, across several groups, we've had discussions about what is and isn't fair with iRacing's pricing model. What I think is completely reasonable to say is we've all spent a lot of money on iRacing.
Yes, I think that is one thing as iRacers we can all agree with. Regardless of what level you're at, it's not a cheap piece of software.
No, and I will say as well, in iRacing's defence, when I've had good battles in iRacing, there is not a single feeling in any video game or anything like this, because I know this is a sim, not a game, I don't want to get yelled at, but I have never had a feeling as good as the feeling you get in the middle and after a big battle in a race on iRacing. And I'm sure almost every driver racing today will feel a similar way. It's a reason, I mean, you know, I really like that there are the other sims available on the market, but there is a reason why people are willing to pay what they pay on iRacing. And I do think, to an extent, that is sometimes taken advantage of with the pricing structure. There are a couple of things that... So I don't really have an issue with the pricing structure as it is, but there are several things that I wish iRacing would implement or do better, because the amount we pay them sort of justifies that. So for one thing, I feel like the test client should be available far more, in particular, for cars that have just come out. So, for example, we were saying earlier, I'd like to buy the Hyundai, but I'd like to know how the Hyundai drives before I buy it, personally, because, you know, £12 isn't a huge amount, but it's still a commitment, and it does add up if you keep buying more and more content and more tracks. I've recently looked at getting into IndyCar. I've bought the IR18, and I can drive it on all the road tracks because I own all the road tracks because I love road racing, but I don't own any of the paid ovals. And I don't know how much do I want to commit to buying some of the paid ovals. I know IndyCar only visits 6 in a 12-week calendar, but you're looking at committing quite a lot of money to it. And I just feel like it would maybe be fairer if iRacing allowed you to test some of this stuff before you bought it. And sort of a slightly different point, but tying into that, the amount of money we give iRacing, I wish that the UI and the website and the forums were laid out better than they are, because some basic information would be a lot more easy to find out if they had a UI designed a bit better by some, you know, I don't want to criticise, because I couldn't do as good of a job as any of the coders or the programmers or anyone in iRacing would do. It's not my wheelhouse. But equally, I'm not sure they could manage a library as well as I can. I don't know. This is not the territory we're talking about right now. That's my day job. But yeah, I broadly I agree with the current pricing structure, but they could do some slightly more consumer-friendly practices within that. So the test client being more available for content you don't yet own, I think would be a big step towards improving the consumer friendliness of iRacing. That's my opinion. I'd like to hear how chat feels, because I'm not in. You know, I think a lot of iRacers tend to be sort of middle-aged men, which I am, and to continue the stereotyping adventure I'm apparently going on here, you all work in IT and make loads of money and can afford big rigs, which means you can afford £12 tracks, and it's not really a problem. But that's unfair and not necessarily true for many people. It's a lot of money to expect people to pay for, so I just think allow people to make more informed decisions would be a good thing. But I want to know how other people feel about that as well.
Chris, I think you talk about the test client being available more often and picking and choosing the car. I think where that is most relevant for me is within sports cars. So within GT3, within GTE, where you've got, you know, the same class but numerous different options. I mean, if especially look at GT3 now, we've now got 8 potential options, obviously, since they upgraded the service so we could have one extra car per race session. And, you know, you've got to commit, you know, either catch the server right, but then equally, that's a lot of time to, you know, because you need more than 1 or 2 laps to decide if you like a car or not. And I think that's where having the test, like you say, the test facility available more often than not. As let's take a little look. Here's .exe. The portion, ooh, wide at the second Degner. Have they kept it out of the wall? Yes, they have. And they live to fight a dev day. Liebenau currently on board for them. Just maintaining it. And was that a little bit of a nudge from the FTR behind there? I couldn't quite work it out.
I'm wondering if it is. I suspect it is because SDK decided that there were multiple incidents in that incident, which is why we've stayed with Liebenau here. So I'm just going to check that he's not lost it into Spoon as well, because like we were saying earlier, one incident follows another, usually with these things, because of the extra adrenaline. But I think that love tap was perhaps what SDK decided the problem was there. But he's still running, .exe. They've just done 190 laps. They're a lap or so down in 7th in GT Pro. But, you know, still plenty of time to go. There's, you know, even I would say even .exe are not out of the running for the lead here. Plenty could still happen.
Could well indeed. So yeah, I mean, obviously where you've got the going back to obviously before we had that little bit of action out on track, where we're talking about the test facility being available. It's a lot to try. You know, and you've got to make sure that you're at home, because it's normally, especially for the European community, to be at home during the week. You know, normally it's on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, isn't it, that we have the service down, so we have the opportunity to be able to test cars. You know, just gone lunchtime, that sort of afternoon working period is when it's normally out for. A lot of people don't get to use it, and I think maybe they're just missing a little bit of a trick here with that one.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's good that they provide something while maintenance is on, but it's, you know, they're so good at rolling out updates now that the maintenance is what, a couple of hours. If you're Australian, and I'm sure the Australian drivers of this service are frustrated with the fact that their time zone is so far away from when iRacing schedule everything anyway, but you know, we've got again, driving open wheelers, there's a really healthy contingent of Japanese and Australian Formula Renault drivers and F3 drivers, and you just think they're a little bit forgotten about in some ways. You know, it's great that the Aussie cars get their own, you know, they get their own server session for those, but I just think if you don't live in Europe, basically, if you don't live in Europe, the test server's never really up at a sensible time, and that's no good for probably more than 2/3 of iRacing's customer base. It's fine for us, we live in Europe, but that's not going to be the case for everyone, is it?
No, it's definitely not, and it is a bit of a tricky one, especially when you see other sims who are available for free. But it's, I don't know, you know, especially with obviously the new two new TCRs that we've got coming along to iRacing. You know, it'd be a good opportunity, you know, where not everyone can afford to buy both, which is completely fair enough. Or they actually discover that they can't stand either, because different cars do suit different people better. You know, you don't just see it within sim racing; you see it within real life as well, where, you know, drivers that might have done average in lower formulas suddenly come alive in F1, or, you know, people who, you know, blitz up through the lower formulas, then of a bit of a non-event in, the top level of either, you know, sports cars or Formula One, for example. So it does happen, and, you know, you sometimes find that, you know, you actually really enjoy a car that you might not have probably looked at, you know, given 2 looks at, because you're thinking, well, it's going to cost me, you know, £14-15, or sorry, dollars, and you sort of shy away from it a little bit, really. So, I mean, just at the moment, let's take a little look at the poll, how that's going on. 100% saying remain on subscription, and this leads me to a nice little point of why I think it should remain subscription. The one thing that iRacing does incredibly well incredibly well that no other sim can replicate. It's the fact that you can jump on any time of the day, as we see 27 Motorsport, Luis Barbosa going for a spin there. Just about, funnily enough, just talk about going for a spin. Just trying to work out where that was, Chris. There is that. That's in turn one.
In turn one, and I was flicking to Lewis because they were catching Shea McNeely, but that's put pay to that, and that's what we've said about. This is the magic of endurance racing. You can be a second a lap quicker than someone, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win the race. But he's still going. There's no damage done to the car. The tyres will be a bit leery, but there's there's not a huge amount you can do about that.
No, there's not really. There isn't a huge amount that you could do with that one. And yes, so this leads on to my point nicely is that with obviously the subscription model, and saying where nobody does online racing like what iRacing does. Nobody comes even remotely close. You look at Race Room, you look at R Factor. I mean, R Factor may change soon with the momentum and the money and the backing that motorsports games are putting behind it, and they're becoming a real behemoth of a franchise. But yeah, there's even if you go down to the likes of, I know I shouldn't be saying this, but even down to the likes of Forza, Gran Turismo, certainly ACC as well. There's just not the level of people on the server, and that's why I don't mind paying for the monthly subscription, because yes, it is expensive, but nobody delivers an experience quite like what iRacing does.
Yep, I agree with that. And the thing is, I know we're literally on iRacing here. All of our TSS broadcasts so far have been on iRacing, but it's just one of those things where we want competition because it will help iRacing be better as well. There's definitely a market for more sim racing. Slightly different point I wanted to make as well in terms of I'm taking off my cynicism hat and putting on my social justice hat.
Okay.
But one issue as well I have with the sort of the modular nature of iRacing's content and the sort of you buy the cars or the tracks you want. And this isn't iRacing's problem, but it is a problem with the pricing structure. Is that, and we've seen it in some of the communities we've both been in the past, that you end up getting peer pressure to buy things that you're not necessarily going to use because there's this idea of completionism or sort of being part of the gang. It extends into hardware as well, so you end up buying all this sim gear that you might not necessarily need, and it's nice to have the hardware, but it doesn't make you a better driver. Although I tell myself that because it makes me feel like a better driver when I'm going quicker after I buy a load cell pedal. I suspect it might have had something to do with the load cell pedal though. But I just, I don't like seeing people not really realising that they're getting into a position where they're spending money they don't have on sim racing. And I think, oh dear, this isn't ideal.
No, it's not. That's very clumsy, isn't it? The 524 LMP2 clearly a bit nervous after that. Well, what was it? An epic overtake, and I don't know whether they were quite feeling nervous after throwing that one together and just very clumsily trying to get past the boosted Corvette there in GTE Pro, and yeah, getting a bit tricky trying to pass them through. And I think Chris is right there as he just has to step out there, contribute for a minute or two. I think it's a valid point, and a really good point is that one of the fastest people within Porsche Cup, I've been told this reliably, uses a Logitech driving force. So that predates the G29, well, what's now the G920, the G29, the G27. I think it was even the G25 before that. I'm trying to think now. This is really stretching my memory, but as far away as you can get from the, like Chris was mentioning there, the load cell pedals, and I think it just goes to show it's like the classic phrase that is used so often in sim racing: all the gear, but no idea, and really, really, just sort of reinforces it, and just 524 got caught up. That has allowed antagonists to take around about a second out of 524. Having said that, Suzuka, after making the amazing pass around the outside of Melvin van der Poel of antagonist, Benelux driver, has really put the hammer down, has really pulled away. Excluding last time around where he had that bit of a stuttering moment passing the boosted the boosted GTE Pro. Was there in LMP2 previously. They really have pulled away. And even after that, slowing down to prevent contact, they are still 6.5 seconds clear. And the front end of LMP2 right now. Let's just bring you up to date with your standings here. Just while we're switching over producers right now. Hence why you have no overlays up on screen. And as if by magic, they're appearing and disappearing as we just get things into liners. Crystal will be permanently joining me in the commentary booth very shortly. We'll just run you through your top threes in each of the categories right now. So Scania lead the way overall and in LMP1. After losing Sapphire all the way back on lap 3. We're currently on lap 227. As you can see, that was 224 laps ago. 524, they are ahead again. We saw the pass. It was amazing. Round the outside of turn 1. You're not allowed to do that. Christoph Jukura said, "Hold my beer. Watch this," and took it all the way around the outside against Melvin van der Poel of Antagonistic Racing Team Orange. And I'll tell you what, I'm just going to see if we can get you a replay of that now. My system's just locked up a little bit here, so apologies about that one. Oh, here we go. We're back on live with Jukura. Let's see if we can get you that replay, because it was something of an absolute spectacle. They've got Antagonistic Race Team Orange. They are second. Hashtag LMP2. They're third in LMP2. They're down into GTE Pro. Well, it's a story of BMW Miniti. We've hardly mentioned them, but they've just been heading off into the distance so early on, and they've maintained that gap. 50 seconds does the BMW crew have over the two Porsches behind them of Orion and Aquilia. There you go. You can see there's the Orion machine. Looking past JD Sim Racing. There's Aquilia. Can you believe it? After 6.5 hours of racing, just 2 seconds. It's all that separates those two guys. Then we've got Boosted, who are 2 laps behind them, and likewise a back marker yellow and 27 Motorsport. Then let's head down into GTEM, where JD Sim Racing, they lead the way. Got some 37 seconds clear over the Porsche of Aquilia Racing Cyan. And let's round out the third. A different manufacturer on the podium right now in GTEM. The Happy Penguin Racing Team in the Ford. There they are, coming underneath the bridge. We spoke to one of their drivers, Team League organiser Martin Pearson, earlier on. Spoke about the livery and made them choose it, and it's a nice funky livery to stand out. You could see the Ford here out in the final round. Back marker Razzle Dazzle, the Ferrari in GT, they are six laps down. Good to see we've still got the top 3 all on the lead lap and still vying for contention for that top step of the podium in GTE. Got to make a big shout out though to JD Sim Racing. Thomas Mocek currently on board for them in the Ferrari. They are actually 5th overall in GT. So really strong result for them here today at Suzuka. But with just under half race distance left, anything still can happen. I'm sure will happen.
on the JD Sim Racing point, and it's not just JD Sim Racing, but I've been impressed all season long with the GT AM category, because it is, it's sorted by iRacing, so they've earned their amateur status. I sort of mean that in a nice way. But
we know what you mean, Chris,
they're regularly mixing it up with they're not. There's not been this clean divide. They've been mixing it up, and we've seen the AMs make it onto the overall podium for GTEs in the past. So just goes to show you, iRacing isn't the be all and end all of your ability as a driver, because endurance tests a lot of your skills as a driver. And JD Sim Racing, and I hope I'm not cursing them here, all season long have acquitted themselves really well.
I likewise have the racing team in the Corvette as well.
Exactly.
Some amazing performances from them, as we just see. Hashtag into the pits from third place in LMP2. Also, just we'll just run you through the retirements quickly that we had. So affected by RSR from LMP2, we lost them on lap 159. The other LMP2 that we have lost was Stage 1 Junior. That's all the way back on lap 66. Then in GTE Pro, we have lost 2 teams. Centurion in the Ferrari, lost them on lap 124. Unfortunately, Verve Racing Team Black in the Porsche was unable to make the grid. Then an LMP1 on lap 3. Unfortunately, we lost Sapphire SimSport. Leaving us just with the lone prototype cut to carve their way through the field of Sacania. Just see Alex Moore of Fuga. Currently in third. Just a little bit of a bubble of their own right now. They're on their outlap, not long stopped. Going to be interesting to see how they get on. 2 teams in front of them, 524 antagonists that are yet to stop. So that gap will close up around about a minute between Fuga and the top 2 teams. Actually, I think that's going to be a little bit of an interesting one, Chris, of just looking at, pit times, etc. Trying to work this one out, Chris. I think can Fuga actually come out in front of Antagonist and 524 International?
Possibly, but
actually hold on. Apologies about that one, Chris. Sorry, I thought it seemed a bit odd that they hadn't even come into the pits and they carried on. That is because they stopped a lap later than Fuga. Of course, hashtag are out of sync, and that's what's thrown me. Obviously, where they took damage early on, and that's why they had to.
I must say, despite being quite good at pit strategy in the car myself, I have no handle on it when it comes to working out all these different teams across multiple classes. I think that's something that these teams will have to work on really hard. Is pit strategy is such an important part of endurance racing, and we've seen it make the difference in multiple races in the past. It's not necessarily about your raw pace or even your ability to lap traffic. You can make a pit stop costs so much time that you're just saving yourself 1 or even 2 pit stops in a race can make or break your race, and especially when you've got 12 hours of racing to do, it really rewards the smarter teams who've done their research, and we've seen that all season long.
Yeah, I mean it's not so much of a big, as we see, 524. Oh, no, I was right. They have come into the pits, so that must just mean Fuga are due to stop as well, so apologies about my
I never doubted you. Earlier.
I know, thank you, Chris. Thank you. We've also got Antagonists. They are in as well. Just keep you one eye up to date on the poll of should iRacing remain as a subscription service or move to a one-off fee with DLC like other sims. Currently, 71% say it should remain a subscription. Obviously, remain 29 one-off fees with DLC. So still got a bit of time to cast your vote on that one. We've got 10 minutes till the top of the hour where we'll be closing that poll. And we're going to also, we will be moving across, well worth mentioning, because due to limitations of YouTube, we'll be moving across to the part 2 feed. We'll drop you a link in here as well to all that when we move across. That will be too long away. Let's just see 524 heading out of the pits there. And back into the lead. However, Fuga are going to be right behind them, just think you might have just seen a flash of the red, white, and black livery just in the background there. There they are, caught behind the boosted GTE. That won't be helping them with a chance to strike there. Slightly vulnerable 524 International, though. Let's not forget Fuga are due to come in anyway, so they're probably, I imagine they should be in this lap anyway. These two have sort of crept quietly up on one another, haven't they, Chris? Quillia Cyan and 27 Motorsport.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see if they're going to behave any differently because they're pro and am. We saw with Shea McNeely earlier. Lewis Barbosa had caught him, well, coming up to turn 1 actually. Can Lewis Barbosa keep it on the track this time? Because this is where he span off about 7 or 8 laps ago. And I think where he's got the move done already, he seems all right this time. But that spin cost him about 8 or 9 seconds. So that just shows you Lewis Barbosa has got the pace, but he's not actually gained anything over the last 10 laps, despite having that pace advantage. So to what extent does this sort of feeds into what we were saying earlier, in that it's not all about your raw pace as a driver. And, you know, we all crash. It's a fact of racing, and we're all going to spin out. We all make mistakes, but sometimes it's better to be a bit slower and not make mistakes than it is to have rapid pace, but just be slightly more likely to have those in your locker.
So, just keep you up to date. There's a link in chat now, but this version of the stream will be ending in 5 minutes, and therefore we'll be ending the poll then as well. So make sure you get your votes in. It's changing. It's coming towards more being the 50-50 mark. 62% say iRacing should remain as a subscription-based model. 38% saying move to a one-off fee with DLCs. And just looking at the lap times, Chris. 27 Motorsport, Lewis Barbosa, we've seen from him. He's been the strongest driver, well, it seems to me, within 27. We've had more memorable performances from him as the Fuga are into the pits in LMP2. And he was fast, other than last time around, back marker Yellow, who are just ahead of them on, I say just ahead, some 30 seconds up the road from them in track. The fellow BMW, they are lapping faster than everyone up to 4th place in GTE Pro, which is boosted in the Corvette. So they're clearly making a bit of pace and a bit of a comeback through the field here.
Yep, and I guess this is one of the good things with longer races is that if you have problems or if you're out of position for your pace early on, 5 hours is a long time to recover by using your supreme pace. And I don't think Lewis Barbosa is that much quicker than the rest of the field that he will catch up 2 laps on pace over, say, Minitia, Ryan, Akila. But again, anything can happen. If you just keep hammering out those quick laps after quick laps, it puts that pressure on the other drivers. They might start making more mistakes because they know that fast driver is coming up behind them. I think, that's a very aggressive use of the curves at Degner, though, but it worked. And again, if Lewis is happy taking those kinds of risks, then, you know, that's where he's getting his pace from. That's where the top drivers are just able to do that. That's why they're the top drivers, because they've got all that skill that they can take these risks lap after lap and not have any problem. But to Shea McNeely's credit, he's not exactly being dropped that rapidly, is he? He's certainly keeping up within reason, and he'll want to try and do that just to try and stay in the draft of that 27 Motorsport car.
Definitely, and I'll tell you what, let's... what we'll do is let's just wait for my screen to finish moving around. Should we just close off the poll as this part 1 stream comes to the end? As the link below was incorrect previously, says a new one good up, but that is the correct one to follow to head across to part 2. So this poll's been up for nearly half an hour now. Subscription winning with only just 62%. 38% saying iRacing should move to a one-off fee with DLCs. Interesting one. I mean, the audience divided there. And thank you all very much for your votes. Love you guys getting involved at home. Ten minutes left until 5 hours to go. I don't know where this last hour has quite gone, Chris. It's been It's been a bit of a mad one, really. We've seen some great overtakes. We've seen a bit of drama. We've seen a couple of incidents, and just another average day in endurance racing, really.
Yeah, it's. I've been pleasantly surprised by the amount of action with a reduced grid size, because I think there is, especially on a bigger track like Suzuka. So the GTEs are lapping in just a shade under 2 minutes, so it's not the shortest of laps, and you sort of worry